that he could not, that it was dangerous, that he would form a lasting bond, and that was wrong. For the next 2 weeks they met, and they walked, and they kissed, and they touched, and the feelings and needs they had for each other grew. They visited Harry separately, for fear that he would find out, and finally Harrison sat down beside his son one day. The matter had to be broached. It was getting serious for both of them, and he didn't want to hurt the girl. But more than that, he wanted to offer her something he hadn't offered anyone in years, his heart and his life. He wanted to marry her, and he had to know how Harry felt now, before it was too late, before everyone got hurt, especially the one person he cared about most, his son. He would have sacrificed anything for Harry, especially now, even the girl he loved, and he had to know now. I want to ask you something, honestly, and I want you to answer me. There had been a tenuous peace between the two men in the past 2 weeks, thanks to efforts on Tana's part, and Harrison had been enjoying the fruits of it. What's this all about? Harry looked suspiciously at him. What's between you and that enchanting child? He fought hard to keep his face blank, his eyes calm, and prayed that his son wouldn't see anything there, particularly not how much he loved the girl, though he couldn't imagine how Harry could not see. He felt as though he was wearing a neon sign. Tana? Harry shrugged. I told you. I want you to answer me. His whole life depended on it now, as did hers. Why? What's it to you? Harry was restless, and his neck had hurt all day. I told you, she's my friend. I know you better than that, whether you like it or not. So what? That's all it is. I've never slept with her. But he already knew that, though he didn't tell Harry that. That doesn't mean a damn thing. That could have to do with her, not you. There was no joking in his eyes or words. This was no joking matter to him. But Harry laughed and conceded the point. That's true. It could. And then suddenly he lay back against his pillows and looked up at the ceiling, feeling an odd closeness to his father he had never felt before. I don't know, Dad. I was crazy about her when we first met, but she was as locked up as a stone. She still is. He told him about the rape then, and Harrison pretended to hear it for the first time. I've never known anyone like her before. I guess I've always known that I'm in love with her, but I've been afraid to fuck it up by telling her that. This way, she won't run away. The other way, she might. His eyes filled with sudden tears. I couldn't stand losing her. I need her too much. Harrison felt his heart sink like a rock, but he had to think for his son now. That was all he really cared about, all he would let himself care about now. He had finally found him, and he wasn't willing to lose him again, not even for Tana, whom he loved so desperately. But Harry's words burned through him like fire. I need her so much. The funny thing was, the elder Winslow needed her too, but not as Harry did, and he couldn't take her from him, not now. One of these days, maybe you should be brave enough to tell her some of this. Maybe she needs you too. Harrison knew now how lonely and isolated Tana had been, but even Harry hadn't fully realized those depths. And what if I lose? We can't live like that, son. Afraid to lose, afraid to live, afraid to die. You'll never win like that. She knows that better than anyone. It's the one lesson you can learn from her. And there were so many others he had learned from her, too. Lessons he would have to abandon now. She's got more guts than anyone I know, except about men. Harry shook his head. She scares me to death as far as that goes. Give her time. Lots of time. He fought to keep his voice strong. He couldn't let Harry know. And lots of love. Harry was silent for a long time, searching his father's eyes. In the past 2.5 weeks, they had begun to discover each other as they never had before. "Do you think she could ever be in love with me?" "Possibly." Harrison felt his heart tear again. "You have plenty of other things to think about right now. But once you're up again," he avoided saying on your feet, "and out of here, you can think about things like that." They both knew that he wasn't totally impaired sexually, and the doctor had told them both that with a little creativity, Harry would have a near normal sex life again one day. He could even impregnate his wife if he chose, which didn't turn Harry on much, at least not for now. But Harrison knew it could mean a great deal to him one day. He would have loved to have Tana's child. The very thought brought him near to tears. They chatted on for a little while, and eventually Harrison left. He was supposed to have dinner with Tana that night, and instead he called it off. He explained over the phone that he had a stack of cables that had arrived, and he had to compose answers to all of them. They met for lunch the next day instead, and Harrison was honest with her. It was the worst day in his life since his wife had died. His eyes looked sad, and his face was grim, and she knew the moment she met him at the restaurant that he didn't have good news, and she felt her heart stop for an instant as he began to speak once they sat down. She knew instantly that he was going to say something she didn't want to hear. "I spoke to Harry yesterday." He fought the emotions that were rising up in him. "I had to, for both our sakes." "About us?" She looked stunned. It was so soon. Nothing had even happened yet. It was an innocent romance. But Harrison shook his head. "About him, and what he feels for you. I had to know before we went any further with this." He took her hand in his and looked into her eyes, and she felt her heart melt again. "Tana, I want you to know right now that I'm in love with you. I've only loved one woman in my life as I think I love you, and that was my wife. But I also love my son, and I wouldn't hurt him for anything in this world, no matter what kind of son of a bitch he thinks I am, and I've been one at times. I would have married you, but not until I knew where Harry stood. He didn't pull any punches with her. He's in love with you, Tom." "What?" She was shocked. "He is not." "He is. He's just scared to death to scare you off. He told me about the rape, about how you felt about going out with men. He's been biding his time for years, but I don't have any doubt. He has been in love with you for all those years. He admitted it himself." Harrison's eyes looked sad. "Oh, my God." She looked shocked. "But I'm not... I don't think I ever could..." "I suspected that, too. But that's between you and him. If he ever does get up the guts to declare himself, you'll have to deal with that yourself. What I wanted to know was how he felt. I know how you feel now. I knew it before I talked to him." There were tears spilling in her eyes, and suddenly in his, too, as he held her hand even tighter than before. "Darling, I love you more than life itself. But if I walked off with you now, if you'd even be willing to do that with me, it would kill my son. It would break his heart, and maybe destroy something he needs very much right now. I can't do that to him. Nor can you. I really don't think you could." She was crying openly, and he pulled her into his arms as tears filled his eyes. They had nothing to hide here or anywhere, only in front of his son. But it was the cruelest trick life had played on her so far. The first man she had loved couldn't love her because of his son, who was her best friend, whom she loved, but not like that. She didn't want to do anything that would hurt Harry either, but she was so much in love with Harrison. It was a ghastly evening filled with tears and regrets. She wanted to sleep with him anyway, but he wouldn't let her do that to herself. The first time that happens to you, after that awful experience you had, should be with the right man. He was gentle and loving, and he held her while she cried, and once he almost cried himself. And the next week was the most painful in her life, and at last he left for London again, and Tana felt as though she had been left on the beach. She was alone, with her studies, with Harry again. She went to the hospital every day, took her books with her, and she looked tired and pale and grim. "Boy, you're a pleasure to see. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you sick?" She almost was, over Harrison, but she knew he had been right, no matter how painful it was. They had both done the right thing for someone they loved. And now she was merciless with him, forcing Harry to do what the nurses asked, urging him on, insulting him, cajoling him, encouraging him when he needed it. She was tireless and devoted beyond anything imaginable. And when Harrison called from halfway around the world, sometimes she would talk to him and she would feel her heart leap again. But he hadn't gone back on his resolve. It was a sacrifice he had made for his son, and Tana had to go along with it. He had given her no choice. Or himself, although he knew that he would never recover from what he felt for her. He only hoped she would. She had a lifetime ahead of her, and, hopefully, the right man. Chapter 11. The sun streamed into the room as Harry lay on his bed, trying to read a book. He had already had an hour in the pool and 2 hours of therapy, and he was sick to death of his schedule. There was a sameness about it all, a tediousness he couldn't stand any more. He glanced at his watch, knowing Tana would be there soon. He had been at Letterman for more than 4 months, and she came to see him every day, bringing her stacks of papers and notes and mountains of books. And almost as soon as he thought of her, the door opened, and she walked in. She had lost weight in the past months. She was working too hard at school and running herself ragged going back and forth between Berkeley and the hospital. His father had offered to buy her a car, but she had absolutely refused to even consider it. "Hi, kid. What's up? Or is that rude?" She grinned at him, and he laughed. "You're disgusting, Ton." But at least he wasn't as sensitive about that anymore. 5 weeks before, he had actually made love to a student nurse, a little creatively, as he had said to his therapist. But with a little imagination here and there, things had gone fairly well for both of them, and he didn't give a damn that she was engaged. True love hadn't been on his mind, and he had no intention of trying beginner's luck on Ton. She meant much, much too much to him, as he had told his dad, and she had enough problems of her own. "What did you do today?" She sighed and sat down with a rueful smile. "What do I ever do? Study all night, turn in papers, take exams. Christ, I may not live through another 2 years of this." "Sure you will." He smiled. She was the light of his life, and he would have been lost without her visits every day. "What makes you so sure?" Sometimes she doubted it herself, but somehow she always went on. Always. She wouldn't let herself stop. She couldn't let Harry down, and she couldn't flunk out of school. "You've got more guts than anyone I know. You'll make it, Tom." It was something they gave each other now. Courage. Faith. When he'd get depressed, she'd stand there and shout at him until he wanted to cry. But she made him try all the things he was supposed to do, and when she thought she couldn't make it through another day of bolt, he quizzed her for exams, woke her up after she got a little sleep, underlined some of the textbooks for her. And now, suddenly, he grinned at her. "Besides, law school's not that hard. I've been reading some of that stuff you left here." She smiled. That was what she had had in mind. But she looked nonchalant as she turned to him. "Oh, yeah? Then why don't you give it a try?" "Why should I bust my hump? What else have you got to do, except sit on your can and pinch nurses' aids? And how long will that last? They're going to kick you out of here in June." "That's not sure yet." He looked nervous at the thought. He wasn't sure he was ready to go home. And home where? His father moved around so much, and he couldn't keep up with him now, even if he wanted to. He could go to a hotel, of course. There was the apartment at the Pierre in New York, but that sounded terribly lonely to him. "You sure don't look excited about going home." Tana was watching him. She talked to Harrison in Geneva several days before, and they had discussed the same thing. He called her at least once a week to see how Harry was, and she knew that he still felt the same about her as he had before, and she did for him as well. But they had taken their resolve, and there was no turning back any more. Harrison Winslow would not betray his son, and Tana understood. "I don't have a home to go to, Ton." She had thought of it before, but not with any great seriousness. Yet she had an idea. Maybe it was time to broach it to him. "What about moving in with me?" "In that dismal room of yours?" He laughed and looked horrified at the same time. "Being confined to a wheelchair is bad enough, but living in that dump, I might kill myself. Besides, where would I sleep? On the floor?" "No, you ass." She was laughing at him as he made a hideous face. "We could get a place of our own, as long as it's reasonable, so I could pay my share, too." "Like where?" The idea hadn't quite sunk in yet, but it had a certain appeal. "I don't know. The Haight-Ashbury, maybe?" The hippie boom was just taking hold, and she had driven through the hate only recently. But she was teasing him. Unless one wore flowing robes and were permanently stoned on LSD, it would have been impossible to tolerate living there. Seriously, we could find something if we looked. It would have to be on the ground floor. He looked pensively at the wheelchair parked at the end of the bed. "I know that. And I have another idea, too." She decided to hit him with it all at once. "Now what?" He lay back against his pillows and looked happily at her. As difficult as these months had been, it had given them something very special to share, and they were closer than either of them had ever thought two human beings could be. "You know, you never give me a moment's peace. You've always got some damn plot or plan. You exhaust me, Tom." But it wasn't a complaint, and they both knew that. "It's good for you. You know that." He did, but wouldn't give her the satisfaction of admitting it. "So, what's your thought?" "How about applying to both?" She held her breath, and he looked shocked. "Me? Are you nuts? What the hell would I do there?" "Probably cheat, but failing that, you could study your ass off like I do every night. It would give you something to do other than pick your nose." "What a charming image you have of me, my dear." He swept her a bow from the bed, and she laughed. "Why in God's name would I torture myself with law school? I don't have to do a dumb thing like that." "You'd be good at it." She looked at him earnestly, and he wanted to argue with her. But the worst of it was that he liked the idea. "You're trying to ruin my life." "Yes." She grinned. "Will you apply?" "I probably won't get in. My grades were never as good as yours." "I already asked. You can apply as a veteran. They might even make an exception for you." She was cautious about the way she said it, but he looked annoyed anyway. "Never mind that. If you got in, so can I." And the damnedest thing was that suddenly he wanted to. He almost wondered if he had wanted to for a long time. Maybe he felt left out with all that studying she did, while he had nothing at all to do except lie around and watch the nursing shift change. She brought him the application forms the next afternoon, and they mulled them over endlessly and finally sent them in, and by then Tana was looking at flats for them. It had to be exactly right, and something that would work for him. She had just seen two she liked when her mother called on an afternoon in late May. It was unusual for her to be home, but she had some things to take care of at home, and she knew Harry was all right. One of the girls from down the hall came and knocked on her door. She assumed it was Harry, wanting to know how the apartments were. One of them was in Piedmont, and snob that he was, she knew he would like that one best. But she wanted to be sure she could afford it, too. She didn't have the income he had, even though she had lined up a good job for herself that summer. Maybe after that. Hello? There was a long-distance whir, and her heart stopped, wondering if it was Harrison calling her again. Harry had never realized what had passed between them, or, more importantly, what could have, and what sacrifice they had made. Hello? Tana? It was Jane. Oh, hi, Mom. Is something wrong? She had sounded strange at first. No, I thought it was someone else. Is something wrong? It was an unusual hour for her to call. Maybe Arthur had had another heart attack. He had stayed in Palm Beach for 3 months, and Jean had stayed there with him. Anne and John and Billy had gone back to New York, and Jean had stayed to nurse him back to health even after he left the hospital. They had only been back in New York for 2 months, and she must have had her hands full because Tana almost never heard from her now. I wasn't sure you'd be home at this hour. She sounded nervous, as though she wasn't sure what to say. Usually I'm at the hospital, but I had something to do here. How's your friend? Better. He's getting out in about a month. I was just looking at some apartments for him. She hadn't told her yet that they were thinking of living together. It made perfect sense to her, but she knew that it wouldn't to Jean. Can he live alone? She sounded surprised. Probably if he had to, but I don't think he will. That's wise. She had no idea what that meant, but she had other things on her mind. I wanted to tell you something, sweetheart. What's that? She wasn't at all sure how Tana would react, but there was no way to beat around the bush any longer. Arthur and I are getting married. She held her breath, and at her end, Tana stared. You're what? Getting married. He feels that we've gotten older. We've been foolish for long enough. She stumbled over some of the words he had said to her only days before, blushing furiously and at the same time terrified of what Tana would say. She knew that she hadn't liked Arthur for years, but maybe now. You weren't the fool in all that, Mom. He was. He should have married you 15 years ago, at least. She frowned for a moment, mulling over what Jean had said. Is that what you really want to do, Mom? He's not young anymore, and he's sick. He's kind of saved the worst for you. It was blunt, but true. But until his heart attack, he hadn't even wanted to marry her. He hadn't thought of it in years, not since his wife had come home from the hospital 16 years before, in fact. But suddenly everything had changed, and he realized his own mortality. Are you sure? Yes, Tana, I am. Her mother sounded strangely calm suddenly. It was what she had waited almost 20 years for, and she wouldn't have given it up for anything, not even for her only child. Tana had her own life now, and she had nothing at all without Arthur. She was grateful to him for finally marrying her. They would have a comfortable, easy life, and she could finally relax. All those years of loneliness and worrying. Would he show up? Would he come by? Should she wash her hair? And then, just in case... And he didn't come for 2 weeks, until the night when Tana had the flu, or she herself had a bad cold. It was all over now, and real life was about to begin. At last. She had earned every minute of it, and she was going to enjoy every minute of it now. I'm very sure. All right, then. But Tana did not sound thrilled. I guess I should say congratulations or something like that. But somehow she didn't feel like it. It seemed like such a boring, bourgeois life, and after all Jean's years of sitting there waiting for him, she would have liked to see her tell him to go to hell. But that was youth thinking, and not Jean. When are you getting married? In July. You'll come, won't you, sweetheart? She sounded nervous again, and Tana nodded to herself. She had planned to go home for a month anyway. She had worked it out with her summer job. She was working at a law firm in town, and they understood, or so they said. I'll sure try. And then she had an idea. Can Harry come? In a wheelchair? Her mother sounded horrified, and something hardened instantly in Tana's eyes. Obviously, it's not exactly as though he has a choice. Well, I don't know. I should think it would be embarrassing for him. I mean, all those people, and I'll have to ask Arthur what he thinks. Don't bother. Tana's nostrils flared, and she wanted to strangle someone, primarily Jean. I can't make it anyway. Tears instantly sprang to Jean's eyes. She knew what she'd done, but why was Tana always so difficult? She was so stubborn about everything. Tana, don't do that, please. It's just, why do you have to drag him along? Because he's been lying in a hospital for 6 months, and he hasn't seen anyone except me, and maybe it would be nice for him. Did that occur to you? Not to mention the fact that this did not happen in a car accident. It happened defending a stinking country we have no right to be in anyway, and the least people can do for him now is show him some gratitude and courtesy. She was in a blind rage, and Jean was terrified. Of course, I understand. There's no reason why he can't come. And then, suddenly, out of nowhere, John and Anne are having another baby, you know. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Tana looked blank. It was hopeless talking to her. They never saw eye to eye about anything anymore. Tana had almost given up. Well, you could be thinking of that one of these days. You're not getting any younger, dear. You're almost 23. I'm in law school, Mom. Do you have any idea what that's like? How hard I work night and day? Do you have any idea how ridiculous it would be for me to be thinking of marriage and babies right now? It always will be if you spend your time with him, you know. She was picking on Harry again, and Tana saw red at the words. Not at all. Her eyes were fierce, but her mother couldn't see that. He can still get it up, you know. Tana! Jean was appalled by Tana's vulgarity. That's a disgusting thing to say. But it's what you wanted to know, isn't it? Well, you can relax, Mother. It still works. I hear he screwed a nurse a few days ago, and she said it was great. She was like a big dog refusing to release its prey, and her mother was hanging there by the neck and unable to escape. Feel better now? Tana Roberts, something has happened to you out there. In the flash of a moment, Tana thought of the grueling hours of studying she had put in, the love she had felt for Harrison to no avail, the heartbreak of seeing Harry return crippled from Vietnam. Her mother was right. Something had happened to her. In fact, a great deal. I think I've grown up. That's not always real pretty, is it, Mom? It doesn't have to be ugly or rude, except in California, I suppose. They must be savages out there at that school. Tana laughed. They were worlds apart. I guess we are. Anyway, congratulations, Mom. It suddenly dawned on her that she and Billy were going to be step-brother and sister now, and the thought almost made her sick. He would be at the wedding, and it was almost more than she could stand. I'll try to be home in time. All right, Jean sighed. It was exhausting talking to her. And bring Harry, if you must. I'll see if he's up to it. I want to get him out of the hospital first, and we've got to move. She cringed at the slip, and there was a deafening silence at the other end. That really was too much. You're moving in with him? Tana took a breath. I am. He can't live alone. Let his father hire a nurse. Or are they going to pay you a salary? She could be as cutting as Tana when she tried, but Tana was undaunted by her. Not at all. I'm going to split the rent with him. You're out of your mind. The least he could do is marry you, but I'd put a stop to that. No, you wouldn't. Tana sounded strangely calm. Not if I wanted to marry him, but I don't. so relaxed. Mom, I know this is hard for you, but I just have to live my life my own way. Do you think you can just try to accept that? There was a long pause, and Tana smiled. I know, it's not easy. And then suddenly she heard Jean crying at the other end. Don't you see that you're ruining your life? How? By helping a friend out? What harm is there in that? Because you'll wake up next week and you'll be 40 years old and it'll be all over, Tan. You'll have wasted your youth, just like I did. And at least mine wasn't a total waste. I had you. And maybe one day I'll have children of my own. But right now I'm not thinking of that. I'm going to law school so I can have a career and do something useful with my life. And after that, I'll think about all that other stuff. Like Anne. It was a dig, but a friendly one, and it went right over Jean's head. You can't have a husband and a career. Why not? Who said that? It's just true, that's all. That's bullshit. No, it's not. And if you hang around with that Winslow boy long enough, you'll marry him. And he's a cripple now. You don't need a heartbreak like that. Find someone else, a normal boy. Why? Tana's heart ached for him. He's human, too. More so than most, in fact. You hardly know any boys. You never go out. Thanks to your darling stepson, Mom. But actually, lately, it was thanks to law school. Ever since Harrison, she had begun to feel differently about men, in some ways more trusting and open, and yet so far no one measured up to him. He had been so good to her. It would have been wonderful to find someone like him. But she never had time to go out with anyone now. Between going to the hospital every day and preparing for exams, everyone complained of it. Law school was enough to destroy an existing relationship, and starting a new one was almost impossible. Just wait a couple of years, Mom, and then I'll be a lawyer and you'll be proud of me. At least I hope you will. But neither of them was too sure just then. I just want a normal life for you. What's normal? Was your life so normal, Mom? It started out to be. It wasn't my fault that your father was killed, and things changed after that. Maybe not. But it was your fault you waited almost 20 years for Arthur Durning to marry you. And the truth was that if he hadn't had his heart attack, he might never have married her. You made that choice. I have a right to my choices, too. Maybe so, Tan. But she didn't really understand the girl. She didn't even pretend to anymore. Anne Durning seemed so much more normal to her. She wanted what every other girl wanted, a husband, a house, 2 kids, pretty clothes. And if she'd made a mistake early on, she'd been smart enough to do better the second time. He had just bought her the most beautiful sapphire ring at Cartier's, and that was what Jean wanted for her child. But Tana didn't give a good goddamn. I'll call you soon, Mom. And tell Arthur I said congratulations to him, too. He's the lucky one in this deal, but I hope you'll be happy, too. Of course I will. But she didn't sound it when she hung up. Tana had upset her terribly, and she told Arthur about it as much as she could, but he just told her to relax. Life was too short to let one's children get the best of one. He never did. And they had other things to think about. Jean was going to redecorate the Greenwich house, and he wanted to buy a condo in Palm Beach, as well as a little apartment in town. They were giving up the apartment she had had for years. And Tana was shocked when she discovered that. Hell, I don't have a home any more either. She was shocked when she told Harry that, but he looked unimpressed. I haven't had one in years. She said there'll always be a room for me wherever they live. Can you imagine my spending the night in the Greenwich house after what happened there? I get nightmares thinking of it. So much for that. It depressed her more than she wanted to admit to him, and she knew that marrying Arthur was what Jean wanted, but somehow it seemed so depressing to her. It was so ultimately middle class, so boring and bourgeois, she told herself. But what really bothered her was that Jean was still at Arthur's feet after all the crap she had taken from him over the years. But when she told Harry that, he got annoyed with her. "You know, you've been turning into a radical, and it bores the hell out of me, Ton. Have you ever considered the fact that you're more than a little right wing?" She started to look uptight. "Maybe I am, but there's nothing wrong with that. There are certain things I believe in, Ton, and they aren't radical, and they aren't leftist, and they aren't revolutionary, but I think they're good." "I think you're full of hot air." There was an unusual vehemence about what she said, but they had already disagreed about Vietnam several times. "How the hell can you defend what those assholes are doing over there?" She leaped to her feet, and he stared at her. There was an odd silence in the room. "Because I was one of them. That's why." "You were not. You were a pawn. Don't you see that, you fucking jerk? They used you to fight in a war we shouldn't be fighting in a place we shouldn't be in." His voice was deathly quiet as he looked at her. "Maybe I think we should." "How can you say a dumb thing like that? Look what happened to you over there." "That's the whole point." He leaned forward in his bed, and he looked as though he wanted to strangle her. "If I don't defend that, if I don't believe in why I was there, then what the hell good was it anyway?" Tears suddenly sprang to his eyes, and he went on. "What does it all mean, Tom? Damn it, Ton. What did I give them my legs for if I don't believe in them? Tell me that." You could hear him shouting all the way down the hall. "I have to believe in them, don't I? Because if I don't, if I believe what you do, then it was all a farce. I might as well have gotten run over by a train in Des Moines." He turned his face away from her and started to cry openly, and she felt terrible. And then he turned to her, still in a rage. "Now get the hell out of my room, you insensitive, radical bitch." She left, and she cried all the way back to school. She knew that he was right, for him. He couldn't afford to feel about it as she did, and yet ever since he had come back from Vietnam, something had begun to rage in her that had never been there before, a kind of anger that nothing could quench, and possibly never would. She talked to Harrison about it on the phone one night, and he had put it down to youth, but she knew it wasn't just that. It was something more. She was angry at everyone because Harry had been maimed. And if people were willing to take more chances politically, to stick their necks out. Hell, the President of the United States had been killed a year and a half before. How could people not see what was happening? What they had to do. But Tana didn't want to hurt Harry with all of it. She called him to apologize, but he wouldn't talk to her. And for the first time in 6.5 months since he'd gotten to Letterman, she didn't go to see him for 3 days. And when she finally did, she stuck an olive branch through the door of his room and followed it in sheepishly. "What do you want?" He glared at her, and she smiled tentatively. "The rent, actually." He tried to suppress a grin. He wasn't angry at her anymore. So she was turning into a crazy radical. So what? That's what Berkeley was all about. She'd grow out of it. And he was more intrigued by what she had just said. "You found a place?" "I sure did." She grinned at him. "It's on Channing Way. A teeny little 2-bedroom house with a living room and a kitchenette. It's all on one floor, so you'd have to behave yourself somewhat, or at least tell your lady friends not to scream too loud." They both grinned, and Harry looked ecstatic at the news. "You're going to love it." She clapped her hands and described it in detail to him, and that weekend the doctor let her drive him over there. The last of the surgeries had been completed 6 weeks before. His therapy was going well. They had done all for him they were going to do. It was time to go home. Harry and Tana signed the lease as soon as he saw it. The landlord didn't seem to object to the fact that they had different last names, and neither of them offered to explain. Tana and Harry shook hands with a look of glee, and she drove him back to Letterman. 2 weeks later, they moved in. He had to arrange for transportation for his therapy, but Tana promised to take him. And the week after her exams, he got the letter congratulating him on his acceptance to Bolt. He sat in his wheelchair waiting for her when she got home, with tears streaming down his cheeks. "They took me, Ton, and it's all your fault." They hugged and kissed, and he had never loved her more. And Tana knew only that he was her very dearest friend, as she cooked him dinner that night, and he uncorked a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne. "Where did you get that?" She looked impressed. "I've been saving it." "For what?" He had been saving it for something else, but he decided that enough good things had happened in one day to warrant drinking it. "For you, you jerk." She was wonderfully obtuse about the way he felt. But he loved that about her, too. She was so engrossed in her studies and her exams and her summer job and her political ideas that she had no idea what was going on right beneath her nose, at least not in regard to him. But he wasn't ready yet, anyway. He was still biding his time, afraid to lose. "It's good stuff." She took a big gulp of champagne and grinned at him, slightly drunk, happy and relaxed. They both loved their little house, and it was working out perfectly. And then she remembered that she had to ask him something. She had meant to ask him before, but with the rush to move and buy furniture, she had forgotten to ask. "Listen, by the way, I hate to ask you this. I know it's going to be a drag, but—" "No, Jesus, now what? First she forces me to go to law school, and now God knows what other torture she has in mind." He pretended to look terrified, but Tana looked sincerely grim. "Worse than that. My mother's getting married in 2 weeks. She had long since told him that, but she hadn't asked him to go to the wedding with her. Will you come with me?" "To your mother's wedding?" He looked surprised as he set down his glass. "Is that appropriate?" "I don't see why not." She hesitated, and then went on, her eyes huge in her face. "I need you there." "I take it her charming stepson will be on hand." "Presumably. And the whole thing is a little much for me. The happily married daughter with one child and another on the way. Arthur pretending that he and my mother fell in love only last week." "Is that what he's saying?" Harry looked amused, and Tana shrugged. "Probably. I don't know. The whole thing is just hard for me. It's not my scene." Harry thought it over, looking into his lap. He hadn't been out like that yet, and he had been thinking of going to Europe to meet his dad. He could stop on the way. He looked up at her. There was nothing he would have denied her, after all she had done for him. "Sure, Ton. No sweat." "You don't mind too much?" She looked doggedly grateful to him, and he laughed. "Sure I do. But so do you. At least we can laugh together. I'm happy for her. I just can't play those hypocritical games anymore." "Just behave yourself while we're there. We can fly in, and I'll head on to Europe the day afterwards. I thought I'd meet Dad in the south of France for a while." It was so good to hear him talking about things like that again. It was amazing to realize that only a year before he had been talking about playing for the rest of his life. And now, thank God, he was playing again, at least for a month or two, before he started law school in the fall. I don't know how I let you talk me into that. But they were both glad she had. Everything was working out perfectly. They had divided the chores in the house. She did the things he was unable to do, but it was amazing how much he did. Everything from dishes to beds, although he had practically strangled himself vacuuming one week, and now that was her task to do. They were both comfortable. She was about to start her summer job. Both of them thought life pretty damn grand in the summer of '65, and Harry picked up 2 of the stewardesses on their flight to New York in July. And Tana sat back in her seat, laughing at him, loving every minute of it, and thanking God that Harry Winslow IV was alive. Chapter 12. The wedding was simple and well done. Jean wore a very pretty gray chiffon dress, and she had bought a pale blue one for Tana to wear, in case she herself didn't have time to shop. It certainly wasn't the kind of thing she would have bought herself, and she was horrified when she saw the price tag on it. Her mother had bought it at Bergdorf's, and it was a gift from Arthur, of course, so Tana couldn't say anything. Only the family were present at the ceremony, but Tana had insisted on bringing Harry along, much to his chagrin, since they arrived from the city in the same limousine. Tana was staying with him at the Pierre. She insisted to her mother that she couldn't leave him alone, and she was relieved that her mother and Arthur were leaving the next day on a honeymoon, so she didn't have to stay in New York for an extended period after all. She would have refused to stay in the Greenwich house, and she was going to fly out of New York when Harry did. He was going to Nice to meet Harrison in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, and she was flying back to San Francisco to her summer job. And Jean and Arthur were threatening to come out and see her in the fall. Her mother looked pointedly at Harry each time she spoke of it, as though she expected him to disappear by then, and eventually Tana had to laugh at it. It's really awful, isn't it? But the worst of all was Billy, who managed to sidle up to her halfway through the afternoon, drunk as usual, and make some sly comment about her boyfriend not being able to get it up, and he'd be glad to help her out any time. As he recalled, she had been a fairly worthwhile piece of ass. But just as she contemplated putting her fist through his mouth, she saw a larger one come whizzing by, meet Billy's chin, and Billy reeled backwards before collapsing neatly on the lawn. Tana turned to see Harry smiling in his wheelchair, just behind where she stood. He had reached up and put Billy out cold with one blow, and he was immensely pleased with himself. "You know, I wanted to do that a year ago." He smiled at her, but her mother was horrified at how they had behaved. And as early as possible, Tana and Harry got back into the limousine and went back to New York. There was a tearful goodbye between Tana and Jean before that. Or, at least, Jean cried, and Tana was tense. Arthur had kissed her on the cheek and announced that she was his daughter now, too, and there wouldn't have to be any more scholarships. But she insisted that she couldn't accept a gift like that, and she couldn't wait to get away from all of them, especially cloying, pregnant Anne, with her whiny voice, her showy gems, and her boring husband, making eyes at someone else's wife halfway through the afternoon. "Jesus, how can they live like that?" she had fumed to Harry on the way home, and he patted her knee. No, one day the same thing will happen to you, little one. Oh, go fuck yourself." He laughed at her, and they went back to the Pierre. They were both leaving the next day, and he took her to 21 that night. Everyone was happy to see him there, although chagrined to see that he was in a wheelchair now. And for old time's sake, they drank too much champagne and were drunk when they got back to the hotel. Just drunk enough for Harry to do something he had promised himself he wouldn't do for another year or two. They were into their second bottle of Red Rare, and actually they had been drinking all day, when he turned to her with a gentle look and touched her chin, and unexpectedly kissed her lips. "Do you know that I've always been in love with you?" At first Tana looked shocked, and then suddenly she looked as though she might cry. "You're kidding me." "I'm not." Was her mother right? Was Harrison? "But that's ridiculous. You're not in love with me. You never were." She focused on him tipsily. "Oh, yes, I am. I always was." She stared at him, and he took her hand in his. "Will you marry me, Tan?" "You're crazy." She pulled her hand away and stood up, and suddenly there were tears in her eyes. She didn't want him to be in love with her. She wanted them to be friends forever, just friends, no more than that. And he was spoiling everything. "Why are you saying that?" "Couldn't you love me, Tan?" Now he looked as though he were going to cry, and she felt more sober than she had all night. I don't want to spoil what we have. It's too precious to me. I need you too much. I need you too. That's the whole point. If we get married, then we'll always be there. But she couldn't marry him. She was still in love with Harrison. It was insane, the whole thing. All of it. She lay on her bed and sobbed that night, and Harry never went to bed at all. He was waiting for her when she came out of her room the next morning, looking pale and tired, with circles under her eyes. He wanted to retrieve what they'd had before, and it wasn't too late yet. That meant everything to him. He could live without being married to her, but he couldn't stand losing her. I'm sorry about what happened last night, Ton. So am I. She sat down next to him in the room's spacious living room. What happens now? We put it down to one drunken night. It was a rough day for both of us. Your mother getting married, my first time out socially in the chair. No big deal. We can put it behind us. I'm sure of it. He was praying that she would agree with him, and slowly she shook her head as his heart sank. What happened to us? Have you really been in love with me for all that time? He looked at her honestly. Some of it. Sometimes I hate your guts. They both laughed, and she felt some of what they had shared before, and she put her arms around his neck then. I'll always love you, Harry. Always. That's all I wanted to know. He could have cried if he'd let himself, but instead they ordered room service, laughed, raised hell, teased, trying desperately to regain the ease of what they'd had before. And as she watched his plane take off that afternoon, there were tears in her eyes. It might never be quite the same again, but it would be close. They'd see to that. They both had too much invested in each other by now to let anything spoil it for them. When Harry finally arrived in Cap Ferrat, brought there by the car and driver Harrison had sent for him, his father came running across the lawn to help his son from the car and into his chair, gripping his arm powerfully and looking at him. You all right, son? There was something in Harry's eyes that worried him. More or less. He looked tired. It had been a long flight, a long couple of days, and this time he hadn't played games with the stewardesses. He had been thinking of Tana as he flew to France. She would always be his first great love, the woman who had brought him back to life again. Feelings like that couldn't be lost, and if she didn't want to marry him, he had no choice. He had to accept it. He could see in her eyes that it simply wasn't there for her, and as much as it hurt, he knew that he had to force himself to accept that now. But it wasn't going to be easy for him. He had waited for so long to tell her what he felt, and it was all over now. It was never going to happen between them. The thought of that reality brought tears to his eyes again, and Harrison took his son's shoulders in his powerful hands. How's Tana? Harrison was quick to ask, and for just an instant he saw Harry hesitate, and then instinctively he understood. Harry had tried and lost. His father's heart went out to him. Tana's fine. He tried to smile. But difficult. He smiled cryptically, and Harrison instantly understood. He knew that one day it would come to that. Ah, yes. He smiled as a pretty girl walked across the lawn to him and caught Harry's eye, just for an instant pushing Tana from his mind. And then the two men's eyes met, and Harry smiled slowly up at him. You'll get over it, son. For an instant he felt a lump in his throat again, and then with a sharp laugh he whispered, almost to himself, I'll try. Chapter 13. When Harry returned from Europe in the fall, he was deeply tanned and happy and rested, He had followed his father everywhere, to Monaco, to Italy, to Madrid for a few days, Paris, New York. It had been the whirlwind life again, the life he had felt so left out of as a boy. But suddenly there was a place reserved in it for him. Pretty women, lovely girls, galas, endless concerts and parties and social events. He was actually tired of it when he finally got on the plane in New York and flew west. Tana met him at the Oakland airport, and she looked reassuringly as she had before. She looked healthy and brown, her blonde mane flying in the wind. She had loved her summer job, gone to Malibu for a few days with some friends she'd made at work, and she was talking about going to Mexico over the holidays. And when law school began, they were constantly together, yet apart. She would drop him off at the library, but her classes were different from his. She seemed to be making new friends now. With Harry out of the hospital, she had more free time, and the survivors of the first-year grind seemed to stick together now. It was a healthier arrangement than they'd had before, and by Christmas, whenever she saw Harry at school, he was always with the same girl, a pretty, petite, blonde girl from Australia, named Averill. She seemed to be Harry's shadow. She was studying for a master's degree in art, but she seemed far more interested in following Harry around everywhere, and he didn't seem to object to it. Tana tried to be nonchalant the first time Averill emerged from his room on a Saturday morning, and suddenly all three of them laughed nervously. "Does this mean you guys are kicking me out?" Tana laughed nervously. "Hell no, you jerk. There's room for all of us." And by the end of Harry's first year, she was living with them. She was actually adorable, shared the chores, was cheerful, pleasant, helpful. She was so sweet she made Tana nervous sometimes, particularly when she had exams. But on the whole, the arrangement worked out perfectly. She flew to Europe with Harry that summer to meet Harrison, and Tana worked in the same law firm again. She had promised her mother that she would come east, but she was looking for every possible excuse not to go, and was spared a lie when Arthur had another heart attack, a mild one this time, but her mother took him to Lake George to rest, and promised to come out to see Tana in the fall. But Tana knew what that meant by now. She and Arthur had flown out once the year before, and it was nightmarish. She was revolted by the house they shared, shocked that she and Harry were still living under one roof, and she would be even more so now when she discovered that they had added another girl. Tana laughed at the thought. She was obviously beyond hope, and the only consolation was that Anne had gotten divorced again, through no fault of hers, of course. John had actually had the nerve to walk out on her, and was having a flagrant affair with her best friend. So all was not entirely wholesome anywhere these days. Poor Anne. Tana smiled at the thought. Tana actually enjoyed her summer alone that year. She loved Harry and Averill too, but there was so much pressure on her with law school that it was nice to be alone now and then. And she and Harry seemed to fight about politics all the time these days. He continued to support the war in Vietnam, and she became crazed when the subject came up at all, as Averill would try desperately to keep the peace. But Harry and Tana had known each other for too long. After 6 years, they no longer felt they had to be polite, and the language they threw at each other made Averill cringe, although he would never have spoken that way to her, nor she to him. Averill was a far gentler soul than Tana was. Tana had been on her own for a long time, and at 24, she was powerful and unafraid, and sure of her own ideas. She had a long, strong stride, and eyes that did not shy from anything or anyone. She was curious about everything around her, definite about what she thought, and courageous enough to say it to anyone. It got her into trouble sometimes, but she didn't mind. She liked the discussions that arose like that. And when she registered for school that year, hallelujah, her last, she thought to herself with a grin. She found herself in the midst of a lengthy conversation in the cafeteria. There were at least 8 or 9 people talking heatedly about Vietnam, as usual, and she was quick to leap into it, as she always did. It was the subject she felt strongest about, because of Harry, of course. No matter how he chose to feel, she had her own ideas, and Harry wasn't there anyway. He was off somewhere with Averil, probably, copping a quick feel before class, as Tana teased him often enough. The two of them seemed to spend most of their life in bed, challenging his creativity, which seemed to pose no problem at all. But Tana was deep in the ideologies of Vietnam, and not thinking of Harry specifically as she spoke that day, and was surprised to find herself sitting next to someone even more radical than she. He had a wild mane of tightly curled black hair that sprang from his head almost angrily, sandals, blue jeans, a turquoise T-shirt, strangely electric blue eyes, and a smile that tore at something deep inside of her. When he stood up, every muscle seemed to ripple through his flesh, and everything about him seemed oddly sensual, and she had an almost irresistible urge to reach out and touch his arm, hanging so near to her. "Do you live nearby?" She shook her head. "I didn't think I'd seen you here before. I usually hang out in the library. 3rd year law." "Man," he looked impressed. "That's tough." "You?" "The master's program in political science. What else?" They both laughed. He had chosen well, anyway, and he followed her to the library, where she left him regretfully. She liked his ideas, and he was strikingly beautiful, and she knew instantly that Harry wouldn't approve of him. He had very square ideas these days, especially with Averil around. It was something Tana knew about them both, and it didn't bother her. Harry could have grown ferns on his head and sprouted horns, and she would have loved him anyway. He was her brother by then, and Averil was a part of him, so she accepted that. Most of the time, she tried not to discuss politics with them. It made things easier. And she was intrigued to see her new friend making a speech on campus a few days later about the same issues they had discussed. It was an impassioned, brilliant confrontation of the mind, and she told him as much when she saw him afterwards. She knew by then that his name was Yowl McBee. It was a funny name, but he was not a funny man. He was brilliant and intense, and his anger reached out almost like a lash to touch those he wished to reach. She admired his skill in addressing crowds, and she went to see him several more times that fall, before he finally asked her out to dinner one night. They each paid their share, and went back to his apartment to talk afterwards. There were at least a dozen people living there, some of them on mattresses, and it didn't have the neat, well-polished air of the cottage which Harry and Tana and Averil shared. She would, in fact, have been embarrassed to bring Yowl there. It was too bourgeois, too sweet, almost too foreign to him. And she liked visiting him where he lived. She felt uncomfortable at home anyway these days. Averil and Harry were always making love or hiding out, going in his room and closing the door. She wondered how he got any studying done at all, and yet she knew he did from the look of his grades, which were surprisingly good. But it was more fun being with Yowl and his friends, and when Harry flew to Switzerland at Christmas time and Averil flew home, Tana finally invited Yowl to come and see her. And it was odd to see him in the tidy little house without his strident friends around. He had worn a deep green turtleneck and his well-worn jeans. He had military combat boots, although he had served a year in jail for refusing to be drafted and go to Vietnam. They sent him to a prison in the Southwest and paroled him after a year. "That's incredible." She was awed by him, by his remarkable, almost Rasputin-like eyes, his courage in going against every current imaginable. There was something outstanding about the man, and she wasn't surprised that he had been fascinated by communism as a child. Everything about him was intriguing and unusual. And when he gently took her in his arms and made love to her on Christmas Eve, that seemed intriguing too. Only once did she have to force Harrison Winslow from her mind. And in a peculiar way, He had readied her for this. Not that he had anything in common with Jarl McBee. Jarl managed to unleash her flesh in a way she had never dreamed could happen to her, reaching deep into her, into all she had wanted and denied herself for so long. He reached into her very soul and pulled out a passion and desire she had never suspected in herself, and gave her something she had never dreamed a man could give, until she felt addicted to everything he gave to her. She was almost his slave by the time Harry and Avril came home, and more often than not she slept at Jarl's apartment now, on a mattress with him, curled up, cold, until he laid a hand on her. And then suddenly life was exotic and tropical. There were brilliant hues everywhere. She couldn't live without him now, and after dinner they would sit around the living room with the others, talking politics and smoking dope. And Tana suddenly felt like a woman now, a woman in full bloom, living daringly at the feet of her man. "Where the hell are you all the time, Tan? We never see you anymore," Harry questioned her. "I have a lot of work to do at the library for exams." She had 5 months of law school left before finals came up, and then the bar to face. And in some ways it panicked her, but actually most of the time she was with Jarl, and she had still said nothing about him to Harry or Avril. She didn't know what to say. They lived in such different worlds that it was impossible to conceive of them in the same place, same house, same school. "You have a romance going on or something, Tan?" He was suspicious of her now, in addition to her absences. She was looking strange to him, numb almost, glazed, as though she had joined a Hindu cult or smoked dope all the time, which he suspected too. But it wasn't until Easter that he saw her with Jarl, and when he did he was horrified. He waited for her after class, and like an irate parent he berated her. "What the hell are you doing with that creep? Do you know who he is?" "Of course I do. I've known him all year." She had known he wouldn't understand, and she told him as much. "Do you know what kind of reputation he has? He is a violent radical, a communist, a troublemaker of the worst sort. I watched him get arrested last year, and someone told me he served time in prison before this. For Christ's sake, Ton, wake up!" "You fucking jerk!" They were screaming at each other outside the main library, and now and then someone turned around, but neither of them cared. "He served time for evading the draft, which I'm sure you think is worse than murder one, but as it so happens, I don't." "I'm well aware of that. But you better watch your goddamn fucking ass, or you won't have to worry about taking the bar in June. He'll get you arrested and kicked out of school so fast your head will spin." "You don't know what you're talking about." But the next week, over Easter holiday, he arranged a major demonstration outside the administration building, and 24 students were carted off to jail. See what I mean? Harry had been quick to rub it in, and she had slammed out of the house again. Harry didn't understand anything. Mostly he didn't understand what Jarl meant to her. Fortunately, he had managed not to get arrested himself, and she stayed with him for the following week. Everything about him excited her. Every sense was aroused when he walked into the room, and things were pretty interesting at his place these days. Everyone seemed to be getting more wound up for demonstrations set up for the end of the school year, but she was so panicked about exams that she had to stay at her own house more than once just to get some studying done. And it was there that Harry tried to reason with her, gently this time. He was terrified that something would happen to her, and he'd do anything to stop it if he could, before it was too late. "Please, Don, please, listen to me. You're going to get in trouble with him. Are you in love with him?" He looked heartbroken at the thought, not because he was still in love with her himself, but because he considered it a hideous fate for her. He hated the guy. He was a rude, boorish, uncivilized, selfish creep, and Harry had heard plenty about him around the school in the last 6 months. The guy was violent, and sooner or later there was going to be serious trouble involving him. Harry just didn't want him to pull Tana down with him when he went, and he thought there was a good chance he might, if she let him. And she looked as though she would. She had a blind passion for the man. Even his politics excited her, and the thought of that made Harry sick. She insisted that she wasn't in love with him, but he knew that it wasn't that simple for her, that this was the first man she had willingly given herself to, and she had been so chaste for so long that in some ways her judgment was impaired. He knew that if the right man, or the wrong one, as it were, came along and aroused her in a way she'd never known before, she might fall prey to him, and in this instance she had. She was mesmerized by Jarl and his unorthodox life and friends. She was fascinated by something she had never seen before, and at the same time he played her body like a violin. It was a difficult combination to defeat. And then, just before her final exams, 6 months into their relationship, Jarl took matters in his own hands and put her to the test. "I need you next week, Don." "What for?" She looked over her shoulder distractedly. She had 200 pages more to read that night. "Just a meeting, sort of." He was vague, smoking his 5th joint of the night. Usually it didn't affect him visibly, but lately he was tired. "What kind of meeting?" "We want to make a point with the people who count." She smiled at him. "Who's that?" "I think it's time we took things directly to government. We're going to the mayor's house." "Christ, you'll get busted for sure." But it didn't seem to faze her much. She was used to that by now. Not that she'd gotten arrested with him yet, although all the others had. "So what?" He was unconcerned. "If I'm with you, and I go, and no one bails me out, I'll miss my exams." "Oh, for Christ's sake, Ton, so what? What are you going to be, after all? Some two-bit lawyer to defend society as it exists? It sucks. Get rid of it first, then go to work. You can wait a year to take your exams, Ton. This is more important." She looked at him, horrified at what she had just heard him say to her. He didn't understand her at all if he could say something like that. Who was this man? "Do you know how hard I've worked for this, Jarl?" "Don't you realize how meaningless it is?" It was the first fight they had ever had, and he pressured her for days, but in the end she did not go. She went back to her own house to study for exams, and when she watched the news that night, her eyes almost fell out of her head. The mayor's house had been bombed, and 2 of his children had almost been killed. As it turned out, they were going to be all right, but an entire side of the house had been destroyed. His wife was badly burned by a bomb that had exploded nearby. And a radical student group at UC Berkeley had taken credit for it. 7 students had been arrested on charges of attempted murder, assault, assorted weaponry charges, and sundry other things, and among them Jarl McGee. And if she had listened to him, she realized with trembling knees, her whole life would have been over. Not just law school, but her freedom for many, many years. She was deathly pale as she sat watching them being loaded into police wagons on TV, and Harry watched her face and said nothing at all. She stood up after a long moment and looked down at him, grateful that he hadn't said anything. In 1 second, everything she had felt for Jarl exploded into nothingness, like one of his bombs. "He wanted me to be there tonight, Harry." She started to cry. "You were right." She felt sick. He had almost destroyed her life, and she had been completely under his spell. And for what? A piece of ass. How sick was she? She felt sick thinking of it. She had never realized how deeply committed they were to their ideals, and it terrified her now to have known them at all. She was afraid that she might be taken in for questioning. And eventually she was. But nothing ever came of it. She was a student who had slept with Jarl McBee. She wasn't the only one. She took her exams. She passed the bar. She was offered a job in the district attorney's office as a prosecutor, and grown-up life began then and there. The radical days were past, along with student life, and living with Harry and Avril in their little house. She rented an apartment in San Francisco and slowly packed up her things. Everything was suddenly painful to her. Everything was over. Finished. Done. "You look like a picture of cheer." Harry wheeled slowly into her room as she threw another stack of law books into a box. "I guess I should call you Madam Prosecutor now." She smiled and looked at him. She was still shocked at what had happened to Jarl McBee, and almost to her through him. And she was still depressed at the thought of what she had felt for him. Now it had all begun to seem unreal. They hadn't come to trial yet, but she knew that he and his friends would be sent away for a long, long time. "I feel like I'm running away from home." "You can always come back, you know. We'll still be here." And then he suddenly looked sheepishly at her. Tana laughed as she looked at him. They had known each other for too long to be able to get away with anything. "Now what does that look like? What mischief are you up to now?" "Me? Nothing." "Harry." She advanced on him menacingly, and he wheeled away as he laughed. "Honest, Ton." "Oh, shit." He ran smack into her desk, and she carefully put her hands around his handsome throat. He looked more like his father every day, and she still missed him sometimes. It would have been a lot healthier having an affair with him than with Jarl McBee. All right. Abe and I are getting married." For a moment, Tana looked shocked. Anne Durning had just gotten married for the third time, to a big movie producer in L.A. He had given her a Rolls-Royce as a wedding present, and a 20-carat diamond ring, which Tana had heard a lot about from Jean. But that was something people like Anne Durning did. Somehow she had never thought about Harry getting married. "You are?" He smiled. "I thought, after all this time." "She's a terrific girl, Ton." "I know that, you dummy." Tana grinned. "I've been living with her, too." That just seemed like such a grown-up thing to do. They were all 25 years old, but she didn't feel old enough to get married yet. She wondered why they did. Maybe they had had more sex, she laughed to herself. And then she smiled at him and bent to kiss his cheek. "Congratulations." "When?" "Pretty soon." And then suddenly Tana saw something funny in his eye. It was, at the same time, both embarrassment and pride. "Harry Winslow, do you mean to tell me that you didn't—" She was laughing now, and Harry was actually blushing for one of the few times in his life. "I did. She's knocked up." "Oh, for Christ's sake." And then her face sobered suddenly. "You don't have to get married, you know. Is she forcing you to?" He laughed, and Tana thought she'd never seen him look so happy in his life. "No, I forced her. I told her I'd kill her if she got rid of it. It's our kid, and I want it. And so does she." My God. Tana sat down hard on the bed. Marriage and a family. Jesus, you guys don't mess around. Nope. He looked about to burst with pride, and his intended walked into the room with a shy smile. Is Harry telling you what I think he is? Tana nodded, watching her eye. There was something so peaceful and satisfied there. She wondered what it felt like to feel like that, and for a moment she almost envied them. He has a big mouth. But she bent and kissed his lips, and he patted her behind, and a little while later he wheeled out of the room. They were getting married in Australia, where Avril was from, and Tana was invited to the wedding, of course, and after that they would come back to the same little house. But Harry was starting to look for a nice place in Piedmont for them to live until he finished school. It was time for the Winslow funds to come into play a little bit. He wanted Avril living decently now. And he turned to Tana later that night. You know, if it weren't for you, Tan, I wouldn't be here at all. He had told that to Avril 10,000 times at least in the past year, and he believed it with all his heart. That's not true, Harry. You know that. You did it yourself. But he grabbed her arm. I couldn't have made it without you. Give yourself credit for that time. The hospital, law school, all of it. I wouldn't even know Abe if it weren't for you. She was smiling gently at him, and she was touched. What about the baby? Is that my doing, too? Oh, you jerk. He tugged at the long blonde hair and went back to his future wife, sound asleep in the bed where their baby had been conceived. His creativity had paid off, and Tana smiled to herself wistfully that night as she fell asleep. She was happy for him, for them both, but she suddenly felt so alone. She had lived with him for 2 years, with Avril for half of that. It would be strange living alone without them, and they would have their own life. It all seemed so strange. Why did everyone want to get married? Harry, her mother, Anne. What was the magic about that? All Tana had wanted was to get through law school, and when she had finally had an affair with someone, he had turned out to be some wild nut and had wound up in jail for the rest of his life. It was mystifying as she fell asleep. She didn't have any of the answers, not then or when she moved out. She moved into a pleasant little flat in Pacific Heights with a view of the bay, and it took her 15 minutes to get to City Hall in the second-hand car she bought. She was trying to save everything she could to go to Harry and Avril's wedding, but Harry insisted on giving her the ticket as a gift. She went just before she started her new job, and she could only stay in Sydney with him for 4 days. Avril looked like a little doll in a white organza dress, and nothing showed yet at all. Her parents had no idea that there was a baby on the way, and Tana even forgot about it. She forgot everything when she saw Harrison Winslow walk towards her again. Hello, Tan. He kissed her gently on the cheek, and she thought she would melt. And he was, as he had always been, charming and debonair, sophisticated in every possible way, but the romance that had been stopped so long ago was not destined to be revived again. They talked for hours and went for a long walk late one night. He found her different and more grown up, but in his mind she would always be Harry's friend, and he knew that no matter what, in Harry's mind, Tana would always belong to him, and he still respected that. He took her to the airport when she left. Harry and Avril had already left on their honeymoon, and he kissed her as he had so long ago, and every ounce of her soul reached out to him. There were tears rolling down her cheeks as she boarded the plane, and the stewardesses left her alone, wondering who the handsome man had been. They wondered if she was his girlfriend or his wife, and they watched her curiously. She was a tall, pretty blonde, in a simple beige linen suit, with an assurance about the way she moved, a proud way she held her head, and what they didn't know was that inside she felt frightened and alone. Everything she was going back to was going to be new, all over again. New job, new home, and no one to share it with. She suddenly understood why people like Anne Durning and her mother got married. It was safer than being out there on your own, And yet it was the only way Tana knew by now, as the plane headed for home. Part 3. Real Life. Chapter 14. The apartment Tana had rented had a pretty view of the bay and a little garden in the back. There was a tiny bedroom, a living room, a kitchen with a brick wall, and a little French window that looked out into the garden, where she sat sometimes, soaking up the sun. Unconsciously, she had looked for something on the ground floor, so that when Harry came to see her, he wouldn't have a problem with a chair. And she felt comfortable living there. She was surprised at how quickly she adapted to living alone. Harry and Avril came to see her frequently at first. They missed her, too, and Tana was surprised at how rapidly Avril lost her shape. She blew up into a pretty little balloon, and the whole thing seemed foreign to her. Her own life was involved in such a different world. The world of prosecution, of the DA, of murders and robberies and rapes. It was all she thought of all day, and the idea of having babies seemed light years away. Although her mother had reported that Anne Durning was pregnant again, not that Tana gave a damn. All of that was too far behind her now. Hearing about the Durnings had no effect at all. Even her mother knew that. She had all but given up. And it was the final blow when she heard that Harry had married that other girl. Poor Tana. All those years taking care of him, and he'd gone off with someone else. What a rotten thing to do. Tana had been stunned by her words at first, and then she had begun to laugh. It seemed too funny to her. Her mother really never had believed that they were just friends. Of course it's not. They're perfect for each other. But don't you mind? What was wrong with all of them? How do they think these days? And she was 25 years old. When was she ever going to settle down? Of course I don't mind. I told you years ago, Mom, Harry and I are just friends. The best of friends. And I'm thrilled for them. She waited a respectable interval to tell her about the child when she called again. And what about you, Tan? When are you going to think about settling down? Tana sighed. What a thought. Don't you ever give up, Mom? Have you, at your age? What a depressing thought. Of course not. I haven't even started to think about that. She was just out of her affair with Yowl McBee, who was the last person one would have thought of settling down with, and she didn't even have time to think of romance at her new job. She was too busy learning to be an assistant DA. It was almost 6 months into the job before she even had time for her first date. A senior investigator asked her out, and she went because he was an interesting guy, but she had no real interest in him. She went out with 2 or 3 lawyers after that, but her mind was always on her work, and in February she had her first important case, covered by national press. She felt as though all eyes were on her, and she was anxious to do well. It was a fiercely ugly rape and murder. The rape of a 15-year-old girl who had been lured into an abandoned house by her mother's lover. She had been raped 9 or 10 times, according to the testimony, badly disfigured, and eventually killed. And Tana wanted to get the gas chamber for him. It was a case that struck a chord near her heart, although no one knew that. And she worked her ass off, preparing the case, and reviewing the testimony and the evidence every night. The defendant was an attractive man of about 35, well-educated, decently dressed, and the defense was trying to pull every trick in the book. She was up until 2 o'clock every night. It was almost like trying to pass the bar again. "How's it going, Ton?" Harry called her late one night. She glanced at the clock, surprised that he was still up. It was almost 3. "Okay. Something wrong? Avril all right?" "She sure is." She could almost see him beam. "We just had a baby boy, Ton. 8 pounds, 1 ounce. And she's the bravest girl in the whole world. I was there, and, oh, Ton, it was so beautiful. His little head just popped out, and there he was, looking at me. They handed him to me first. He was breathless and excited, and he sounded as though he were laughing and crying at the same time. Abe just went to sleep, so I thought I'd give you a call. Were you up? Of course I was. Oh, Harry, I'm so happy for both of you. There were tears in her eyes, too, and she invited him up for a drink. He was there 5 minutes later, and he looked tired, but the happiest she'd ever seen. And it was the strangest feeling, watching him, listening to him tell it all, as though it had been the first baby that had ever been born. And Avril was miraculous. She almost envied them, and yet, at the same time, she felt a terrible void deep in her soul, as though that part of her just wasn't there, almost as though it had been left out. It was like listening to someone speak a foreign tongue and admiring them tremendously, but having no understanding of the language at all. She felt completely in the dark, and yet she thought it was wonderful for them. It was 5 o'clock in the morning before he left, and she slept for a little less than 2 hours before getting up to get ready for court, and she went back to her big case. It dragged on for more than 3 weeks, and the jury stayed out for 9 days, after Tana argued before them heroically. And when they finally came in, she had won. The defendant was convicted of every charge, and although the judge refused to impose capital punishment on him, he was sentenced to prison for life. And deep within her, Tana was glad. She wanted him to pay for what he had done, although his going to prison would never bring the girl back to life. The newspapers said she had argued the case brilliantly, and Harry teased her about it when she came to see the baby in Piedmont after that, calling her Madam Hotshot and giving her a bad time. All right, enough. Let me see this prodigy you've produced instead of giving me so much flack. She was fully prepared to be acutely bored, and was surprised to discover how sweet the baby was. Everything was tiny and perfect, and she hesitated when Avril tried to hand him to her. Oh, God! I'm afraid to break him in two. Don't be silly. Harry grabbed the baby easily from his wife and plopped him into Tana's arms, and she sat staring down at him, utterly amazed at how lovely he was. And when she handed him back, she felt as though she had lost something, and she looked at them both almost enviously, so much so that when she left, he told Avril victoriously, "I think we got to her, Ave." And indeed she thought about them a great deal that night. But by the following week she had another big rape case on her hands, and 2 big murder cases after that. And the next thing she knew, Harry called her victoriously. He had not only passed the bar, but he'd been offered a job, and he could hardly wait to start. "Who hired you?" She was happy for him. He had worked hard for it. And now he laughed. "You won't believe this, Ton. I'm going to work for the PD." "The Public Defender's Office?" She laughed, too. "You mean I have to try my cases against you?" They went out to lunch to celebrate, and all they talked about was work. Marriage and babies were the last thing on her mind. And the next thing she knew, the rest of the year had flown by, and another one on its heels, trying murders and rapes and assaults and assorted other crimes. Only once or twice did she actually find herself working on the same case Harry was on, but they had lunch whenever they could, and he had been in the public defender's office for 2 years, when he told her that Avril was pregnant again. "So soon?" Tana looked surprised. It seemed as though Harrison Winslow V had been born just moments before. But Harry smiled. "He'll be 2 next month, Ton." "Oh, my God! Is that possible?" She didn't see him often enough, but even at that it seemed impossible. He was going to be 2. It was incredible. And she herself was 28 years old, which didn't seem so remarkable, actually, except that everything had gone so fast. It seemed like only yesterday when she was going to Green Hill with Sharon Blake and taking long walks with her into Yolan. Only yesterday when Sharon was alive and Harry could dance. Avril had a baby girl this time, with a tiny pink face, a perfect little mouth, and enormous almond-shaped eyes. She looked incredibly like her grandfather, and Tana felt an odd tug at her heart when she looked at her. But again, it didn't feel like anything she could ever do herself. She said as much to Harry when they had lunch the following week. "Why not, for Christ's sake? You're only 29 years old, or you will be in 3 months. He looked at her seriously then. "Don't miss out on it, Ton. It's the only thing I've ever done that really matters to me. The only thing I really give a damn about. My children and my wife." She was shocked to hear him say that. She thought his career was more important to him than that. And then she was even more startled to hear that he was thinking of giving up his job with the PD and going into practice for himself. "Are you serious? Why?" "Because I don't like working for someone else, and I'm tired of defending those bums. They all did whatever it is they claim they didn't do, or at least most of them anyway, and I'm just sick of it. It's time for a change. I was thinking of going into partnership with another lawyer I know." "Wouldn't it be dull for you? Ordinary civil law?" She made it sound like a disease, and he laughed as he shook his head. "No, I don't need as much excitement as you do, Ton. I couldn't run the crusade you do every day. I couldn't survive that day in, day out. I admire you for doing it, but I'll be perfectly happy with a small, comfortable practice, and Avril and the kids." He had never set his sights high, and he was happy with things just as they were. She almost envied him that. There was something deeper and hungrier that burned within her. It was the thing that Miriam Blake had seen in her 10 years before, and it was still there. It wanted tougher cases, across-the-board convictions. It wanted harder and more and greater challenges all the time. She was particularly flattered when, the following year, she was assigned to a panel of attorneys that met with the governor over a series of issues that affected the criminal processes all over the state. There were half a dozen lawyers involved, all of them male except for Tana, 2 of them from Los Angeles, 2 from San Francisco, 1 from Sacramento, and 1 from San Jose. And it was the most interesting week she thought she had ever spent. She was exhilarated day after day. The attorneys and the judges and politicians conferred long into the night, and by the time she got into bed every night, she was so excited about what they'd been talking about that she couldn't sleep for the next 2 hours. She lay awake, running it all through her mind. "Interesting, isn't it?" The attorney she sat next to on the second day leaned over and spoke to her in an undervoice, as they listened to the governor discuss an issue she had been arguing about with someone the night before. He was taking exactly the position she had herself, and she wanted to stand up and cheer. "Yes, it is," she whispered back. He was one of the attorneys from Los Angeles. He was tall and attractive and had gray hair. They were seated next to each other at lunch the next day, and she was surprised to discover how liberal he was. He was an interesting man, from New York originally. He had gone to Harvard Law School, and had then moved to Los Angeles. "And actually, I've been living in Washington for the last few years, working with the government. But I just came back out west again, and I'm glad I did." He smiled. He had an easy way, a warm smile, and she liked his ideas when they talked again that night. And by the end of the week, all of them felt as though they had become friends. It had been a fascinating exchange of ideas for the past week. He was staying at the Huntington, and he offered her a drink at L'Etoile before he left. Of all the people there, they had the most thoughts in common, and Tana had found him a pleasant companion on the various panels they'd been on. He was hard-working and professional, and pleasant almost all the time. "How do you like working in the DA's office?" He had been intrigued by that. Generally, the women he knew didn't like it there. They went into family practices or other aspects of the law. But female prosecutors were rare everywhere, for obvious reasons. It was a damn tough job, and no one made things easy for them. "I love it," she smiled. "It doesn't leave me much time for myself, but that's all right." She smiled at him and smoothed back her hair. She still wore it long, but she wore it in a knot when she worked. She was given to wearing suits and blouses when she went to court, but she still lived in jeans at home. And she was wearing a gray flannel suit now, with a pale gray silk shirt. "Married?" He raised an eyebrow and glanced at her hand, and she smiled. "No time for that either, I'm afraid." There had been a handful of men in her life in recent years, but they never lasted long. She ignored them for weeks on end, preparing trials, and just never had enough time for them. It wasn't a loss that had bothered her very much, although Harry kept insisting she'd be sorry one day. "I'll do something about it then." "When? When you're 95? "What were you doing in government, Drew?" His name was Drew Lands, and he had the bluest eyes she'd ever seen. She liked the way he smiled at her, and she found herself wondering how old he was, and correctly guessed that he was around 45. "I had an appointment to the Department of Commerce for a while. Someone died, and I was filling in until they made a permanent change." He smiled at her, and she realized again that she liked the way he looked, more than she had anyone in a long time. It was an interesting job for a time. There's something incredibly exhilarating about Washington. Everything centers around the government and the people involved with it. If you're not in government, you're absolutely no one there, and the sense of power is overwhelming. It's all that matters there, to anyone. He smiled at her, and it was easy to see that he had been part of that. That must be hard to give up. She was intrigued by that, and she herself had wondered more than once if she would be interested in politics, but she didn't really think it would suit her as well as the law. It was time. I was happy to get back to Los Angeles. He smiled easily and put down his scotch again, looking at her. "It almost feels like home again." "And you, Donna? What's home to you? Are you a San Francisco girl?" She shook her head. "New York originally, but I've been here since I went to Bolt." It had been 8 years since she arrived, and that in itself was incredible, since 1964. "I can't imagine living anywhere else now, or doing anything else." She loved the district attorney's office more than anything. There was always excitement for her there, and she had grown up a lot in her 5 years on the job. And that was another thing. 5 years as an assistant DA. That was as hard to believe as the rest. Where did the time run to while one worked? Suddenly one woke up and 10 years had drifted past. 10 years, or 5, or 1. It all seemed the same after a while. 10 years felt like 1, felt like an eternity. "You looked awfully serious just then." He was watching her, and they exchanged a smile. She shrugged philosophically. "I was just thinking how quickly time rushes by. It's hard to believe I've been out here this long. Been in the DA's office for 5 years. That was how I felt about Washington. The 3 years felt more like 3 weeks. And suddenly it was time to go home." "Think you'll go back one day?" He smiled, and there was something there she couldn't quite read. "For a while, anyway. My kids are still there. I didn't want to pull them out of school halfway through the year, and my wife and I haven't resolved yet where they're going to live. Probably half and half eventually. It's the only thing that's fair to us, although it might be difficult for them at first. But kids adjust." He smiled at her. He'd obviously just gotten divorced. "How old are they?" 13 and 9. Both girls. They're terrific kids, and they're very close to Eileen, but they've stayed close to me, too. And they're really happier in L.A. than they are in Washington. That's not really much of a life for kids back there, and she's awfully busy," he volunteered. "What does she do?" "She's assistant to the ambassador to the OAS, and actually she has her sights on an ambassadorial post herself. That'll make it pretty impossible to take the kids with her, so I'd have them then. Everything is still pretty much up in the air." He smiled again, but a little more hesitantly this time. "How long have you two been divorced?" "Actually, we're working it out right now. We took our time deciding while we were in Washington, and now it's definite. I'm going to file as soon as things settle down. I'm hardly unpacked yet." She smiled at him, thinking of how difficult it had to be. Children, a wife, traveling 3,000 miles. Washington, Los Angeles. But it didn't seem to shake up his style. He had made incredible sense at the conference. Of the 6 attorneys involved, she had been most impressed with him. She had also been impressed with how reasonable he was about being liberal. Ever since her experiences with Yowl McBee 5 years before, her liberalism had been curbed considerably. And 5 years in the DA's office was making her less liberal by the hour. She was suddenly for tougher laws, tighter controls, and all the liberal ideas she had believed in for so long no longer made as much sense to her. But somehow Drew lands made them palatable again, and even if the actual positions no longer appealed to her, he didn't alienate anyone expressing his views. "I thought you handled it beautifully." He was touched and pleased, and they had another drink before he dropped her off at her place in his cab and went on to the airport to go back to Los Angeles. "Could I call you sometime?" he asked hesitantly, as though he were afraid there might be someone important to her. But at the moment there was no one at all. There had been a creative director at an ad agency for a few months the year before, and actually no one at all since then. He had been too busy and too harassed, and so had she, and the affair had ended as quietly as it had begun. She had taken to telling people that she was married to her work, and she was the DA's other wife, which made her colleagues laugh. But it was almost true by now. Drew looked at her hopefully, and she nodded with a smile. "Sure, I'd like that." God only knew when he'd be back in town again anyway. And she was trying a big Murder One case anyway for the next 2 months. But he astounded her and called her the next day, as she sat in her office drinking coffee and making notes, as she outlined her approach for the case. There was going to be a lot of press involved, and she didn't want to make a fool of herself. She wasn't thinking of anything but the case when she grabbed the phone and barked into it. "Yes?" "Miss Roberts, please." He was never surprised by the rudeness of the people who worked for the DA. "That's me." She sounded playful suddenly. She was so damn tired she was slap-happy. It was almost 5 o'clock, and she hadn't left her desk all day, not even for lunch. She hadn't eaten anything since dining the night before, except for the gallons of coffee she'd consumed. "It didn't sound like you." His voice was almost a caress, and she was startled at first, wondering if it was a crank call. "Who's this?" "Drew Lands." "Christ, I'm sorry. I was so totally submerged in my work I didn't recognize your voice at first. How are you?" "Fine. I thought I'd give you a call and see how you were, more importantly." "Preparing a big murder case I'm starting next week." "That sounds like fun." He said it sarcastically, and they both laughed. "And what do you do in your spare time?" "Work." "I figured as much. Don't you know that's bad for your health?" "I'll have to worry about that when I take my retirement. Meanwhile, I don't have time." "What about this weekend? Can you take a break?" "I don't know. She usually worked weekends, especially right now. And the panel had cost her a whole week she should have spent preparing her case. I really should... Come on, you can afford a few hours off. I thought I'd borrow a friend's yacht in Belvedere. You can even bring your work along, although it's a sacrilege." But it was late October then, and the weather would have been perfect for an afternoon on the bay, warm and sunny with bright blue skies. It was the best time of the year, and San Francisco was lyrical. She was almost tempted to accept, but she just didn't want to leave her work undone. "I really should prepare." "Dinner instead? Lunch?" And then suddenly they both laughed. No one had been that persistent in a long time, and it was flattering. "I'd really like to, Drew." "Then do. And I promise I won't take more time than I should. What's easiest for you?" That sail on the bay sounded awfully good. "I might even play hooky for a day." The image of trying to juggle important papers in the breeze did not appeal to her, but an outing on the bay with Drew Lands did. "I'll be there then. How does Sunday sound?" "Ideal to me. I'll pick you up at 9. Dress warmly in case the wind comes up." "Yes, sir." She smiled to herself, hung up, and went back to work. And promptly at 9 o'clock Sunday morning, Drew Lands arrived in white jeans, sneakers, a bright red shirt, and a yellow parka under his arm. His face already looked tan. His hair shone like silver in the sun, and the blue eyes danced as she followed him out to the car. He was driving a silver Porsche he had driven up from L.A. on Friday night, he said. But true to his word, he hadn't bothered her. He drove her down to the St. Francis Yacht Club where the boat was moored, and half an hour later they were out on the bay. He was an excellent sailor, and there was a skipper aboard, and she lay happily on the deck, soaking up the sun, trying not to think of her murder case, and suddenly glad she'd let him talk her into taking the day off. "The sun feels good, doesn't it?" His voice was deep, and he was sitting on the deck next to her when she opened her eyes. "It does. Somehow everything else seems so unimportant all of a sudden. All the things one scurries around about, all the details that seem so monumental, and then suddenly, poof, they're gone." She smiled at him, wondering if he missed his kids a lot, and it was as though he read her mind. "One of these days I'd like you to meet my girls, Tana. They'd be crazy about you." "I don't know about that." She sounded hesitant, and her smile was shy. "I don't know much about little girls, I'm afraid." He looked at her appraisingly, but not accusingly. "Have you ever wanted children of your own?" He was the kind of man one could be honest with, and she shook her head. "No, I haven't. I've never had the desire, or the time." She smiled openly then. "Or the right man in my life, not to mention the right circumstances." He laughed. "That certainly takes care of pretty much everything, doesn't it?" "Yep. What about you?" She was feeling breezy and carefree with him. "Do you want more?" He shook his head, and she knew that that was the kind of man she would want one day. She was 30 years old, and it was too late for children for her. She had nothing in common with them anyway. "I can't, anyway. Or not, at least, without going to an awful lot of trouble. Eileen and I decided when Julie was born that that was it for us. I had a vasectomy." He spoke of it so openly that it shocked her a little bit. But what was wrong with not wanting more kids? She didn't want any, and she didn't have any at all. "That solves the problem, anyway, doesn't it?" "Yes." He smiled mischievously. "In more ways than one." She told him about Harry then, his 2 children, Avril, and when Harry came back from Vietnam, the incredible year of watching him fight for his life and go through surgery, and the courage he had had. "It changed my life in a lot of ways. I don't think I was ever the same after that." She looked out over the water pensively, and he watched the sunlight dancing on her golden hair. It was as though things mattered so much after that. Everything did. You couldn't afford to take anything for granted after that. She sighed and looked at him. "I felt that way once before, too." "When was that?" His eyes were gentle as he looked at her, and she wondered what it would be like to be kissed by him. "When my college roommate died. We went to Green Hill together, in the South," she explained seriously, and he smiled. "I know where it is." "Oh," she smiled back. "She was Sharon Blake, Freeman Blake's daughter, and she died on a march with Martin Luther King 9 years ago. She and Harry changed my life more than anyone else I know." "You're a serious girl, aren't you?" "Very, I guess. Maybe intense is the right word. I work too hard. I think too much. I find it hard to turn all that off a lot of the time." He had noticed that, but he didn't mind that. His wife had been like that, too, and it hadn't bothered him. He hadn't been the one who wanted out. She was. She was having an affair with her boss in Washington, and she wanted some time off, she said. So he gave it to her and came home, but he didn't want to go into details about that. "Have you ever lived with anyone? I mean, romantically, not your friend, the Vietnam vet." It was funny to hear Harry referred to that way. It was so impersonal. "No, I've never had that kind of relationship." "It would probably suit you very well. Closeness, without being tied down." "That sounds about right." "It does to me, too." He looked pensive again, and then he smiled at her, almost boyishly. "Too bad we don't live in the same town." It was a funny thing to say so soon, but everything happened quickly with him. In the end, it turned out that he was just as intense as she said she was. He came back to see her for dinner twice that week, flying up from Los Angeles, and then flying back afterwards. And the following weekend he took her sailing again, even though she was totally immersed in her murder case, and she was anxious for it to go well. But if anything, he soothed her and made things easier for her, and she was amazed at that. And after their second day on the bay in his friend's boat, he brought her home, and they made love in front of the fire in her living room. It was tender and romantic and sweet, and he made her dinner afterwards. He spent the night, and remarkably, he didn't crowd her at all. He got up at 6 o'clock, showered, dressed, brought her breakfast in bed, and left in a taxi for the airport at 7:15. He caught the 8 o'clock plane to Los Angeles and was in his office by 9:25, looking neat as a pin. And within weeks he had established a regular commuting schedule, almost without asking her. But it all happened so easily, and made her life so much happier that she suddenly felt as though her whole life had improved. He came to see her in court twice, and she won her case. He was there when the verdict came in and took her out to celebrate. He gave her a beautiful gold bracelet that day that he had bought her at Tiffany in Los Angeles, and that weekend she went down to Los Angeles to visit him. They had dinner Friday and Saturday nights at the bistro in Ma Maison, and spent the days shopping on Rodeo Drive or lounging around his swimming pool. And on Sunday night, after a quiet dinner he cooked her himself on his barbecue, she flew back to San Francisco alone. She found herself thinking about him all the way home, about how quickly she had gotten involved with him, and it was a little frightening to think about, but he seemed so definite, so anxious to establish a relationship with her. She was also aware of how lonely he was. The house he lived in was spectacular, modern, open, filled with expensive modern art, and with 2 empty rooms for his 2 girls. But there was no one else there, and he seemed to want to be with her all the time. By Thanksgiving she had grown used to his spending half the week in San Francisco with her, and after almost 2 months it didn't even seem strange to her anymore. It was the week before the holiday when he suddenly turned to her. "What are you doing next week, sweetheart?" "For Thanksgiving?" She looked surprised. She really hadn't thought of it. She had 3 small cases in her files that she wanted to close out, if the defendants would agree to making a deal. It would certainly make life simpler for her, and none of them were really worth taking to trial. "I don't know. I haven't given it much thought." She hadn't gone home in years. Thanksgivings with Arthur and Jean were absolutely unbearable. Anne had gotten divorced again several years before, and she lived in Greenwich now, so she was on hand with her unruly kids. Billy came and went if he had nothing better to do. He hadn't gotten married yet. Arthur got more tiresome with age, her mother more nervous, and she seemed to whine a lot now, mostly about the fact that Tana had never married and probably wouldn't now. A wasted life was usually the headline of time spent with her, to which Tana could only answer, "Thanks, Mom." The alternative was Thanksgiving with Avril and Harry, but as much as she loved them, their friends in Piedmont were so painfully dull, with their little children and large station wagons. Tana always felt totally out of place with them, and infinitely glad she was. She marveled at how Harry could tolerate it. She and his father had laughed about it together one year. He couldn't stand it any better than Tana could, and he rarely appeared. He knew that Harry was happy, well cared for, and didn't need him, so he kept to the life he enjoyed. "Want to go to New York with me?" Drew looked at her hopefully. "Are you serious? Why?" She looked surprised. What was in New York for him? Both of his parents were dead, he had said, and his daughters were in Washington. Well, he had already thought it all out ahead of time. You could see your family. I could stop off in Washington first to see the girls, and then meet you in New York, and we could play a little bit. Maybe I could even bring them up with me. How does that sound? She thought about it, and slowly nodded her head, her hair falling around her like a fan. Possible. She smiled up at him. Maybe even very possible, if you leave out the part about my family. Holidays with them are what drive people to suicide. He laughed. Don't be so cynical, you witch. He gently tugged a lock of hair and pressed her lips. He was so deliciously affectionate. She had never known a man like him before, and parts of her were opening up to him that had never opened up to anyone. She was surprised at how much she trusted him. Seriously, could you get away? Actually, right now I could. And that was unusual for her, too. Well, stars danced in his eyes, and she threw herself into his arms. You win. I'll even offer a visit to my mother up as a sacrifice. You'll go to heaven for that, for sure. I'll take care of everything. We can both fly east next Wednesday night. You spend Thursday in Connecticut, and I'll meet you in New York on Thursday night with the girls at, let's see. He looked pensive, and she grinned. The Hotel Pierre? She fully intended offering to pay her share, but he shook his head. The Carlisle. I always try to stay there if I can, especially with the girls. It's nice for them up there. It was also where he had gone with Eileen for the last 19 years, but he didn't tell Tana that. He arranged everything, and Wednesday night found them on separate planes, heading east, she wondering for a moment at how easily she had let him make her plans for her. It was sort of a novelty for her. No one had ever done that before, and he seemed to do it so well and so easily. He was used to it. And when she arrived in New York, she suddenly realized that she was actually there. It was bitter cold, and traces of the first snow were already on the ground as she rode in the cab to Connecticut from John F. Kennedy Airport. She was thinking of Harry as they rode along, and the time he had punched Billy in the face. She was sorry he wasn't there now. She was really not looking forward to Thanksgiving with him. She would have preferred to go to Washington with Drew, but she didn't want to intrude on his private Thanksgiving with his girls after not seeing them for 2 months. Harry had invited her to join them in Piedmont, as he did every year, but she explained that she was going to New York this year. "My God, you must be sick," he laughed. "Not yet, but I will be by the time I leave. I can already hear my mother now. A wasted life. Speaking of which, I wanted to introduce you to my associate, finally." He had started his own law firm, after all, and Tana had never gotten around to meeting the other half. She just never had time, and they were actually surprisingly busy, too. Things were going well for them on a small but pleasant scale. It was exactly what they had both wanted, and Harry was ecstatic about it whenever he talked to her. "Maybe when I get back." "That's what you always say. Christ, you're never going to meet him, Ton, and he's such a nice guy." "Uh-oh. I smell a blind date. Am I right? A hungry one, even." "Oh, no." She was laughing now, the way they used to in the old days, and Harry laughed, too. "You suspicious bitch. What do you think? Everyone wants to get into your pants?" "Not at all. I just know you. If he's under 95 and has no objection to getting married, you want to fix him up with me. Don't you know I'm a hardened case, Winslow? Give up, for Christ's sake." "Never mind, I'll have my mother call you from New York." "Don't bother, you jerk. But you don't know what you're missing this time. He's wonderful. Averil thinks so, too." "I'm sure he is. Fix him up with someone else." "Why? Are you getting married?" "Maybe." She was teasing him, but his ears instantly perked up, and she regretted saying it. "Yeah? To who?" "Frankenstein. For Christ's sake, get off my back." "The hell I will. You're seeing someone, aren't you?" "No. Yes. No, shit. Yes, but not seriously." "Okay, will that suffice?" "Hell no. Who is he, Ton? Is it serious?" "No, he's just a guy I'm seeing, like all of the others. That's all. Nice guy, nice date. No big deal." "Where's he from?" "L.A.
What's he do?"
"He's a rapist. I met him in court."
"Not cute. Try again."
It was like being a hunted animal, and she was getting annoyed at him. "He's an attorney. Now lay off, damn it. It's no big deal."
"Something tells me that it is."
He knew her well. Drew was different from the others, but she didn't want to admit that yet, least of all to herself. "Then you have your head up your ass, as usual. Now give Averil my love, and I'll see you both when I get back from New York."
"What are you doing for Christmas this year?"
He was half inviting and half prying, and she felt like hanging up on him. "I'm going to Sugar Bowl. Is that all right with you?"
"Alone?"
"Harry?" Of course not. She was going with Drew. They had already decided that.
Eileen was taking the girls to Vermont with her, so he would be alone, and the holidays were going to be difficult for him. They both expected it. But Tana wasn't going to tell Harry any of it. Goodbye. See you soon. Wait. I wanted to tell you more about... No. She had finally hung up on him, and as she approached Greenwich in the cab, she smiled to herself, wondering what he'd think of Drew. She suspected that they'd like each other, even though Harry would give him the 3rd degree, which was why she wanted to wait a while. It was rare that she introduced any of her men to him, only after she decided she didn't give a damn about them. But this time was different. Her mother and Arthur were waiting for her when she arrived, and it shocked her to see how much he had aged. Her mother was only 52 years old, which was still young, but Arthur was 66 now, and he wasn't aging gracefully. The years of stress with his alcoholic wife had taken their toll, as had running Durning International, and it all showed now. He had had several heart attacks and a small stroke, and he looked terribly old and frail, and Jean was very nervous watching him. She seemed to cling to Tana like a life raft in a troubled sea, and when Arthur went to bed that night, her mother came to her room and sat at the foot of the bed. It was the first time Tana had actually stayed at the house, and she had the newly decorated bedroom her mother had promised her. It was just too much trouble to stay in town or at a hotel, and Tana knew her mother would have been terribly hurt. They saw too little of her as it was. Arthur only went to Palm Beach, to their condominium there, and her mother didn't like to leave him to fly out to San Francisco, so they only saw Tana when she came east, which was more and more infrequently. "Is everything all right, sweetheart?" "Fine." It was better than that, but she didn't want to say anything about it to Jean. "I'm glad." She usually waited a day to start complaining about Tana's wasted life, but this time she didn't have much time, so she would have to move fast, Tana knew. "Your job's all right?" "It's wonderful." She smiled, and Jean looked sad. It always depressed her that Tana liked her job as much as she did. It meant she wouldn't be giving it up soon. She still secretly thought that one day Tana would drop everything for the right man. It was hard for Jean to imagine that she wouldn't do that. But she didn't know her daughter very well. She never really had, and she knew her even less now. "Any new men?" It was the same conversation they always had, and Tana usually said no, but this time she decided to throw her mother a small bone. "One." Jean's eyebrows shot up. "Anything serious?" "Not yet." Tana laughed. It was almost cruel to tease her that way. "And don't get excited. I don't think it ever will be. He's a nice man, and it's very comfortable, but I don't think it's more than that." But the sparkle in her eyes said that she lied, and Jean saw that, too. "How long have you been seeing him?" 2 months. "Why didn't you bring him east?" Tana took a deep breath and hugged her knees on the single guest bed, her eyes fixed on Jane's. "As a matter of fact, he's visiting his little girls in Washington." She didn't tell her that she was meeting him in New York the following night. She had let Jean think she was flying back out west. It gave her brownie points for coming home just for a day, and gave her the freedom to float around New York at will with Drew. She didn't want to drag him out to meet her family, especially not with Arthur and his offspring around. "How long has he been divorced, Tana?" Her mother sounded somewhat vague as she glanced away. "A while," she lied, and suddenly her mother's eyes dug into her. "How long?" "Relax, Mom. He's actually working on it right now. They just filed." "How long ago?" "A few months." "For heaven's sake, relax." "That's exactly what you shouldn't do." She got off the foot of Tana's bed and suddenly paced the room nervously, and then stood glaring at Tana again. "And the other thing you shouldn't do is go out with him." "What a ridiculous thing to say. You don't even know the man." "I don't have to, Tana." She spoke almost bitterly. "I know the syndrome. The man doesn't even matter sometimes. Unless he's already divorced, with his papers in his hand, steer clear of him." "That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. You don't trust anyone, do you, Mom?" I'm just a whole lot older than you are, Ton. And as sophisticated as you think you are, I know better than you. Even if he thinks he's going to get divorced, even if he's absolutely sure of it, he may not. He may be so totally wound up in his kids, for all you know, that he just can't divorce his wife. 6 months from now, he could go back to her, and you'll be left standing there, in love with him by then, with no way out, and you'll talk yourself into sticking around for 2 years, 5 years, 10, and the next thing you know, you'll be 45 years old, and if you're lucky, her eyes were damp, he'll have his first heart attack and need you by then. But his wife may still be alive, and then you'll never have a chance at him. There are some things you can't fight, and most of the time, that's one of them. It's a bond that no one else can break for him. If he breaks it himself, or already has, then more power to you both. But before you get badly hurt, sweetheart, I'd like to see you stay out of it. Her voice was so compassionate and so sad that Tana felt sorry for her. Her life hadn't been much fun since she and Arthur had gotten married, but she had won him at last, after long, hard, desperately lonely years. I don't want that for you, sweetheart. You deserve better than that. Why don't you stay out of it for a while and see what happens to him? Life is too short for that, Mom. I don't have much time to play games with anyone. I have too much else to do. And what difference does it make? I don't want to get married anyway. Jean sighed and sat down again. I don't understand why. What do you have against marriage, Ton? Nothing. It makes sense if you want kids, I guess, or have no career of your own. But I do. I have too much else in my life to be dependent on anyone, and I'm too old for children now. I'm 30 years old, and I'm set in my ways. I could never turn my life upside down for anyone. She thought of Harry and Averil's house, which looked as though a demolition squad stopped to visit them every day. It's just not for me. Jean couldn't help wondering if it was something she had done, but it was a combination of everything, knowing that Arthur had cheated on Marie, seeing how badly her mother had been hurt for so long, and not wanting that for herself. She wanted her career, her independence, her own life. She didn't want a husband and kids. She was sure of it. She had been for years. You're missing out on so much. Jean looked sad. What hadn't she given this child to make her feel like that? I just can't see that, Mom. She searched her mother's eyes for something she saw but didn't understand. You're the only thing that matters to me, Ton. She found that hard to believe, and yet for years her mother had sacrificed everything for her, even putting up with Arthur's gifts of charity, just so she would have something more for her child. It tore at Tana's heart to remember that, and it reminded her of how grateful she should be. She hugged her mother tight, remembering the past.
I love you, Mom. I'm grateful for everything you did for me.
I don't want gratitude. I want to see you happy, sweetheart. And if this man is good for you, then wonderful. But if he's lying to you or himself, he'll break your heart. I don't want that for you, ever. It's not like what happened to you. Tana was sure of it, but Jean was not. How can you know? How can you be sure of that? I just can. I know him by now. After 2 months. Don't be a fool. You don't know anything, any more than I did 24 years ago. Arthur wasn't lying to me then. He was lying to himself. Is that what you want, 17 years of lonely nights, Tom? Don't do that to yourself. I won't. I've got my work. It's no substitute. But in her case it was. She substituted it for everything. Promise me you'll think about what I said. I promise. She smiled, and the two women hugged each other good night again. Tana was touched by her mother's concern, but she knew for certain that she was wrong about Drew. She went to sleep with a smile on her face, thinking of him and his little girls. She wondered what he was doing with them. She had the name of his hotel in Washington, but she didn't want to intrude on them. The Thanksgiving dinner at the Durning home the next day was predictably dull for everyone, But Jean was grateful that Tana was there. Arthur was somewhat vague and fell asleep twice in his chair. The maid gave him a gentle nudge, and eventually Jean helped him upstairs. Anne arrived with her 3 brats, who were even worse than they had been several years before. She was talking about marrying a Greek shipping magnate, and Tana tried not to listen to her, but it was impossible. The only blessing of the day was that Billy had gone to Florida with friends instead of being there. And by 5 o'clock, Tana was checking her watch regularly. She had promised Drew she would be at the Carlisle by 9, and they hadn't called each other all day. She was suddenly dying to see him again, to look into his eyes, touch his face, feel his hands, peel away his clothes as she dropped her own. She wore a veiled smile as she went upstairs to pack her bags, and her mother came into the room as she did. Their eyes met in the large mirror over the chest of drawers, and Jean spoke to her first. "You're going to meet him, aren't you?" She could have lied to her, but she was 30 years old. What was the point? "Yes." She turned to face her mother across the room. "I am. You frighten me. You worry about things too much. This isn't a replay of your life, Mother. It's mine. There is a difference." "Not always as much as we'd like to think, I'm afraid." "You're wrong this time." "I hope for your sake that I am." But she looked grief-stricken when Tana finally called a cab and rode into New York at 8 o'clock. She couldn't get her mother's words out of her mind, and by the time she arrived at the hotel, she was angry with her. Why did she burden her with her own bad experiences, her disappointments, her pain? What right did she have to do that? It was like a blanket of cement one had to wear everywhere, to prove that one had been loved. Well, she didn't want to be loved that much. She didn't need it anymore. She wanted to be left alone to lead her own life now. The Carlisle was a beautiful hotel, with thickly carpeted steps down to the lobby's marble floor, Persian rugs, antique clocks, handsome paintings on the walls, and gentlemen at the desk in morning coats. It was all from another world, and Tana smiled to herself. This was not her mother's life. It was her own. She was sure of that now. She gave Drew's name and went upstairs to the room. He had not yet arrived, but they obviously knew him well. The room was as sumptuous as the lobby had promised it would be, with a sweeping view of Central Park, the skyline shimmering like jewels, more antiques, this time upholstered in a deep rose silk, heavy satin drapes, and a magnum of champagne waiting in a bucket of ice, a gift from the management. "Enjoy your stay," were the bellboy's final words, and Tana sat down on the handsome couch, wondering if she should run a bath for herself, or wait. She still wasn't sure if he was bringing the girls, but she thought he was. She didn't want to shock them by being undressed when they came. But an hour later they had not yet arrived, and it was after 10 o'clock when he finally called. "Tana?" "No, Sophia Loren." He laughed. "I'm disappointed. I like Tana Roberts better than her. Now I know you're crazy, Drew." "I am. About you." "Where are you?" There was the briefest pause. "In Washington. Julie has an awful cold, and we thought that Elizabeth might be coming down with the flu. I thought maybe I ought to wait here, and I might not bring them up at all. I'll come up tomorrow, Tom. Is that all right?" "Sure." She understood, but she had also noticed the "we" that had snuck in. We thought that Elizabeth. And she wasn't too crazy about that. "The room is fabulous." "Aren't they wonderful? Were they nice to you?" "They sure were." She looked around the room. "But it's no fun without you, Mr. Lands. Keep that in mind." "I'll be there tomorrow. I swear." "What time?" He thought for a minute. "I'll have breakfast with the girls, see how they feel. That should make it 10 o'clock. I could catch a noon plane. I'll be at the hotel by 2 without fail." That meant half the day was shot, and she wanted to say something about that, but thought wiser of it. "All right." But she didn't sound pleased, and when she hung up the phone, she had to push her mother's words out of her head again. She took a hot bath, watched television, ordered a cup of hot chocolate from room service, and wondered what he was doing in Washington. And then suddenly she felt guilty for what she hadn't said to him. It wasn't his fault the kids were sick. It was certainly a nuisance for them, but it was no one's fault. She picked up the phone and asked for the hotel where he was staying in Washington, but he wasn't there. She left a message that she had called, watched the late show, and fell asleep with the television still on. She woke up at 9 o'clock the next day and went out to discover that it was an absolutely gorgeous day. She went for a long walk down Fifth Avenue and over to Bloomingdale's, where she puttered for a while and bought a few things for herself, a handsome blue cashmere sweater for him, and gifts for the girls, a doll for Julie and a pretty blouse for Elizabeth. And then she went back to the Carlisle to wait for him. But there was a message this time. Both the girls were deathly ill. Will arrive Friday night, but she did not. Julie had a fever of 105, and Tana spent another night at the Carlisle alone. On Saturday she went to the Metropolitan, and on Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock he arrived finally. In order to make love to her, order room service, apologize to her all night, and take the plane back to San Francisco with her the next day. It had been a great weekend for them in New York. "Remind me to do that again with you sometime," she said half sarcastically as they finished dinner on the plane. "Are you furious with me, Ton?" He had looked miserable ever since he'd arrived in New York, consumed with guilt toward her, worried about the girls. He talked too much, too fast, and he wasn't himself for days. "No, I'm disappointed more than furious. How was your ex-wife, by the way?" "Fine." He didn't seem anxious to talk about her, and was surprised Tana had asked. It didn't seem an appropriate subject for them, but she was haunted by her mother's words. "What made you ask that?" "Just curious." She took a mouthful of the dessert on the tray, looking strangely cool as she glanced at him. "Are you still in love with her?" "Of course not. That's ridiculous. I haven't been in love with her for years." He looked downright annoyed, and Tana was pleased. Her mother was wrong, as usual. "You may not be aware of it, Ton." He hesitated, looking pale. "But I happen to be in love with you." He looked at her for a long time, and she watched his face searchingly. And then, at least, she smiled, but she said nothing at all. She kissed his lips, put down her fork, and eventually closed her eyes for a nap. There was nothing she wanted to say to him, and he was so oddly uncomfortable. It had been a difficult weekend for both of them. Chapter 15. December flew by, with a series of small cases on Tana's desk and a number of parties she went to with Drew. He seemed to think nothing of flying up for the night, and sometimes he came just to have dinner with her. They shared delicious, tender moments, quiet nights at home, and a kind of intimacy that Tana had never known before. She realized now how lonely she had been for so long. There had been her mad affair with Jarl years before, and since then only casual relationships that came and went, without meaning much to her. But everything about Drew Lance was different. He was so sensitive, so intense, so thoughtful in small ways that meant a great deal to her. She felt surrounded and protected and alive, and they laughed most of the time. By the time the holidays came, he was excited about seeing his two little girls again. They were coming out from Washington to spend Christmas with him. He had canceled his skiing trip to Sugar Bowl with her. "Will you come down and spend some time with us, Ton?" She smiled at him. She knew how crazy he was about his kids. "I'll try." She had a big case coming up, but she was pretty sure it wouldn't actually go to trial for a while. "I think I can." "Do your best. You could come down on the 26th, and we could spend a few days in Malibu." He was renting a little weekend place there, but she was not surprised by that so much as by the date he had said, the 26th. She realized then that he wanted to be alone with the girls for the holidays. "Will you, Ton?" He sounded like a little kid, and she hugged him tight and laughed at him. Okay, I'll come down. What do you think the girls would like?" "You?" They exchanged a smile, and he kissed her again. He spent the week before getting everything ready for them in L.A. Tana was trying to clean up the work on her desk so she could take a few days off from the district attorney's office, and she had lots of shopping to do. She bought Drew a suede shirt and a very expensive briefcase that he'd seen and loved. the eau de cologne that he wore, and a wild tie she knew he'd love. And she bought each of the girls a beautiful doll at F.A.O. Schwartz, some stationery, some barrettes, an adorable sweatsuit for Elizabeth that looked just like one Tana had, and a rabbit made of real fur for the little one. She wrapped all the gifts and put them in a suitcase to take to L.A. with her. She hadn't bothered with the tree this year. She didn't really have time, and there was no one to see it anyway. She spent Christmas Eve with Harry and Avril and their kids, and it was relaxing just being with them. Harry had never looked better, and Avril looked contented as little Harrison ran around waiting for Santa Claus. They sliced carrots for the reindeer, put chocolate chip cookies out, a big glass of milk, and finally got him into bed. His sister was already asleep, and when he finally fell asleep too, Avril tiptoed into their rooms to look at them with a quiet smile, as Harry watched her go, and Tana watched him. It made her feel good just to see him like that, contented and alive. His life had turned out well, although it certainly wasn't what he had expected to do with his life. He glanced at Tana with a smile, and it was as though they both understood. Funny, isn't it, Ton, how life works out? Yeah, it is. She smiled at him. They had known each other for 12 years, almost half their lives. It was incredible. I figured you'd be married in 2 years when I met you that first time. And I thought you'd die a hopeless degenerate. No, she looked pensive and amused. A playboy drunk. He laughed at the idea. You've got me mixed up with my old man. Hardly. She still had a soft spot for Harrison, but Harry had never been quite sure of that. He had suspected it once, but he had never been sure, and his father had never let on to anything, nor had Ton. Harry looked at her oddly then. He hadn't expected to be spending Christmas with her this year, not after the hints she had dropped about Drew once or twice. He had the strangest feeling that it was serious for her, more so even than she would let on to him. Where's your friend, Ton? I thought you were going to Sugar Bowl. She looked blank at first, but she knew instantly who he meant, and he grinned. Come on. Don't pull that who do you mean shit on me. I know you better than that. She laughed at him. All right, all right. He's in L.A. with his kids. We canceled Sugar Bowl because his kids were coming out. I'm going down on the 26th. Harry thought that strange, but he didn't say anything to her. He means a lot to you, doesn't he? She nodded cautiously, but she didn't meet his eyes. He does, for whatever that's worth. What is it worth, Ton? She sighed and leaned back in her chair. God only knows. Harry kept wondering something, and he finally had to ask. How come you're not down there today? I didn't want to intrude. But that wasn't true. He hadn't invited her. I'm sure you're not an intrusion to him. Have you met his kids yet? She shook her head. Day after tomorrow will be the first time. Harry smiled at her. Scared? She laughed nervously. Hell yes. Wouldn't you be? They're the most important thing in his life. I hope you are, too. I think I am. And then Harry frowned. He's not married, is he, Ton? I told you before he's in the process of getting a divorce. Then why didn't he spend Christmas with you? How the hell do I know? She was annoyed at the persistent questions, and she was beginning to wonder where Avril was. Didn't you ask? No. I was perfectly comfortable like this, she glowered at him, until now. That's the trouble with you, Ton. You're so used to being alone that it doesn't even occur to you to do things differently. You should be spending Christmas with him. Unless what? She was angry at him now. It was none of his business whether or not she spent Christmas with Drew, and she respected his need to be alone with his kids. But Harry wasn't content to leave it alone. Unless he's spending Christmas with his wife. Oh, for Christ's sake, what an asinine thing to say. You are the most cynical, suspicious son of a bitch I know, and I thought I was bad. She looked furious, but there was something else lurking in her eyes, as though he had hit a nerve. But that was ridiculous. Maybe you're not bad enough. She stood up and didn't answer him. She looked for her bag, and when Avril finally came back, she found them both tense, but she didn't think anything of it. They were like that sometimes. She was used to them by now. They had their own special relationship, and sometimes they fought like cats and dogs, but they didn't mean any harm. "What have you two been up to out here? Beating each other up again?" She smiled. "I'm considering it." Tana glared irritatedly at her. "It might do him good." All three of them laughed then. "Harry's been making an ass of himself, as usual." He suddenly grinned at her. "You make it sound as though I've been exposing myself." Avril laughed. "Did you do that again, sweetheart?" And then finally Tana warmed up again. "You know, you're the biggest pain in the neck in the world. World Cup goes to you." He bowed politely from his chair, and Tana went to get her coat. "You don't have to leave, Ton." He was always sorry to see her go, even when they disagreed. They still had a special bond between them. It was almost like being twins. "I should go home and get organized. I brought home a ton of work." "To do on Christmas Day?" He looked horrified, and she smiled. "I have to do it sometime." "Why don't you come here instead?" They were having friends over, his partner and another dozen or so, but she shook her head. She didn't mind being home alone, or at least so she said. "You're weird, Don." But he kissed her cheek, and his eyes were filled with the love he felt for her. "Have a good time in L.A." He wheeled beside her to the door and looked at her pensively. "And Ton, take care of yourself." "Maybe I was wrong, but it doesn't hurt to be careful about things." "I know." Her voice was soft again, and she kissed them both as she left. But driving home in the car, she found herself thinking about what he had said. She knew he couldn't be right. Drew was not spending Christmas with his wife. But nonetheless, she should have been spending it with him. She tried to tell herself that it didn't matter, but it did. And suddenly it reminded her of all the lonely years she had felt so sorry for Jean, waiting for Arthur, sitting by the phone, hoping he would call. They were never able to spend major holidays together when Marie was alive, and even afterwards there was always an excuse: his in-laws, his children, his club, his friends. And there was poor Jean, with tears in her eyes, holding her breath, waiting for him. Tana fought back the thoughts. It was not like that with Drew. It was not. She wouldn't let it be. But the next afternoon, as she worked, the questions kept coming to her. Drew called her once, but it had been a very brief call, and he sounded rushed. "I have to go back to the girls," he had said hastily, and then hung up on her. And when she landed in Los Angeles the next day, he was waiting for her at the airport, and he swept her into his arms and held her so tight she could barely breathe. "My God! Wait! Stop!" But he crushed her to him, and they were laughing and kissing all the way to the parking lot, as he juggled her bags and packages, and she was ecstatic to see him. It had been a lonely holiday without him, after all. And she had secretly wanted it to be different and exciting this year. She hadn't even admitted that to herself, but suddenly she knew it was true. And it was. It was wonderful driving into town with him. He had left the girls at the house with a babysitter he knew, just so he could pick her up alone and spend a few quiet minutes with her. "Before they drive us both nuts." He looked at her and beamed. "How are the girls?" "Wonderful. I swear they've doubled in size in the last 4 weeks. Wait till you meet them, Tom." And she was enchanted with them when she did. Elizabeth was lovely and grown-up and looked strikingly like Drew, and Julie was a cuddly little ball who almost instantly climbed onto Tana's lap. They loved the presents she had brought, and they seemed to have no resistance to her, although Tana saw Elizabeth looking her over more than once. But Drew handled it remarkably well. He cut out all the necking and the cuddly stuff. It was as though they were just friends, spending a cozy afternoon. It was obvious that he knew Tana well, but it would have been impossible to guess the relationship they shared from the way he behaved to her. And Tana wondered if he always acted that way around the girls. "What do you do?" Elizabeth was looking her over again, and Julie was watching them both, as Tana smiled, shaking back her mane of pale blonde hair. Elizabeth had envied her that since they first met. "I'm an attorney, like your dad. In fact, that's how we met."
"So's my mom," Elizabeth was quick to add. "She's assistant to the ambassador of the OAS in Washington, and they might give her her own ambassadorship next year."
"Ambassadorial post," Drew corrected her and glanced at the three girls.
"I don't want her to do that," Julie pouted. "I want her to come back here to live, with Daddy." She stuck her lower lip out defiantly, and Elizabeth was quick to add, "He could come with us wherever Mom sent. It depends on where it is."
Tana felt an odd feeling in her gut, and she looked at him, but he was doing something else, and Elizabeth went on.
"Mom may even want to come back here herself if they don't offer her the right job. That's what she said anyway."
"That's very interesting." Tana noticed that her mouth felt dry, and she wished that Drew would regain control of the conversation again, but he didn't say anything. "Do you like living in Washington?"
"Very much."
Elizabeth was painfully polite, and Julie hopped into Tana's lap again and smiled up into Tana's eyes.
"You're pretty. Almost as pretty as our mom."
"Thank you." It was definitely not easy talking to them. And other than with Harry's children, it was rare for Tana to be in a spot like this, but she had to make the effort for Drew.
"What do we do this afternoon?"
Tana felt almost breathless as she asked, desperate to divert them from the topic of his almost ex-wife.
"Mommy's going shopping on Rodeo Drive."
Julie smiled up at her, and Tana almost gasped.
"Oh?"
Her eyes turned towards Drew in astonishment and then back to them. "That's nice. Well, let's see, how about a movie? Have you seen Sounder?" She felt as though she were running up a mountain as fast as she could, and she wasn't getting anywhere. Rodeo Drive. That meant she had come to Los Angeles with the girls. And why hadn't he wanted Tana to come down yesterday? Had he spent Christmas with her after all? The next hour seemed to trickle by as Tana chatted with the girls, and finally they ran outside to play, and Tana finally turned to him. Her eyes spoke volumes before her mouth said a word. "I take it your wife is in Los Angeles." She looked rigid, and inside something had gone numb. "Don't look at me like that." His voice was soft, while his eyes avoided her. "Why not?" She stood up and walked towards him. "Did you spend a holiday with her, Drew?" He couldn't avoid her now. She was standing directly in front of him, and she already assumed he had. And when he lifted his eyes to face her, she knew instantly that she was right, and the girls had given him away. "Why did you lie to me?" "I didn't lie to you. I didn't think... Oh, for Christ's sake." He looked at her almost viciously. She had cornered him. "I didn't plan it that way, but the girls have never had a Christmas with us separated before, Ton. It's just too damn hard on them." "Is it now?" Her eyes and voice were hard, concealing the pain she felt inside, the pain he had inflicted on her by lying to her. "And just exactly when do you plan to let them get used to it?" "God damn it! Do you think I like seeing my children hurt by this? They look fine to me." "Of course they do. That's because Eileen and I are civilized. That's the least we can give them now. It's not their fault things didn't work out for us." He looked at Tana sorrowfully, and she had to fight the urge to sit down and cry, not for him or the girls, but for herself. "Are you sure it's not too late to salvage it with Eileen?" "Don't be ridiculous." "Where did she sleep?" He looked as though he had received an electric shock. "That's an inappropriate thing to ask, and you know it damn well." "Oh, my God." She sat down again, unable to believe how transparent he was. "You slept with her." "I did not sleep with her." "You did, didn't you?" She was shouting now, and he strode around the room like a nervous cat as he turned to face her again. "I slept on the couch. You're lying to me, aren't you? God damn it, Tana. Don't accuse me of that. It isn't as easy as you think. We've been married for almost 20 years, goddammit. I can't just walk out on everything from one day to the next, and not when the girls are involved. He looked at her mournfully and then walked slowly to where she sat. Please. There were tears in his eyes. I love you, Ton. I just need a little time to work this out. She turned away from him and walked across the room, keeping her back to him. I've heard that before. She wheeled to face him then, and there were tears in her eyes, too. My mother spent 17 years listening to bullshit like that, Drew. I'm not giving you bullshit, Ton. I just need time. This is very difficult for all of us. Fine. She picked up her bag and coat from a chair. Then call me when you've recovered from it. I think I'd enjoy you more then. But before she reached the door, he grabbed her arm. Don't do this to me. Please. Why not? Eileen is in town. Just give her a call. She'll keep you company tonight. Tana smiled at him sardonically to hide the hurt. You can sleep on the couch. Together, if you like. She yanked open the door, and he looked as though he were going to cry. I love you, Ton. But as she heard the words, she wanted to sit down and cry. And suddenly she turned to him, and her energy seemed to drain as she looked at him. Don't do this to me, Drew. It's not fair. You're not free. You have no right to... But she had opened the door to her heart just wide enough for him to slip into it again. Wordlessly, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her hard, and she felt everything inside her melt. And when he pulled away from her, she looked at him. That doesn't solve anything. No. He sounded calmer now. But time will. Just give me a chance. I swear to you, you won't regret it. And then he said the words that frightened her most. I want to marry you one day, Ton. She wanted to tell him to stop, to move the film back to before he had said those words. But it didn't matter anyway. The girls came running in, laughing and shouting and ready to play with him. And he looked over their heads at her and whispered 2 words to her. Please, stay. She hesitated. She knew she should go back, and she wanted to. She didn't belong here with them. He had just spent the night with the woman he was married to, and they had had Christmas with their 2 girls. Where did Tana belong in all this? And yet, when she looked at him, she didn't want to leave. She wanted to be part of it, to be his, to belong to him and the girls, even if he never married her. She didn't really want that anyway. She just wanted to be with him, the way they had been since they first met. And slowly she put down her bag and coat and looked at him, and he smiled at her, and her insides turned to mush, and Julie hugged her around the waist while Elizabeth grinned at her.
Where were you going, Ton?
Elizabeth was curious. She seemed fascinated by everything that Tana did and said. Nowhere. She smiled at the pretty adolescent child. Now, what would you girls like to do? The 2 girls laughed and teased, and Drew chased them around the room. She had never seen him as happy as this, and later that afternoon they went to the movies and ate buckets of popcorn. Then he took them to the La Brea tar pits and to Perino's for dinner that night. And when they finally came home, all 4 of them were ready to fall into bed. Julie fell asleep in Drew's arms, and Elizabeth made it into bed before falling asleep, too. And Tana and Drew sat in front of a fire in the living room, whispering, as he gently touched the golden hair he loved. I'm glad you stayed, sweetheart. I didn't want you to go. I'm glad I stayed, too. She smiled at him, feeling vulnerable and young, which didn't make sense for a woman her age, at least not to her. She imagined that she should be more mature than that by now, less sensitive. But she was more sensitive to him than she had ever been to any man. Promise it won't happen again. Her voice drifted off, and he looked at her with a tender smile. Baby, I promise you. Chapter 16. The spring Tana and Drew shared was so idyllic it was almost like a fairy tale. Drew flew up roughly 3 times a week. She went to L.A. every weekend. They went to parties, sailed on the bay, met each other's friends. She even introduced him to Harry and Ave, and the 2 men had gotten along splendidly. And Harry gave her the okay when he took her out to celebrate the following week. "You know, kid, I think you finally did good for yourself." She made a face, and he laughed. "I mean it. I mean, look at the guys you used to drag around. Remember Yowl McBee?" "Harry!" She threw a napkin at him in the restaurant, and they both laughed. "How can you compare Drew to him? Besides, I was 25 years old. I'm almost 31 now." "That's no excuse. You're no smarter than you used to be." "The hell I'm not. You just said yourself." "Never mind what I said, you jerk. Now are you going to give me some peace of mind and marry the guy?" "No." She laughed, and she said it too fast, and Harry, looking at her, saw something he had never seen before. He had been looking for it for years, and suddenly there it was. He saw it as clearly as he saw the big green eyes, a kind of vulnerable, sheepish look she had never worn before for anyone. "Holy shit! It's serious, isn't it, Ton? You're going to marry him, aren't you?" He hasn't asked. She sounded so demure that he roared. "My God, you will. Wait till I tell Ave." "Harry, calm down." She patted his arm. "He isn't even divorced yet." But it didn't worry her. She knew how hard he was working on it. He told her every week about his meetings with his lawyer, his conversations with Eileen to speed things up, and he was going east to see the girls for Easter week, and hopefully she'd sign the settlement papers then, if they were drawn up in time. "He's working on it, isn't he?" Harry looked momentarily concerned, but he had to admit he liked the guy. It was almost impossible not to like Drew Lance. He was easygoing, intelligent, and it was easy to see he was crazy about Ton. "Of course he is." "Then relax. You'll be married 6 months from now, and 9 months after that you'll have a baby in your arms. Count on it." He looked thrilled, and Tana sat back and laughed at him. "Boy, do you have a wild imagination, Winslow. In the first place, he hasn't asked me to marry him yet, at least not seriously. And in the second place, he's had a vasectomy. So he'll have it reversed. Big deal. I know plenty of guys who've done that." But it made him a little nervous thinking about it. "Is that all you think about? Getting people pregnant?" "No," he smiled innocently. "Just my wife." She laughed, and they finished the meal, and they both went back to their offices. She had an enormous case coming up, probably the biggest of her career. There were 3 murder defendants involved in the most gruesome series of murders committed in the state in recent years, and there were 3 defense attorneys and 2 prosecutors, and she was in charge of the case for the DA. There was going to be a lot of press involved, and she had to really know her stuff, which was why she wasn't going east with Drew when he went to see the girls over the Easter holiday. It was probably just as well she didn't anyway. Drew would be a nervous wreck getting the papers signed, and she had the case on her mind. It made more sense to stay home and do her work than to sit around in hotel rooms waiting for him. He came up to San Francisco to spend the weekend with her before he left, and they lay on the rug in front of the fire for hours on his last night, talking, thinking aloud, saying almost anything that came to mind, and she realized again how deeply she was falling in love with him. "Would you ever consider marriage, Ton?" He looked pensively at her, and she smiled in the firelight. She looked exquisite in the soft glow, her delicate features seeming to be carved in a pale peach marble, her eyes dancing like emeralds. "I never have before." She touched his lips with her fingertips, and he kissed her hands and then her mouth. "Do you think you could be happy with me, Ton?" "Is that a proposal, sir?" He seemed to be beating around the bush, and she smiled at him. "You don't have to marry me, you know. I'm happy like this." "You are, aren't you?" He looked at her strangely, and she nodded her head. "Aren't you?" "Not entirely." His hair looked even more silvery, his eyes a bright topaz blue, and she never again wanted to love any man but him. "I want more than this, Ton. I want you all the time." "So do I." She whispered the words to him, and he took her in his arms and made love to her ever so gently in front of the fire. And afterwards he lay for a long, long time and looked at her, and then finally he spoke, his mouth nestled in her hair, his hand still stroking the body he loved so much. "Will you marry me when I'm free?" "Yes." She said the word almost breathlessly. She had never said it to anyone, but she meant it now, and suddenly she understood what people felt when they promised, for better or worse, until death do us part. She never wanted to be without him again, and when she took him to the airport the next day, she was still a little overwhelmed by what she felt, and she looked at him searchingly. "Did you mean what you said last night, Drew?" "How can you ask me something like that?" He looked horrified, and instantly crushed her against his chest as they stood in the terminal. "Of course I did." She grinned at him, looking more like his 13-year-old child than the assistant DA. "I guess that means we're engaged then, huh?" And suddenly he laughed, and he felt as happy as a boy as he looked at her. "It sure does. I'll have to see what kind of ring I can find in Washington." "Never mind that. Just come back safe and sound." It was going to be an endless 10 days of waiting for him, and the only thing that would help was her enormous case. He called her 2 and 3 times a day for the first few days, and told her everything he did from morning till night. But when things began to get rough with Eileen, he called once a day, and she could hear how uptight he was. But they had started jury selection by then, and she was totally engrossed in that. And by the time he got back to Los Angeles, she realized that they hadn't spoken to each other in more than 2 days. He had stayed longer than he had expected to, but it was for a worthy cause, he said, and she agreed with him, and she could barely think straight any more by then. She was too worried about the jury that was being picked, and the tack the defense was going to take, the evidence that had just turned up, the judge to whom they had been assigned. She had plenty on her mind, and one of Drew's rare litigation situations had occurred. Almost everything he did settled before it went to court, and this was a rare exception for him, and it kept him away from her for almost another week. And when they both finally met, they almost felt like strangers again. He teased her about it, asked if she had fallen in love with anyone else, and made passionate love to her all night long. "I want you to be so bleary-eyed all day in court that everyone wonders what the hell went on last night." And he got his wish. She was half asleep, and she couldn't get him out of her mind, she was so hungry for him. She never seemed to get enough of him any more, and all through the trial she was lonely for him. But it was too important to screw up, and she kept her nose to the grindstone constantly. It went on till late May, and finally, in the first week in June, the verdict came in. It went just the way she had wanted it to, and the press gave her high praise, as usual. Over the years she had earned a reputation for being rigid, tough, conservative, merciless in court, and brilliant at the cases she tried. They were nice reviews to have, and it often made Harry smile when he read about her. "I'd never recognized the liberal I knew and loved in this, Ton." He grinned broadly at her. "We all have to grow up sometime, don't we? I'm 31 this year." "That's no excuse to be as tough as you are." "I'm not tough, Harry. I'm good." And she was right, but he knew it too. Those people killed 9 women and a child. You can't let people get away with something like that. Our whole society will fall apart. Someone has to do what I do." "I'm glad it's you and not me, Ton." He patted her hand. "I'd lie awake at night, worrying that they'd get me eventually." He hated even saying it, and he worried about it sometimes for her, but it didn't seem to bother her at all. "By the way, how's Drew?" "Fine. He's going to New York on business next week, and he's bringing the girls back with him." "When are you getting married?" "Relax." She smiled. "We haven't even talked about it since I started this case. In fact, I've hardly talked to him." And when she told him about her success before it hit the press, he sounded strange. "That's nice." "Well, don't get too excited. It might be bad for your heart." He laughed at her. All right. I'm sorry. I had something else on my mind." "What?" "Nothing important." But he was that way until he left, and he sounded worse from the east, and when he got back to Los Angeles, he didn't call her at all. She almost wondered if something was wrong, or if she should fly down to surprise him and get everything on the right track again. All they needed was a little time alone to sort things out. They'd both been working too hard, and she knew all the signs. She looked at her watch late one night, trying to decide if she should catch the last plane down, and decided to call him instead. She could always go down the next day, and they had a lot of catching up to do after her 2 months of grueling work. She dialed the phone number she knew by heart, heard it ring 3 times, and smiled when it was picked up. But not for long. A woman's voice answered it. "Hello?" Tana felt her heart stop, and she sat there endlessly staring into the night. And then hurriedly she put down the phone. Her heart was pounding hideously. She felt dizzy, awkward, disoriented, strange. She couldn't believe what she had heard. She had to have dialed the wrong number, she told herself. But before she could compose herself to try again, the phone rang, and she heard Drew's voice, and suddenly she knew. He must have known she'd called, and now he was panicking. She felt as though her whole life had just come to an end. "Who was that?" She sounded half hysterical, and he sounded nervous, too. "What?" "The woman who answered your phone." She fought for composure, but her voice was totally out of control. "I don't know what you mean." "Drew, answer me. Please." She was half crying, half shouting at him. "We have to talk." "Oh, my God. God damn it, what have you done to me?" "Don't be so melodramatic, for Christ's sake." She cut him off with a shriek. "Melodramatic? I call you at 11 o'clock at night, and a woman answers your phone, and you tell me I'm being melodramatic? How would you like to have a man answer when you call me here?" "Stop it, Don." It was Eileen. Obviously. Instinctively, she had known. "And where are the girls?" She didn't even know why she had asked. "In Malibu." "In Malibu? You mean you're alone with her?" "We had to talk." His voice sounded dead suddenly. "Alone? At this hour? What the hell does that mean? Did she sign?" "Yes. No. Look, I have to talk to you." "Oh, now you have to talk to me." She was being cruel to him, and now they were both beginning to sound hysterical. "What the fuck is going on down there?" There was an endless silence which he couldn't fill. Tana hung up and cried all night, and he arrived in San Francisco the next day. It was Saturday, and he found her at home, as he knew he would. He used his key and let himself in, and he found her sitting mournfully on her deck looking out over the bay. She didn't even turn when she heard him come in, but spoke to him with her back turned. "Why did you bother to come up?" He knelt beside her and touched her neck with his fingertips. "Because I love you, Tan." "No, you don't." She shook her head. "You love her. You always did." "That's not true." But they both knew it was. In fact, all 3 of them did. "The truth is that I love both of you. That's an awful thing to say, but it's the truth. I don't know how to stop loving her, and at the same time, I'm in love with you." "That's sick." She continued to stare out at the bay, passing judgment on him, and he tugged at her hair to make her look at him, and when she did, he saw tears on her face, and it broke his heart. "I can't help what I feel, and I don't know what to do about what's happening. Elizabeth almost flunked out of school. She's so upset about us, Eileen and me. Julie is having nightmares. Eileen quit her job at the OAS. She turned down the ambassadorial post they tried to tempt her with. And she came home with the girls." "They're living with you?" Tana looked as though he had just driven a stake into her heart, and he nodded. He didn't want to lie to her any more. "When did all this happen?" "We talked about it a lot in Washington on Easter week. But I didn't want to upset you when you were working so hard, Don. She wanted to kick him for what he'd said. How could he not tell her something like that? And nothing was sure. She did it all without consulting me, and just showed up last week. And now what do you expect me to do? Throw them out? Yes. You should never have let them in again. She's my wife, and they're my kids. He looked as though he were on the verge of tears, but Tana stood up then. I guess that solves it then, doesn't it? She walked slowly to the door and looked at him. Goodbye, Drew. I'm not leaving you like this. I'm in love with you. Then get rid of your wife. It's as simple as that. No, it's not, God damn it. He was shouting now. She refused to understand what he was going through. You don't know what it's like, what I feel. The guilt, the agony. He started to cry, and she felt sick as she looked at him. She turned away and had to fight to speak above the tears in her own voice. Please, go. I won't. He pulled her into his arms, and she tried to push him away, but he wouldn't let her do that. And suddenly, without wanting to, she succumbed, and they made love again, crying, begging, shouting, railing at each other and the fates. And when it was all over, they lay spent in each other's arms, and she looked at him. What are we going to do? I don't know. Just give me time. She sighed painfully. I swore I'd never do something like this. But she couldn't bear the thought of losing him, nor he the pain of giving her up. They cried and lay in each other's arms for the next 2 days, and when he flew back to Los Angeles, nothing was solved, except they both knew it wasn't over yet. She had agreed to give him more time, and he had promised her he'd work it out. And for the next 6 months they drove each other mad with promises and threats, ultimatums and hysteria. Tana called and hung up on Eileen 1,000 times. Drew begged her not to do anything rash. The children were even aware of what terrible shape he was in. And Tana began avoiding everyone, especially Harry and Avril. She couldn't bear the questions she saw in his eyes, the sweetness of his wife, the children which only reminded her of Drew's. It was an intolerable situation for all of them, and Eileen was even aware of it. But she said that she wasn't moving out again. She would wait for him to work it out. She wasn't going anywhere, and Tana felt as though she were going mad. She spent her birthday and the 4th of July and Labor Day and Thanksgiving alone, predictably. What do you expect of me, Tana? You want me to just walk out on them? Maybe I do. Maybe that's exactly what I expect of you. Why should I be the one who's always alone? It matters to me, too. But I've got the kids. Go fuck yourself. But she didn't say that for real until she had spent Christmas alone. He had promised to come up both then and on New Year's Eve, and she sat and waited for him all night, and he never came. She sat in an evening dress until 9 a.m. on New Year's Day, and then slowly, irrevocably, she took it off and threw it in the trash. She had bought the dress just for him. She had the locks changed the next day, and packed up all the things he'd left with her over the past year and a half, and had them sent to him in an unmarked box. And after that she sent him a telegram which said it all. Goodbye. Don't come back again. And she lay drowning in her tears. For all the bravery, the final straw had almost broken her back, and he came flying up as soon as he began to get the messages, the telegram, the package. He was terrified that she might mean it this time, and when he tried his key in her lock, he knew she did. He drove frantically to her office and insisted on seeing her, and when he did, her eyes were cold and the greenest he had ever seen. I have nothing left to say to you, Drew. A part of her had died. He had killed it with the hopes that had never been fulfilled, the lies he'd told to both of them, and most of all, himself. She wondered now how her mother had stood it for all those years without killing herself, It was the worst torture Tana had ever been through, and she never wanted to go through it again, for anyone, and least of all for him. Tana, please. Goodbye. She walked out of her office and down the hall, disappearing into a conference room, and she left the building shortly after that, but she didn't go home for hours. And when she did, he was still waiting there, outside, in the driving rain. She slowed her car, and she saw him and drove off again. She spent the night in a motel on Lombard Street, and the next morning when she went back, he was sleeping in his car. When instinctively he heard her step, he woke and leaped out to talk to her. "If you don't leave me alone, I'll call the police." She sounded tough and threatening, looked furious to his eyes, but what he didn't see was how broken she felt inside, how long she sobbed once he was gone, how desperate she felt at the thought of never seeing him again. She actually thought of jumping off the bridge, but something stopped her when she thought of it, and she didn't even know what. And then, as though by miracle, Harry sensed something wrong when he called repeatedly and no one answered the phone. She thought it was Drew, and she lay on the living room floor and sobbed, thinking of the time when they had made love there and he had proposed to her. And then suddenly there was a pounding on the door, and she heard Harry's voice. She looked like a derelict when she opened it, standing there in her tear-stained face and bare feet, her skirt covered with lint from the rug, her sweater all askew. "My God, what happened to you?" She looked as though she'd been drinking for a week, or had been beaten up, or as though something terrible had happened to her. Only the last was true. "Tana?" She dissolved in tears as he looked at her, and he held her close to him as she hovered awkwardly over his chair, and then he sat her down on the couch, and she told him her tale. "It's all over now. I'll never see him again." "You're better off." Harry looked grim. "You can't live like this. You've looked like shit for the past 6 months. It's just not fair to you." "I know. But maybe if I'd waited, I think eventually—" She felt weak and hysterical, and suddenly she had lost her resolve, and Harry shouted at her. "No! Stop that. He's never going to leave his wife if he hasn't by now. She came back to him 7 months ago, damn it, Ton, and she's still there. If he wanted out, he'd have found the door by now. Don't kid yourself." "I have been for 1.5 years. "That's how things go sometimes." He tried to sound philosophical, but he wanted to kill the son of a bitch who had done this to her. "You just have to pick yourself up and go on." "Oh, yeah, sure." She started to cry again, forgetting who she was talking to. "That's easy for you to say." He looked long and hard at her. "Do you remember when you dragged me back to life by the teeth, and then into law school the same way? Remember me? Well, don't give me that shit, Ton. If I made it, so can you. You'll live through it." "I've never loved anyone like I loved him." She whimpered horribly, and it broke his heart as she looked at him, with those huge green eyes. She didn't look more than 12 years old, and he wanted to make everything all right for her, but he couldn't make Drew's wife disappear, although he would have liked to do that for her. Anything for Ton, his best and dearest friend. "Someone else will come along. Better than him." "I don't want someone else. I don't want anyone." And Harry feared that more than anything. And in the next year she set out to prove just that. She refused to see anyone except her colleagues at work. She went nowhere, saw no one, and when Christmas came, she even refused to see Avril and Harry. She had turned 32 alone, had spent her nights alone, would have eaten Thanksgiving turkey alone, if she'd bothered to eat any at all, which she didn't. She worked overtime and double time and golden time and all the time, sitting at her desk until 10 and 11 o'clock at night, taking on more cases than she ever had before, and for literally a year. She had no fun at all. She rarely laughed, called no one, had no dates with anyone, and took weeks to answer Harry's calls. Congratulations. He finally reached her in February. She had mourned Drew Lands for more than a year, and she had inadvertently learned through mutual friends that he and Eileen were still together and had just bought a beautiful new home in Beverly Hills. Okay, asshole. Harry was tired of chasing her. How come you don't return my calls anymore? I've been busy for the last few weeks. Don't you read the papers? I'm waiting for a verdict to come in. I don't give a fuck about that, in case you're interested, and that doesn't account for the last 13 months. You never call me anymore. I always call you. Is it my breath, my feet, or my IQ? She laughed. Harry never changed. All of the above. Asshole. Are you going to go on feeling sorry for yourself for the rest of your life? The guy wasn't worth it, Ton. And a whole year is ridiculous. It had nothing to do with that. But they both knew that wasn't true. It had everything to do with Drew Lands and his not leaving his wife. That's new, too. You never used to lie to me. All right. It's been easier not to see anybody. Why? You ought to celebrate. You could have done what your mother did and sat there for 15 years. Instead, you were smart enough to get the hell out. So what did you lose, Ton? Your virginity? 18 months? So what? Other women lose 10 years over married men. They lose their hearts, their sanity, their time, their lives. You got off lucky, if you ask me. Yeah. Somewhere in her heart, she knew he was right, but it still didn't feel good yet. Maybe it never would. She still alternated between missing him and being angry at him. It wasn't the indifference she would have liked to feel, and she finally admitted that to Harry when she let him take her to lunch. That takes time, Ton, and a little water over the dam. You have to go out with some other people. Fill your head with other stuff, not just him. You can't just work all the time. He smiled gently at her. He loved her so much, and he knew he always would. It wasn't like what he felt for his wife. She was more like a sister to him now. He remembered the tremendous crush he had had on her for years, and he reminded her of that now. And I survived. That wasn't the same thing. Shit, Drew had proposed marriage to me. He was the only man I'd ever even wanted to marry. Do you know that? Yes, I do. He knew her better than anyone. So he's a jerk. We already know that, and you're a little slow. But you'll want to get married again. Someone else will come along. That's all I need. She looked revolted at the thought. I'm too old. Teen romance is not my style anymore, thanks. Fine, then find some old fart who thinks you're cute, but don't sit around like this and waste your life. It isn't exactly wasted, Harry. She looked somberly at him. I have my work. That's not enough. Christ, you're a pain. He looked at her and shook his head, and invited her to a party they were giving the following week. But she never showed up in the end, and he had to go on a campaign to drag her out of her shell again. It was as though she had been raped again. And then, to make matters worse, she lost a major case and got depressed about that. Okay, so you're not infallible. Give yourself a break, for Christ's sake. Get off the cross. I know it's Easter week, but one's enough. Can't you find something else to do except torment yourself? Why don't you come spend a weekend in Tahoe with us? They had just rented a house, and Harry loved going up there with the kids. We can't go up for much longer anyway. Why not? She glanced at him as he paid the check, and he smiled at her. She had given him a hard time for the past few months, but she was starting to come out of it. I can't take Avril up much longer. She's pregnant again, you know. For a minute, Tana actually looked shocked, and he laughed at her, and then blushed. It's happened before, after all. I mean, it's not that remarkable. But they both knew it was. And suddenly Tana grinned at him. It was as if life had come back into focus again, and suddenly Drew Lands was gone, and she wanted to shout and sing. It was like having had a toothache for over a year, and discovering miraculously that the tooth was gone. Well, I'll be damned. Don't you two ever stop?" "Nope. And after this we'll go for 4. I want another girl this time, but Abe wants a boy." Tana was beaming at him, and she gave him a big hug as they left the restaurant. "I'm going to be an aunt again." "That's the easy way, if you ask me. Not fair, Ton." "It suits me just fine." One thing she knew she didn't want was children, no matter what man wandered into her life. She didn't have time for that, and she was too old now anyway. She had made that decision long ago. Her baby was the law. And she had Harry's children to spoil when she wanted someone little to sit on her lap. They were both adorable, and she was happy for them that a third one was coming along. Avril always had a pretty easy time, and Harry was always so proud of himself, and he could certainly afford as many as they chose to have. Only her mother disapproved when she talked to her. "That seems awfully unreasonable to me." She was always opposed to everything these days, babies, trips, new jobs, new homes. It was as though she wanted to play out the rest of her life cautiously and thought everyone else should too. It was a sign of age, which Tana recognized, but her mother seemed too young for that. She had aged rapidly since she and Arthur had gotten married. Nothing had turned out quite right for her, and when she had gotten what she had wanted for so long, it was not the same as it had once been. Arthur was sick and getting old. But Tana was happy for Harry and Abe, and when the baby came on November 25th, Avril got her wish. It was a bouncing, squalling boy. They named him after his great-grandfather, Andrew Harrison, and Tana smiled down at him in his mother's arms and felt tears come to her eyes. She hadn't had that reaction to the others before, but there was something so sweet and touching about the baby's innocence, his perfect pink flesh, the big round eyes, the tiny fingers so gently curled. Tana had never seen such perfection, and all of it so small. She and Harry looked at each other and exchanged a smile, thinking of how far they had come, and he looked so proud, one hand tightly holding his wife's and the other gently touching his son. Avril went home the day after Andrew was born and made the Thanksgiving dinner herself, as she always did, practically refusing any help at all, as Tana stared at her, amazed at all she did, and did so well. "It kind of makes you feel dumb, doesn't it?" She was nursing in the window seat, looking out at the bay, and Tana looked at her as Harry grinned. "You could do it too, Ton, if you wanted to." "Don't count on it. I can barely boil myself an egg, let alone give birth, and cook a turkey 2 days later for my family, making it seem as though I had nothing to do all week. You'd better hang on to her, Harry, and don't get her knocked up again." She grinned at him, and she knew that they had never been happier. Avril just radiated happiness, and so did he. "I'll do my best. Will you come to the christening, by the way? Abe wants to do it on Christmas Day, if you're going to be here." "Where else would I be?" She laughed at him. "What do I know? You might go home to New York. I was thinking of taking the kids to Kashtat to see Dad, but now he says he's going to Tangiers with some friends, so that blows that." "You're breaking my heart." She laughed at him. She hadn't seen Harrison in years, but Harry said he was all right. He seemed the kind of man who would be handsome and healthy for all his life. It was a little startling to realize that he was in his early 60s now, 63 to be exact, Harry reminded her, though he didn't look more than half of it, Harry had told her. It was odd to remember how much Harry had once hated him, but he didn't any more. It was Tana who had changed all that, and Harry never forgot any of it. He wanted her to be godmother again, and she was touched by it. "Don't you have any other friends? Your kids are going to be sick to death of me by the time they grow up." "Too bad for them. Jack Hawthorne is Andrew's godfather. At least you two will finally meet. He thinks you've been avoiding him." In all the years of Harry's partnership with him, the two had never met. But Tana had no reason to meet him, although she was curious to now. And when they met at St. Mary the Virgin Church on Union Street on Christmas Day, he was almost as she had expected him to be. Tall, blond, handsome. He looked like an all-American football player in a college game, and yet he looked intelligent as well. He was tall and broad and had enormous hands, and he held the baby with a gentleness that startled her. He was talking to Harry outside afterwards, and she smiled at him. "You do that awfully well, Jack." "Thanks. I'm a little rusty, but I can still manage in a pinch." "Do you have children?" It was casual conversation outside the church. The only other thing they could have talked about was law or their mutual friend, but it was easier and more pleasant to talk about the new godchild that they shared. "I have one. She's 10. "That seems incredible. 10 seemed so old somehow. Of course, Elizabeth had been 13, but Drew had been a lot older than this man, or at least he looked that way. Tana knew Jack was in his late 30s, but he had a boyish air. And at the party at Avril and Harry's house later that day, he told funny stories and jokes, and had everyone laughing, including Tana, for most of the day. She smiled at Harry when she found him in the kitchen pouring someone another drink. "No wonder you like him so much. He's a nice guy." "Jack?" Harry didn't look surprised. Other than Tana and Avril, Jack Hawthorne was his best friend, and they had worked well together for the past few years. They had established a comfortable practice, and they worked in the same way, not with Tana's burning drive, but with something a little more reasonable. And the two men were well matched. "He's smart as hell, but he's very relaxed about it." "I noticed that." At first he seemed very casual, almost indifferent to what was going on, but Tana had noticed rapidly that he was a lot sharper than he looked. Eventually, at the end of the day, he offered her a ride home, and she accepted gratefully. She had left her own car outside the church in town. "Well, I finally meet the famous assistant DA. They certainly like to write about you, don't they?" She was embarrassed by what he said, but he seemed unconcerned. "Only when they have nothing else to do." He smiled at her. He liked her modesty. He also liked the long, shapely legs peeking out beneath the black velvet skirt she wore. It was a suit she had bought at I. Magnin just for her godchild's christening day. "Harry's very proud of you, you know. I feel as though I know you myself. He talks about you all the time." "I'm just as bad. I don't have kids, so everyone has to listen to stories about Harry and when we went to school." "You two must have been hell on wheels back then." He grinned at her, and she laughed. "More or less. We had a hell of a good time, most of the time, anyway. And some nasty run-ins now and then." She smiled at the memories and then smiled at Jack. "I must be getting old, all this nostalgia. It's that time of year." "It is, isn't it? Christmas always does that to me." "Me too." She wondered where his daughter was, if that was part of the nostalgia for him. "You're from New York, aren't you?" She nodded her head. That seemed light years away, too. "And you?" "I'm from the Midwest. Detroit, to be exact. A lovely place." He smiled, and they both laughed again. He was easy to be with, and it seemed harmless to her when he offered to take her out for drinks. But everything seemed so empty when they looked around, and it was depressing to go to a bar on Christmas night. She wound up inviting him back to her place instead, and he was perfectly agreeable to her. So much so he was almost innocuous, and she didn't even recognize him at first when she ran into him at City Hall the next week. He was one of those tall, blond, handsome men who could have been almost anyone, from a college pal to someone's husband or brother or boyfriend. And then suddenly she realized who he was and blushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Jack. I was distracted." "You have a right to be." He smiled at her, and she was amused at how impressed he was by her job. Harry must have been lying to him again. She knew he exaggerated a lot about her, about the rapists she fought off in holding cells, the judo holds she knew, the cases she cracked herself without investigators' help. None of it true, of course, but Harry loved to tell tales, and especially war stories about her. "Why do you lie like that?" She had challenged Harry more than once, but he felt no remorse. "Some of it's true, anyway." "The hell it is. I ran into one of your friends last week who thought I had been knifed by a coke dealer in the holding cell. For Christ's sake, Harry, knock it off." She thought of it now and assumed he had been at it again as she smiled at Jack. "Actually, things are pretty quiet right now. How about you?" "Not bad. We have a few good cases. Harry and Abe went up to Tahoe for a few weeks, so I'm holding the fort on my own." "He's such a hard-working type." They both laughed, and he looked at her hesitantly. He had been dying to call her for a week, and he hadn't dared. You wouldn't have time for lunch, would you? Oddly enough, for once she did. He was ecstatic when she said yes, and they went to the Bijou, a small French restaurant on Polk, which was more pretentious than good, but it was pleasant chatting with Harry's friend for an hour or so. She had heard about him for so many years, and between her heavy caseload and her turmoil over Drew lands, they'd never met. It's ridiculous, you know. Harry should have gotten us together years ago. Jack smiled. I think he tried. He didn't say anything that indicated he knew about Drew, but Tana could talk about it now. I was being difficult for a while. She smiled. And now? He looked at her with the same gentle look he had used on their godchild. I'm back to my old rotten self again. That's good. Actually, Harry saved my life this time. I know he was worried about you for a while. She sighed. I made an ass of myself. I guess we all have to sometime. I sure did. He smiled at her. I got my kid sister's best friend pregnant in Detroit 10 years ago when I went home over the holidays. I don't know what happened to me, except I must have gone nuts or something. She was this pretty little redhead, 21 years old, and bang, the next thing I knew, I was getting married. She hated it out here. She cried all the time. Poor little Barb had colic for the first 6 months of her life, and a year later Kate went back again, and it was all over. I now have an ex-wife and a daughter in Detroit, and I don't know anything more about them than I did then. It was the craziest thing I ever did, and I'm not about to do it again. He looked extremely determined as he said the words, and it was easy to see that he meant every bit of it. I've never drunk straight rum, either, since then. He grinned ruefully, and Tana laughed. At least you have something to show for it. It was more than she could say. Not that she would have wanted Drew's child, even if he hadn't had the vasectomy. Do you see your daughter sometimes? She comes out once a year for a month. He sighed with a careful smile. It's a little difficult to build a relationship based on that. He had always thought it was unfair to her, but what else could he do? He couldn't ignore her now. We're really strangers to each other. I'm the oddball who sends her birthday cards every year and takes her to baseball games when she's here. I don't know what else to do with her. Abe was pretty good about keeping an eye on her in the daytime last year, and they lent me the house in Tahoe for a week. She loved that. He smiled at Tana, and so did I. It's awkward making friends with a 10-year-old child. I'll bet it is. The relationship... The man I was involved with had 2 of them, and it was odd for me. I don't have children of my own, and it wasn't like Harry's kids. Suddenly, here were these 2 big people staring at me. It felt awfully strange. Did you get attached to them? He seemed intrigued by her, and she was surprised at how easy it was to talk to him. Not really. There wasn't time. They lived in the East. She remembered the rest of it. For a while. He nodded, smiling at her. You certainly managed to keep your life simpler than the rest of us. He laughed softly then. I guess you don't drink rum. She laughed too. Usually not, but I've managed to do a fair amount of damage to myself in other ways. I just don't have any children to show for it. Are you sorry about that? Nope. It had taken 33.5 years to say it honestly. There are some things in this life that aren't for me, and children are one of them. Godmother is more my style. I probably should have stuck to that myself, for Barb's sake, if no one else's. At least her mother is remarried now, so she has a real father figure to relate to for the 11 months I'm not around. Doesn't that bother you? She wondered if he felt possessive about the child. Drew had been very much so about his, especially Elizabeth. But Jack shook his head. I hardly know the kid. That's an awful thing to say, but it's true. Every year I get to know her again, and she leaves, and when she comes back she's grown up by a year and changed all over again. It's kind of a fruitless venture. But maybe it does something for her. I don't know. I owe her that much. And I suspect that in a few years she'll tell me to go to hell. She has a boyfriend in Detroit, and she's not coming out this year. Maybe she'll bring him. They both laughed. God help me. That's all I need. I feel the way you do. There are some things in this life I never want inflicted on me.
Malaria, typhoid, marriage, kids. She laughed at his honesty. It was certainly not a popular view, or one that one could admit to most of the time, but he felt he could with her, and she with him. I agree with you. I really think it's impossible to do what you do well and give enough to relationships like that. That sounds noble, my friend, but we both know that that has nothing to do with it. Honestly, I'm scared stiff. All I need is another Kate out from Detroit and crying all night because she has no friends out here, or some totally dependent woman with nothing to do all day except nag me at night, or decide after 2 years of marriage that half of the business Harry and I built is hers. He and I see too much of that as it is, and I just don't want any part of it. He smiled at her. And what are you scared of, my dear? Chilblains? Childbirth? Giving up your career? Competition from a man? He was surprisingly astute, and she smiled appreciatively at him. Touché. All of the above. Maybe I'm afraid of jeopardizing what I've built, of getting hurt. I don't know. I think I had doubts about marriage years ago, although I didn't know it then. It's all my mother ever wanted for me, and I always wanted to say, but wait, not yet. I've got all these other things to do first. It's like volunteering to have your head cut off. There's never really a good time. He laughed, and she remembered Drew proposing to her in front of the fire one night, and then she forced it from her with a flash of pain. Most of the time, the memories of him didn't hurt much now, but a few still did. And that one most of all. Maybe because she felt he had made a fool of her. She had been willing to make an exception for him. She had accepted the proposal, and then he had gone back to Eileen. Jack was watching her as she frowned. No one is worth looking that sad for, Donna. She smiled at him. Old memories. Forget them then. They won't hurt you anymore. There was something wonderfully easy and wise about the man, and she began going out with him almost without thinking about it. A movie, an early dinner, a walk on Union Street, a football game. He came and went, and became her friend. And it wasn't even remarkable when they finally went to bed with each other late that spring. They had known each other for 5 months by then, and it wasn't earth-shattering, but it was comfortable. He was easy to be around, intelligent, and he had a wonderful understanding of what she did, a powerful respect for her job. They even shared a common best friend, and by summertime, when his daughter came out, even that was comfortable. She was a sweet 11-year-old child with big eyes and hands and feet and bright red hair, like an Irish setter puppy. They took her to Stinson Beach a few times, went on picnics with her. Tana didn't have much time. She was trying a big case just then. But it was all very pleasant, and they went up to Harry's place, where Harry eyed them carefully, curious as to whether it was serious with them. But Avril didn't think it was, and she was usually right. There was no fire, no passion, no intensity, but also no pain. It was comfortable, intelligent, amusing at times, and extremely satisfying in bed. And at the end of a year of going out with him, Tana could well imagine herself going out with Jack for the rest of her life. It was one of those relationships one saw between two people who had never married and never wanted to, much to the chagrin of all their friends who had been in and out of divorce courts for years. One saw people like that eating in restaurants on Saturday nights, going on holidays, attending Christmas parties and gala events, and enjoying each other's company, and sooner or later they'd wind up in bed, and the next day the other one would go home to his or her own place to find the towels exactly the way they wanted them, the bed undisturbed, the coffee pot in perfect readiness for their needs. It was so perfect for both of them that way, but they drove Harry nuts, and that amused them too. I mean, look at you both. You're so goddamn complacent I could cry. The three of them were having lunch, and neither Tana nor Jack looked concerned. She looked up at Jack with a smile. Hand him a handkerchief, sweetheart. Nah, let him use his sleeve. He always does. Don't you have any decency? What's wrong with you? They exchanged a bovine glance. Just decadent, I guess. Don't you want kids? Haven't you ever heard of birth control? Jack looked at him, and Harry looked as though he wanted to scream as Tana laughed. Give it up, kid. You aren't going to win this one with us. We're happy like this.
You've been dating for a year. What the hell does that mean to you both?
That we have a lot of stamina. I now know that he gets homicidal if anyone touches the sports section on Sundays, and he hates classical music.
And that's it?
How can you be so insensitive?
It comes naturally. She smiled sweetly at her friend, and Jack grinned at her. Face it, Harry, you're outnumbered, outclassed, outdone. But when Tana turned 35, 6 months later, they surprised Harry after all. You're getting married? Harry barely dared to breathe the words to Jack when he told him they were looking for a house, but Jack laughed at him. Hell no. You don't know your friend Ton if you think there's even a chance of that. We're thinking about living together. Harry spun his wheelchair around, glaring at Jack. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. I won't let you do that to her. Jack roared. It was her idea. And besides, you and Abe did it. His daughter had just gone home, and it had gotten very complicated going back and forth from his house to hers for a month. Her place is too small for both of us, and so is mine. And I'd really like to live in Marin. Tana says she would, too. Harry looked miserable. He wanted a happy ending. Rice, rose petals, babies. And neither of them was cooperating with him. Do you realize how complicated it is to invest in real estate if you're not married? Of course I do. And so does she. That's why we'll probably rent. And it was exactly what they did. They found the house they wanted with an overwhelming view in Tiburon. It had 4 bedrooms and was dirt cheap compared to what it might have cost, and it gave them each an office, a bedroom for them, and a bedroom for Barb when she came to town from Detroit, or if they had guests. It had a lovely sun deck, a porch, a hot tub, which looked out at the view, and neither of them had ever been happier. Harry and Avril came to check it out with the kids, and they had to admit that the setting was beautiful, but it still wasn't what Harry had hoped for her, but she only laughed at him. And, worst of all, Jack shared all of her views. He had no intention of getting hooked into marriage again by anyone. He was 38 years old, and his little escapade in Detroit 12 years before had cost him dearly. Jack and Tana did Christmas dinner that year, and it was beautiful, with the bay below and the city shimmering in the distance. It's like a dream, isn't it, sweetheart? Jack whispered to her after everyone went home. They had exactly the life that suited them, and she had even finally given up her own apartment in town. She had hung on to it for a while to play it safe, but in the end she had let it go. She was safe with him, and he took good care of her. When she had appendicitis that year, he took 2 weeks off from work to take care of her. When she turned 36, he gave her a party in the Trafalgar Room at Trader Vic's for 87 of her closest friends, and the following year he surprised her with a cruise in Greece. She came home rested and brown, and happier than ever with their life. There was never any talk of marriage between the two, although once in a while they talked about buying the house in which they lived. But Tana wasn't even sure about that, and secretly Jack was leery of it, too. Neither of them wanted to rock the boat that had sailed along so comfortably for so long. They had lived together for almost 2 years, and it was perfect for them both. Until October, after the cruise to Greece. Tana had a big case coming up, and she had stayed up almost all night going over her notes and the files, and she'd fallen asleep at her desk, looking out over the bay and Tiburon. The phone woke her before Jack did with her cup of tea, and she stared at him as she picked it up. Huh? She looked blank, and Jack grinned at her. She was a mess when she stayed up all night like that, and, as though hearing his thoughts, she turned her eyes toward him, and then suddenly he saw them open wide and stare at him. What? Are you crazy? I'm not. Oh, God. I'll be there in an hour. She put down the phone and stared at him as he set down the cup of tea with a worried frown. Something wrong? It couldn't be anything back home if she'd promised to be there in an hour. It had to be work, and it wasn't for him. What happened, Ton? She was still staring at him. I don't know. I have to talk to Fry. The district attorney? No. God, who the hell do you think? Well, what are you getting so excited about? He still didn't understand. But neither did she. She'd done a fantastic job. It just didn't make sense. She'd been there for years. There were tears in her eyes when she looked at Jack and stood up at her desk, spilling the tea across her files, but she didn't even care now. He said I'm being fired. She started to cry and sat down again as he stared at her. That can't be, Ton. That's what I said. The DA's office is my whole life. And the saddest thing of all was that they both knew it was true. Chapter 17. Tana showered, dressed, and drove into the city within the hour, her face set, eyes grim. It was obvious that it was an emergency. She looked as though someone had died. Jack offered to go with her, but she knew he had his own problems that day, and Harry had been out of the office a lot recently, so everything rested on him. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you in, Ton? I don't want you to have an accident. She kissed him vaguely on the lips and shook her head. It was so odd. They had lived together for so long, but they were almost more friends than anything else. He was someone to talk to at night, share her problems with, talk about her cases with, as she worked on her strategy. He understood her life, her quirks. He was content with the life they shared, and he wanted relatively little from her, it seemed. Harry claimed it was unnatural, and it was certainly different from what he and Averil shared. But she felt Jack's concern now, as she started her car and he watched her leave. He still couldn't understand what had happened to her, and neither could she. She walked into her office, feeling numb, half an hour later, and without even knocking walked into the office of the DA. She couldn't hold the tears back anymore, and they rolled down her face as she looked at him. What the hell did I do to deserve this? She looked stricken, and he felt instant remorse at what he'd done. He had just thought it would be fun to give her the news in a roundabout way, but he never realized she'd be so heartbroken. It made him all the sorrier to lose her now, but he had been sorry anyway. You're too good at your job, Ton. Stop crying and sit down. He smiled at her, and she felt even more confused. So you're firing me? She was still on her feet, staring at him. I didn't say that. I said you were out of a job. She sat down with a thump. Well, what the hell does that mean? She reached into her handbag and pulled out a handkerchief and blew her nose. She was unashamed of how she felt. She loved her job, and she had from the first day. She'd been in the DA's office for 12 years. That was a lifetime to give up now, and she would have preferred to give up anything but that. Anything. The district attorney felt sorry for her then, and he came around his desk to put an arm around her. Come on, Ton. Don't take it so hard. We're going to miss you too, you know. A fresh burst of tears escaped from her, and he smiled. It brought tears to his eyes, too. She would be leaving soon, if she accepted it, and she had suffered long enough. He forced her to sit down, looked her square in the eye. You're being offered a seat on the bench, sweetheart. Judge Roberts of the Municipal Court. How does that sound to you? I am? She stared at him, unable to absorb it all. I am? I'm not being fired? She started to cry all over again, and she blew her nose again, suddenly laughing at the same time. I'm not... You're kidding me. I wish I were. But he looked delighted for her, and she suddenly gave a small scream, realizing what he'd done to her. Oh, you son of a bitch! I thought you were firing me. He laughed. I apologize. I just thought I'd create a little excitement in your life. Shit. She looked at him in disbelief and blew her nose again. But she was too stunned at what he was telling her to even be angry at him. My God. How did that happen? I've seen it coming for a long time, Ton. I knew it would happen eventually. I just didn't know when. And I'll lay you odds you're in Superior Court by this time next year. You're perfect for it after your track record here. Oh, Larry. My God. An appointment to the bench. The words were almost beyond her ken. I just can't believe it. She looked up at him. I'm
37 years old, and I never even thought of that.
Well, thank God someone did. He held out a hand and shook hers as she beamed. Congratulations, Ton. You deserve every bit of it. They want to induct you in 3 weeks.
So soon? What about my work? Christ, I have a case that goes to trial on the 23rd. She knit her brows, and he laughed at her and waved a hand magnanimously.
Forget it, Ton. Why don't you take some time off and get ready for the new job? Just dump it all on someone else's desk for a change. Use this week to wrap up and then get yourself sorted out at home.
What do I have to do?
She still looked stunned, and he smiled at her.
Shop for robes?
No, he laughed. But I think you may have some house hunting to do. Do you still live in Marin? He knew she'd lived with someone for the past couple of years, but he wasn't sure if she'd kept her own place in town or not. She nodded at him. You've got to have a place in town, Ton.
How come?
It's a condition of being a San Francisco judge. You can keep the other place, but your main residence has to be here.
Do I really have to stick to that?
She looked upset. Pretty much. During the week, anyway.
Christ.
She stared into space for a minute, thinking of Jack. Suddenly, her whole life had turned upside down.
I'll have to do something about that.
You've got plenty to do in the next few weeks. And, first of all, you have to respond. He put on an official voice. Tana Roberts, do you accept the seat on the bench that has been offered to you to serve as a municipal court judge in the city and county of San Francisco? She looked at him in awe.
I do.
He stood up and smiled at her, happy at the good fortune that had befallen her so deservedly. Good luck, Ton. We'll miss you here. Tears sprang to her eyes again, and she was still in shock when she went back to her own desk and sat down. There were 1,000 things she had to do. Empty her desk, look over her caseload, brief someone else about the cases she was passing on, call Harry, tell Jack. Jack! She suddenly looked at her watch and grabbed the phone. The secretary said he was in a meeting, but Tana told her to get him anyway. Hi, babe. You okay?
Yes.
She sounded breathless on the phone. She didn't know where to start.
You won't believe what happened, Jack.
I wondered what the hell was going on when they called you at home. What is it, Ton?
She took a deep breath. They just offered me a seat on the bench.
There was total silence at the other end. At your age?
Isn't that incredible?
She was beaming now.
I mean, would you believe... I never thought...
I'm happy for you, Ton. He sounded quiet, but pleased. And then she remembered what the DA had said. She had to find a place in town, but she didn't want to tell him that on the phone.
Thank you, sweetheart. I'm still in shock. Is Harry there?
No, he's not in today.
He's sure out a lot lately, isn't he? What's up?
I think he's in Tahoe with Abe and the kids for a long weekend. You can call him there. I'll wait till he gets back. I want to see his face. But the face she didn't want to see was Jack's when she told him she had to move out of Marin. I wondered about that after you called. He looked sad when she told him that night. He was obviously upset, and so was she. But she was terribly excited, too. She'd even called her mother, and Jean had been stunned.
My daughter? A judge?
She had been thrilled for Tana. Maybe things did work out in the end, and she had met Jack once, and he seemed nice to her. She hoped they would get married eventually, even if Tana was too old for children now. But, as a judge, maybe that didn't matter as much. Even Arthur had been thrilled for her. Jean had explained it to him several times. Tana looked at Jack now. How do you feel about living in town during the week? Not great. He was honest with her. It's so damn comfortable for us here. I thought I'd look for something small that we don't have to worry about. An apartment, a condo, a studio even. As though she could pretend it wasn't happening, but he shook his head. We'd go nuts after all the room we're used to here. For 2 years they had lived like kings, with a huge master bedroom, offices for each of them, a living room, dining room, guest room for Barb, sweeping view of the bay. A studio would feel like a jail cell after that. "Well, I've got to do something, Jack, and I only have 3 weeks. She looked faintly annoyed at him. He wasn't making it easier for her, and she wondered if the appointment bothered him. It would be natural that it would, at least at first, but she hardly had time to think of that in the next few weeks. She divided her caseload up, emptied her desk, and ran around looking at every condo available until the real estate agent called halfway into the second week. She had something very special she wanted Tana to see in Pacific Heights. "It's not exactly what you had in mind, but it's worth a look." And when she went, it was more than that. It was a dollhouse that took her breath away, a tiny gingerbread jewel, painted beige with dollops of cinnamon and cream. It was absolutely impeccable, with inlaid floors, marble fireplaces in just about every room, huge closets, perfect lighting, double French doors, and a view of the bay. Tana would never have thought of looking for something like it, but now that she was here, there was no way she could resist. "How much is the rent?" She knew it would be ferocious. The place looked like something out of a magazine. "It's not for rent." The agent smiled at her. "It's for sale." She told her the price, and Tana was amazed at how reasonable it was. It wasn't cheap, but it wouldn't have destroyed her savings at one blow, and at the price that was being asked, it was actually a good investment for her. It was irresistible in every possible way, and it was perfect for her. One large bedroom on the second floor, a dressing room with mirrored walls, a tiny den with a brick fireplace, and downstairs one large, beautiful living room and a tiny country kitchen that gave out onto a patio framed with trees. She signed away her life, put the deposit down, and turned up in Jack's office, looking nervous about what she'd done. She knew it wasn't a mistake, but still, it was such an independent thing to do, so solitary, so grown up, and she hadn't asked him. "Good Lord, who died?" He stepped into the anteroom and saw her face as she laughed nervously. "That's better." He kissed her neck. "You practicing to be a judge? You're going to scare people half to death running around with a face like that." "I just did a crazy thing." The words tumbled out, and he smiled. He had had a rough day, and it wasn't even 2 o'clock yet. "So what else is new? Come on in and tell me about it." Tana saw that Harry's door was closed, and she didn't knock. She passed right into Jack's large, pleasant room in the Victorian they'd bought 5 years before. That had been a good investment for them. Maybe it would help make him understand what she'd done. He smiled at her from across his desk. "So, what did you do?" "I think I just bought a house." She looked like a frightened kid, and he laughed at her. "You think you did? I see. And what makes you think that?" He sounded as he always did, but his eyes were different now, and she wondered why. "Actually, I signed the papers. Oh, Jack, I hope I did the right thing." "Do you like it?" "I'm in love with it." He looked surprised. Neither of them had wanted to own a house before. They had talked about it several times. They had no need of permanence, and he hadn't changed his mind. But apparently she had, and he wondered why. A lot seemed to have changed in the last 10 days, mostly for her. Nothing had changed for him. "Won't that be a lot of trouble for you, Tom? Keeping it up, worrying about a leaky roof, and all that stuff we talked about before and didn't want?" "I don't know. I guess—" She looked nervously at him. It was time to ask. "You'll be there too, won't you?" Her voice was frightened and soft, and he smiled at her. She was at once so vulnerable and soft, and yet so incredibly powerful as well. He loved that about her, and knew he always would. It was what Harry loved in her, too. That and her loyalty, her fierce heart, bright mind. She was such a lovely girl, judge or not. She looked like a teenager sitting there, watching him. "Is there room in it for me?" His voice sounded tentative, and she nodded vehemently as her hair swung wild. She had cut it straight to her shoulders only weeks before she got the news, and it looked very elegant and sleek, hanging in a smooth blonde sheet from crown to nape. Of course there is. But he wasn't sure he agreed when he saw the place that night. He agreed that the place was beautiful, but it was awfully feminine to his eyes. How can you say a thing like that? There's nothing here but walls and floors. I don't know. It just feels that way. Maybe because I know it's your house. He turned to her and he looked sad all at once. I'm sorry, Ton. It's beautiful. I don't mean to rain on your parade. It's all right. I'll make it comfortable for both of us. I promise you. He took her to dinner that night, and they talked for hours about her new job, the judge's school she would have to attend in Oakland for 3 weeks, holed up in a hotel with other recent appointees. Everything seemed suddenly exciting and new, and she hadn't felt that way in years. It's like starting life all over again, isn't it? Her eyes danced as she looked at him, and he smiled at her. I guess. They went home after that and made love, and nothing seemed to have changed in important ways. She spent the next week shopping for furniture for her new house, closing the deal, and buying a new dress for her induction ceremony. She had even asked her mother to come out, but Arthur wasn't well enough, and Jean didn't want to leave him alone. But Harry would be there, and Averill, and Jack, and all the friends and acquaintances she had collected over the years. In the end, there were 200 people at the ceremony, and Harry gave her a reception afterwards at Trader Vic's. It was the most festive occasion she had ever been to, and she laughed as she kissed Jack halfway through the afternoon. It's kind of like getting married, isn't it? He laughed back at her, and they exchanged a look which said they both understood. Better than that, thank God. They laughed again, and he danced with her, and they were both a little drunk when they went home that night, and the following week she started judge's school. She stayed at the hotel, in the room they had given her, and she had planned to spend weekends in Tiburon with Jack. But there was always something to do at her new house. A painting she wanted to hang, lights she had to fix, a couch that had arrived, a gardener she wanted to interview. And for the first 2 weeks she slept in town when she wasn't at judge's school. Why don't you come sleep here with me? There was a plaintive note in her voice, and she sounded irritable. He hadn't seen her in days, but that was par for the course these days. She had too much else to do. I've got too much work to do. He sounded curt. You can bring it here, sweetheart. I'll make some soup and a salad. You can use my den. He noticed the possessive term, and like everything else these days, it rankled him. But he had a lot on his mind just then. Do you know what it's like to drag all your work over to someone else's house? I'm not someone else. I'm me. And you live here, too. Since when? She was hurt by his tone, and she backed off, and even Thanksgiving was strained, spent with Harry and Averill and the kids. How's the new house, Don? Harry was happy about everything that had happened to her, but she noticed that he looked tired and drawn, and Averill looked strained, too. It was a difficult day for everyone, and even the children whined more than usual, and Jack and Tana's godchild cried most of the day. She sighed as they drove back to town at last, and Jack visibly unwound in the silence in the car. Doesn't it make you glad you don't have kids? He looked at her as he spoke, and she smiled at him. Days like this do, but when they're all dressed up and cute, or sound asleep, and you watch Harry look at Ave, sometimes I think it would be sweet to be like that. She sighed then and glanced at him. I don't think I could stand it, though. You'd look cute on the bench, with a string of kids. He said it sarcastically, and she laughed. He had been sharp with her a lot recently, and she noticed that he was driving her into town and not to Tiburon, and she looked at him, surprised. Aren't we going home, sweetheart? Sure. I thought you wanted to go back to your place. I don't mind. She took a deep breath. It had to be said eventually. You're mad at me for buying the house, aren't you? He shrugged and drove on, keeping his eyes on the other cars. I guess it was something you had to do. I just didn't think you'd do something like that. All I did was buy a little house because I had to have a place in town. I just didn't think you wanted to own something, Don. What difference does it make if I own or rent? It's a good investment this way. We've talked about doing something like that. Yeah, and we decided not to. Why do you have to get yourself locked into something permanent? The thought of that almost gave him hives. He was happy renting where they were in Tiburon. He never thought like that before. Things change sometimes. This just made sense at the time, and I fell in love with it. I know you did. Maybe that's what bothers me. It's so yours, not ours. Would you rather have bought something with me? But she knew him better than that, and he shook his head. That would just complicate our lives. You know that. You can't keep things simple all the time. And as those things go, I think we've done damn well. We're the most unencumbered people I know. And they had done it purposely. Nothing was permanent, written in stone. Their whole life could be unwound in a matter of hours, or so they thought. At least it was what they had told themselves for 2 years. Tana went on. Hell, I used to have an apartment in town. What's the big deal? But it wasn't the house. It was her job. She had begun to suspect it weeks before. It bothered him, the fuss, the press. He had tolerated it before because she was only an assistant DA. But suddenly she was a judge. Your Honor, Judge Roberts. She had noticed the look on his face every time someone said the words to her. You know, it really isn't fair of you to take it out on me, Jack. I can't help it. Something wonderful happened, and now we have to learn to live with it. It could have happened to you, too. The shoe could be on the other foot, you know. I think I'd have handled it differently. How? She was instantly hurt by his words. Actually, he looked at her accusingly. The anger between them finally had words put to it, like a symphony with a chorale, but it was a relief to get it out. I think I'd have turned it down. It's a goddamn pompous thing to do. Pompous? What an awful thing to say. Do you think I'm pompous for accepting the seat they offered me? Depends on how you handle it, he answered cryptically. Well? They stopped at a light, and he turned to look at her, and then suddenly looked away. Look, never mind. I just don't like the changes it's made for us. I don't like you living in town. I don't like your goddamn house. I don't like any of it. So you're going to punish me, is that it? Christ, I'm doing my best to handle it gracefully. Give me a chance. Let me figure it out. It's a big change for me, too, you know. You'd never know it to look at you. You look happy as can be. Well, I am happy. She was honest with him. It's wonderful and flattering and interesting, and I'm having fun with my career. It's very exciting for me, but it's also scary and new, and I don't quite know how to handle it. And I don't want to hurt you. Never mind that. What do you mean, never mind? I love you, Jack. I don't want this to destroy us. Then it won't. He shrugged and drove on, but neither of them was convinced, and he remained impossible for the next few weeks. She made a point of spending the night in Tiburon whenever she could, and she cajoled him constantly, but he was angry at her, and the Christmas they spent at her house was grim. He made it clear that he hated everything about her house, and he left at 8 o'clock the next day, claiming he had things to do. He made life difficult for her for the next few months, and in spite of it, she enjoyed her job. The only thing she didn't like were the long hours she kept. She stayed in her chambers until midnight sometimes, but she had so much to learn, so many points of law to read and refer to for each case. So much depended on her that she became blind to almost all else. So much so that she didn't see how unwell Harry looked, never realized how seldom he went to work anymore. And it was late April before Jack turned to her and screamed. "What are you, blind? He's dying, for God's sake. He has been for the last 6 months, Tom. Don't you give a shit about anyone else anymore?" His words cut her to the quick, and she gaped at him in horror. "That's not true. He can't be." But suddenly the pale face, the ghostly eyes, all of it suddenly made sense. But why hadn't he told her? Why? She looked up at Jack accusingly. "Why
didn't you say something?"
"You wouldn't have heard. You're so fucking wrapped up in how important you are these days, you don't see anything that goes on." They were bitter accusations, angry words, and without saying a word she left Tiburon that night and drove home to her own house. Called Harry on the phone, and before she could say anything, she began to cry. "What's the matter, Ton?" He sounded tired, and she felt as though her heart were going to break.
"I can't. Oh, God, Harry."
All the pressures of the past months suddenly began to pile up on her. Jack's anger, and what he had told her that night about Harry being ill. She couldn't believe he was dying, but when she saw him the next day for lunch, he looked at her quietly and told her it was true. She felt her breath catch as though on a sharp nail, and she stared at him.
"But that can't be true. That's not fair."
She sat there and sobbed like a little child, unable to comfort him, desolate, in too much pain herself to help anyone, and he wheeled to where she sat and put his arms around her. There were tears in his eyes, too, but he was strangely calm. He had known for almost a year, and they had told him that a long time ago. His wounds could cut his life short, and they were. He was suffering from hydronephrosis, which was devouring him by degrees as he headed towards kidney failure. They had tried everything they could, but his body was just quietly giving up. She looked at him with terror in her eyes.
"I can't live without you."
"Yes, you can." He was more worried about Avril and the kids. He knew Tana would survive. She had saved him. She would never give up. "I want you to do something for me. I want you to make sure Ave is all right. The kids are all set, and she has everything she'll need. But she's not like you, Ton. She's always been so dependent on me." She stared at him.
"Does your father know?"
He shook his head. "No one does, except Jack and Ave, and now you." He was angry that Jack had said something to her, and especially in anger, but he wanted a promise from her now. "You promise you'll keep an eye on her?"
"Of course I will."
It was hideous. He was talking as though he were planning to leave on a trip. She looked at him, and 20 years of love raced before her eyes. The dance where they had met, the years at Harvard and BU, coming west, Vietnam, the hospital, law school, the apartment they had shared, the night his first child was born. It was incredible, impossible. His life wasn't over yet. It couldn't be. She needed him too much. But then she remembered the spate of bladder infections, and she knew suddenly where all this would lead. He was dying. She began to cry again, and he held on to her, and then she looked at him and sobbed.
"Why? It's not fair."
"Damn little in life is." He smiled at her, a small, gray, wintry smile. He didn't care so much for himself as he did for his wife and kids. He had been worried sick about them for months, and he was trying to teach Avril to handle everything herself, to no avail. She was totally hysterical, and she refused to learn anything, as though that way she could keep it from happening. But nothing would. He was getting weaker by the day, and he knew it himself. He only came into the office now once or twice a week. It was why he was never there when she went in to see Jack from time to time, and she talked to him about that now. "He's beginning to hate me now." She looked so bleak that it frightened him. He had never seen her like that. These were difficult times for all of them. He still couldn't believe he was going to die, but he knew he would. It was like stuffing running out of a rag doll. He felt as though he were slowly disappearing until he would be no more one day. Only that. They would wake up and he would be gone. Quietly. Not with the squall and the pushes and the screams with which one comes into the world, but with a tear and sigh, and a breath of air as one passes on into the next life, if there even was such a thing. He didn't even know that anymore, and he wasn't sure he cared. He was too worried about the people he was leaving behind, his partner, his wife, his children, his friends. They all seemed to be resting on him, and it was exhausting for him. But in some ways it also kept him alive, like right now with Tana. He felt he had something to share with her before he went, something important for her. He wanted her to change her life before it was too late. And he had said the same thing to Jack, but he didn't want to hear. "He doesn't hate you, Ton. Look, the job is threatening to him. Besides, he's been upset about me for the past few months."
He could have said something at least.
"I made him swear he wouldn't. You can't blame that on him. And as for the rest, you're an important woman now, Ton. Your job is more important than his. That's just the way things are. It's difficult for both of you, and he'll have to adjust to it."
"Tell him that."
"I have."
"He punishes me for what's happened. He hates my house. He's not the same man."
"Yes, he is. Too much so for Harry's taste. He was still devoted to the same ridiculous things, staying unattached, a total lack of commitment or permanence. It was an empty life, and Harry had told him so often enough, but Jack only shrugged. He liked the way he lived, or at least he had until Tana's new job came along. That was giving him a major pain in the ass, and he made no bones about it to Harry. Maybe he's jealous of you. That's not attractive, but it's possible. And he's human, after all.
"So when will he grow up? Or do I have to resign?"
It was a relief talking about normal things, as though the nightmare weren't happening, as though she could make it stop by talking about something else with him. Like the old days. They had been so sweet. Tears filled her eyes as she thought of them. "Of course you don't have to resign. Just give him time." And then he looked at Tana with something else on his mind. "I want to say something to you, Ton. 2 things. He looked at her so intensely it was as though his whole body turned to flame. She could feel the strength of his words boring right into her soul. "I don't know from one day to the next what tomorrow will bring, if I'll be here, if... I have 2 things to say to you, and it's all I have to leave you, my friend. Listen well. The first is, thank you for what you did for me. The last 16 years of my life have been a gift from you, not from my doctor or anyone else, but from you. You forced me to live again, to go on. If it weren't for you, I'd never have met Avril or had the kids." There were tears in his eyes now, too, and they rolled slowly down his cheeks. Tana was grateful that they had met in her chambers for lunch. They had needed to be alone. "And that brings me to the second thing. You're cheating yourself, Ton. You don't know what you're missing, and you won't know till you're there. You're depriving yourself of marriage, commitment, real love, not borrowed or rented or temporary or kind of. I know that fool's in love with you, and you love him, but he's devoted to hanging loose, to not making a mistake again, and that's the biggest mistake of all. Get married, Ton. Have kids. It's the only thing that makes sense in life. The only thing I care about. The only important thing I'm leaving behind. No matter who you are or what you do, until you have that and are that and give that, you are nothing and no one. You're only half alive. Donna, don't cheat yourself. Please." He was crying openly now. He had loved her so much for so long, and he didn't want her to miss what he and Avril had shared. And as he spoke to her, her mind went instantly to the countless looks she had watched them share, the quiet joy, the laughter that never seemed to end, and would end so soon now. And deep in her heart she had always known that what he said was true. In some ways she had wanted it for herself, and in other ways she was scared. And the men in her life had always been wrong for that. Yull McBee, Drew Lands, and now Jack, and the people who didn't matter in between. There had never been anyone who might have come close. Maybe Harry's father would have, but that was so long ago now. If the opportunity ever comes, grab it, Ton. Give up everything if you have to. But if it's the right thing, you won't.
"What do you propose I do? Go out on the street and wear a sign? Marry me. Let's have kids."
They laughed together for a moment, just like old times.
"Yeah, asshole. Why not?"
"I love you, Harry." The words sprang from her, and she was crying again, and he held her tight. "I'll never really be gone, Ton. You know that. You and I had too much to ever lose that. Just like Ave and I do, in a different way. I'll be here, keeping an eye on things." They were crying openly, and she didn't think she could live without him, and she could only imagine how Avril felt. It was the most painful time of their lives, and for the next 3 months they watched him roll slowly downhill. And on a warm summer day, with the sun high in the sky, she got the call. It was from Jack. There were tears in his voice, and she felt her heart stop. She had seen Harry only the night before. She went to see him every day now, no matter what, at lunchtime or at night, or sometimes before her day began. She never knew how hectic things would get, but she wouldn't give that up. And he had held her hand and smiled just the night before. He could barely talk, but she had kissed his cheek and suddenly thought of the hospital so long ago. She wanted to shake him back to life, to make him fight for what he had been. But he couldn't any more, and it was easier to go. "He just died." Jack's voice broke, and Tana began to cry. She wanted to see him just once more, to hear him laugh, see those eyes. She couldn't speak for a minute, and then she nodded her head and took a breath to fight back the sobs. "How's Abe?" "She seems all right." Harrison had arrived the week before, and he was staying with them. Tana looked at her watch. "I'll go over there right now. I just called a recess for the afternoon, anyway." She could feel him tense at her words, as though he felt she was showing off for him. But that was what she did. She was a municipal court judge, and she had called a recess. "Where are you?" "I'm at work. His father just called." "I'm glad he was there. Are you going over now?" "I can't for a little while." She nodded, realizing that if she had said that, he would have said something unpleasant to her about how important she thought she was. There was no winning with him now, and Harry hadn't been able to soften him before he died, no matter how hard he tried. There had been so much he wanted to say, so much to share with those he loved, and it was over so soon. Tana drove over the Bay Bridge with tears streaming down her face, and then suddenly it was as though she felt him next to her, and she smiled. He was gone, but he was everywhere now. With her, with Abe, with his father, his kids. "Hi, kid." She smiled into the air as she drove, and the tears continued to flow, and when she arrived at the house, he was already gone. They had taken him to prepare him for the services, and Harrison was sitting in the living room, looking stunned. He looked suddenly very old, and Tana realized he was almost 70 now. And with grief etched on his still handsome face, he looked even older than that. She said nothing at all. She just went to him, and they held each other tight. And Avril came out of the bedroom after that, wearing a simple black dress, her blonde hair pulled back and her wedding ring on her left hand. Harry had given her some beautiful things from time to time, but she wore nothing now, only her grief and her pride and their love, as she stood surrounded by the life and the home and the children they had shared. She looked oddly beautiful as she stood there, and in a strange way Tana envied her. She and Harry had shared something that few people ever had, for however long, and it had been worth everything to them. And suddenly, for the first time in her life, she felt a void. She was sorry that she hadn't married him a long time before, or someone else, gotten married, had kids. It left an aching hole in her that refused to be filled. All through the services, at the cemetery as they left him there, and afterwards, when she was alone again, she felt something she couldn't have explained to anyone, and when she tried to tell Jack, he shook his head and stared at her. "Don't go crazy now, Tom, just because Harry died." She had told him that she suddenly felt her life was a waste because she had never married and had kids. "I've done both, and believe me, it doesn't change a damn thing. Don't kid yourself. Not everyone has what they did. In fact, I've never known anyone who did, except them. And if you got married looking for that, you'd be disappointed, because it wouldn't be there." "How do you know that? It might." She was disappointed by what he said. "Take my word for it." "You can't make a judgment on that. You knocked up some 21-year-old girl and got married lickety-split because you had to. That's different from making an intelligent choice at our age." "Are you trying to put pressure on me, Ton?" He suddenly looked angrily at her, and all the handsome, blonde, good looks seemed suddenly drawn and tired. Losing Harry had been rough on him, too. "Don't do that to me now. This isn't the time." "I'm just telling you what I feel." "You feel like shit because your best friend just died. But don't go getting all romantic about it and the secret of life being marriage and kids. Believe me, it's not." "How the hell do you know that? You can't decide for anyone but yourself. Don't try to evaluate things for me, goddammit, Jack." All her feelings suddenly came rushing out. "You're so fucking scared to give a damn about anyone, you squeak anytime someone comes too close. And you know what? I'm fucking sick of you punishing me all the time because I got made a judge last year." "Is that what you think I do?" It was a relief for both of them to scream a little bit, but there was truth in her words, and they hit home so hard he slammed out of her house and she didn't see him for 3 weeks. It was the longest they'd been apart voluntarily since they'd met. But he didn't call her, and she didn't call him. She heard nothing at all from him until his daughter arrived in town for her annual visit, and Tana invited her to stay with her in town. Barb was excited at the idea, and when she arrived at the little house on her own the following afternoon, Tana was stunned by how much she had changed. She had just turned 15, and she suddenly looked like a woman now, with long, lean lines and pretty little hips and big blue eyes with her flash of red hair. "You look great, Barb." "Thanks. So do you." Tana kept her for 5 days, and even took her to court with her, and it was only toward the end of the week that they finally talked about Jack, and how things had changed with them. "He yells at me all the time now." Barbara had noticed it too, and she wasn't having a very good time with him. "My mom says he was always like that, but he never was when you were around, Ton." "I think he's probably pretty nervous these days." She was making excuses for him for Barb's sake, so she didn't think it was her fault. But in truth it was a conglomerate of things. Tana, Harry, pressures in his work. Nothing seemed to be going right for him, and when Tana attempted to have dinner with him after Barbara went back to Detroit, it ended in more bickering again. They were arguing about what Avril should do with the house. He thought she should sell and move into town, and Tana disagreed. That house means a lot to her. They've been there for years. "She needs a change, Ton. You can't hang on to the past." "Why the hell are you so desperately afraid to hang on to anything? It's almost as if you're afraid to give a damn." She had noticed that a lot about him of late. He always wanted to be free and unattached, never tied down. It was a wonder the relationship had lasted as long as it had. But it certainly wasn't in good shape now, and at the end of the summer, fate dealt them another blow. Just as she had been told when she was offered her seat on the municipal court bench a year before, an opening had come up, and she was being kicked up into Superior Court. She almost didn't have the heart to tell Jack, but she didn't want him to hear it from someone else first. Gritting her teeth, she dialed him at home one night. She was in her cozy little house, reading some law books she had brought home, to check some remote statutes of the penal code, and she held her breath as he answered the phone. "Hi, Ton. What's up?" He sounded more relaxed than he had in months, and she hated to spoil his good mood, which she knew her news would. And she was right. He sounded as though someone had punched him in the gut when she told him she was being made a Superior Court judge. "That's nice. When?" He sounded as though she had just planted a cobra at his feet. "In 2 weeks. Would you come to my induction, or would you rather not be there?" "That's a hell of a thing to say. I gather you'd just as soon I not come." He was so sensitive there was no talking to him. "I didn't say that, but I know how uptight you get about my work." "What makes you think that?" "Oh, please, Jack, let's not get into that now." She was too tired after a long day, and everything seemed harder and sadder and more difficult now that Harry was gone. And with the relationship with Jack on the rocks, it wasn't the happiest time of her life, to say the least. "I hope you'll come." "Does that mean I won't see you till then?" "Of course not. You can see me whenever you want." "How about tomorrow night?" It was almost as if he were testing her. "Great. Your place or mine?" She laughed, but he did not. "Yours gives me claustrophobia. I'll pick you up outside City Hall at 6. "Yes, sir." She put a mock salute in her voice, but he didn't laugh. And when they met the next day, their mood was gray. They both missed Harry terribly, and the only difference was that Tana talked about it, and Jack would not. He had taken another attorney into the partnership, and he seemed to like the man. He talked about that a lot, and about how successful the man had been, how much money they were going to make. It was obvious that he still had a chip on his shoulder over Tana's work, and by the next morning it was a relief when he dropped her off at City Hall again. He was going to Pebble Beach that weekend to play golf with a bunch of guys, and he hadn't invited her. And she was relieved as she walked up the steps of City Hall with a sigh. He certainly didn't make her life easy these days, and now and then she thought of what Harry had said to her before he died. But it was hopeless thinking of anything permanent with Jack. He just wasn't that kind of man. And Tana didn't kid herself anymore. She wasn't that kind of girl anyway. It was probably why they had gotten along for as long as they had. Not that that seemed to apply anymore. The friction between them was almost more than she could bear, and she was actually grateful when she discovered that he was going to be in Chicago on a business trip when she was inducted into Superior Court. It was a small, simple ceremony this time, presided over by the presiding judge of the Superior Court. There were half a dozen other judges there, her old friend the DA, who happily said, "I told you so," over her swift move-up, and a handful of other people she cared about, and Avril was in Europe with Harrison and the kids. She had decided to winter in London that year, just to get away for a while, and she had put the children in school there. Harrison had talked her into it, and he looked happy when he left with his grandchildren in tow. There had been a heartbreaking moment alone with Tana just before that, when he actually put his face in his hands and cried, wondering if Harry had known how much he had loved him, and she insisted that he had. It helped assuage his sorrow and his guilt over the early years to take care of his daughter-in-law and his grandchildren now. But it wasn't the same without them at Tana's swearing in, and it was odd to look around and not see Jack. The actual swearing in was done by a judge of the Court of Appeals, a man Tana had met once or twice over the years. He had thick black hair, ferocious dark eyes, and a look which would have frightened anyone as he towered over them all in his dark robes. But he also had quick laughter, a keen mind, and a surprising gentleness. He was particularly well known for some very controversial decisions he had made, which had been played up in the national press, and in particular the New York Times and the Washington Post, as well as the Chronicle. Tana had read about him a lot, and wondered just how ferocious he was, but she was intrigued to see now that he was less lion and more lamb, or at least he was at her swearing in. They chatted for a while about his Superior Court days, and she knew that he had also run the biggest law firm in town before being made a judge. He had an interesting career behind him, though she suspected that he wasn't more than 48 or 49. For a long time he had been kind of a wunderkind, and she liked him very much as he shook her hand and congratulated her warmly again before he left. "I'm impressed." Her old friend, the DA, smiled at her. "That's the first time I've ever seen Russell Carver at a swearing-in. You're getting to be awfully important, my friend." He probably had to pay his parking tickets downstairs, and someone recruited him. They both laughed. Actually, he was a close friend of the presiding judge, and had volunteered his services for the swearing-in. He looked the part, anyway, with his dark hair and serious face. "You should have seen him when he was the presiding judge here, Ton. Shit. He threw one of our DAs into the can on contempt of court for 3 weeks, and I couldn't get the poor bastard out." Tana laughed, just imagining it. "I'm lucky that never happened to me, I guess." "Didn't you ever have him as a judge?" "Only twice. He's been on the Court of Appeals for a hell of a long time." "I guess he has. He's not very old, though, as I recall. 49, 50, 51, something like that." "Who's that?" The presiding judge wandered over to them and shook Tana's hand again. It was a nice day for her, and she was suddenly glad that Jack wasn't there. It was so much easier like this, and not having to hold her breath or apologize to him. "We were talking about Justice Carver." "Russ? He's 49. He went to Stanford with me." The presiding judge smiled, although I'll admit he was a few years behind. In fact, he had been a freshman when the presiding judge graduated from law school, but their families had been friends. He's a hell of a nice guy. Smart as hell.
He has to be. Tana spoke admiringly. There was another leap to contemplate. The Court of Appeals. What a thought. Maybe in another decade or two. And in the meantime, she was going to enjoy this. Superior Court was going to be just her cup of tea. They were going to have her trying criminal cases in no time at all, since that was her area of expertise. It was nice of him to do my swearing in today. She smiled at everyone.
He's a nice guy.
Everyone said that about the man, and she sent him a little note, thanking him for taking the time to make her induction an even more special event. And the next day he called, and there was laughter in his voice.
You're awfully polite. I haven't had a bread-and-butter letter like that in 20 years, at least.
She laughed in embarrassment and thanked him for the call. It was just a very nice thing to do, like having the Pope around when you take religious vows.
Oh, my God, what a thought. Is that what you were doing last week? I take it all back.
They both laughed, and they chatted for a while. She invited him to stop into her court whenever he was around, and she felt a comfortable warmth at the confrérie she was part of now, judges and justices, all working together. It was like having arrived at Mount Olympus at last. And it was a hell of a lot easier in some ways than prosecuting cases against rapists and murderers, building a case and arguing, although she had enjoyed that too. Here she had to keep a clearer head, an objective outlook, and she had never studied so much law in her life. She was buried in a stack of books in her chambers 2 weeks later when Justice Carver took her at her word and came by.
Is this what I condemned you to?
He stood in her doorway and smiled. Her clerk had long since gone home, and she was frowning in concentration as she pored over 6 open books at once, comparing statutes and precedents as he wandered in, and she looked up with a smile. What a nice surprise! She stood up quickly and waved him toward a large, comfortable leather chair. Please sit down. He did, and she looked at him. He was good-looking, in a quiet, virile, rather intellectual way. They weren't the same football team good looks as Jack's. They were much quieter and much more powerful, just as he was in myriad ways. Would you like a drink? She kept a small bar well hidden for occasions such as this.
No, thanks. I have too much homework to do tonight.
You too? How do you ever get through it all?
I don't. Sometimes it makes you want to just sit there and cry, but you get through it eventually.
What are you working on? She described the case to him as briefly as she could, and he nodded thoughtfully.
That should be an interesting one. It may even wind up in my lap eventually.
She laughed. That's not much of a vote of confidence if you think they'll appeal my decision. No, he was quick to explain. It's just that you're on new turf there, and whatever you decide, if they don't like it, they'll appeal. They may even try to overturn it. Be careful you don't give them grounds. It was good advice, and they chatted on for quite a while. He had dark, thoughtful eyes that gave him an almost sensual air, which didn't seem in keeping with his seriousness. There were a lot of contrasts about the man, and she was intrigued by him. He walked her out eventually and helped her carry a stack of books to her car, and then he seemed to hesitate.
I couldn't talk you into a hamburger somewhere, could I?
She smiled at him. She liked this man. She had never known anyone quite like him before. You might, if you promised to get me home early enough to do some work. They chose Bill's place on Clement. It was a simple, wholesome environment amidst the hamburgers and French fries and milkshakes and kids, and no one would have suspected who they were, how important their jobs, as they chatted on about cases they had suffered with years before, and the comparison of Stanford to Bolt, and eventually Tana laughed at him. All right, I concede. Your school is better than mine.
I didn't say that. He laughed. I said we had a better football team.
Well, that's not my fault, at least. I had nothing to do with that.
I somehow didn't think you did.
It was very relaxing being with him. They had common interests, common friends, and the time flew by. He took her home and was about to drop her off when she invited him inside for a drink, and he was surprised by how pretty the little bijou house was, how well she decorated it. It was a real haven that made one want to stretch out in front of the fire and stay for a while. I'm happy here. And she was, whenever she was alone. It was only when Jack was there that it got so uncomfortable.
But especially now, with Russ there, it suited her perfectly. Russ lit the fire for her, and she poured him a glass of red wine, and they chatted for a while, about their families, their lives. She discovered that he had lost his wife 10 years before, and he had 2 daughters who were both married now. "At least I'm not a grandfather yet." Russell Carver smiled at her. "Beth is going to architectural school at Yale, while her husband studies law, and Lee is a fashion designer in New York. She's actually pretty good, and I'm proud of them. But grandchildren," he almost groaned, and she smiled at him. "I'm not ready for that yet." "Did you ever want to marry again?" She was curious about him. He was an interesting man. "No. No one that important has come along, I guess." He looked around her house and then back at her. "You know how it is. You get comfortable with your own way of life. It's difficult to change all that for someone else." She smiled. "I suppose. I've never really tried. Not very courageous of me, I suppose." Sometimes she regretted it now, and if Jack had twisted her arm before things began to fall apart. She looked up at Russ and smiled. "Marriage used to scare the hell out of me." "As well it should. It's a mighty delicate operation at best, but when it works, it's wonderful." His eyes glowed, and it was easy to guess that he'd been happy with his wife. "I have nothing but good memories about that." And they both knew that that made it harder to marry again, too. "And my girls are great. You'll have to meet them sometime." "I'd like that very much." They chatted on for a few minutes. He finished his wine, and then he left. She went up to her den with the books he'd helped her bring home, and she worked late into the night. And the next day she laughed when a court messenger appeared with an envelope in his hand. He had written her a bread-and-butter letter, much like the one she'd written him for her swearing in, and she called to laugh with him. It was a far easier conversation than the one she shared with Jack later that day. He was on the warpath again, and they were fighting about their weekend plans, so much so that eventually she got out of them, and sat peacefully in her house alone on Saturday, going through some old photographs when the doorbell rang. Russell Carver was standing there, looking at her apologetically, with a bunch of roses in his hand. "This is a terribly rude thing to do, and I apologize in advance." He looked handsome in a tweed jacket and a turtleneck sweater, and she smiled at him delightedly. "I never heard that bringing someone roses was rude before. That's to compensate for dropping by unannounced, which is rude. But I was thinking of you, and I didn't have your number at home. I gather it's unlisted, so I took a chance." He smiled sheepishly, and she waved him in. "I had absolutely nothing to do, and I'm delighted you came by." "I'm surprised I found you here. I was sure you'd be out." She poured him a glass of wine, and they sat down on the couch. "Actually, I had plans, but I canceled them. Things were impossible with Jack, and she wondered how to handle it. Sooner or later, they'd either have to work things out or give up, but she didn't want to face that now, and he was away anyway." "I'm glad you did." Russ Carver smiled at her. "Would you like to go to Butterfield's with me?" "The auction house?" She looked intrigued, and half an hour later they were wandering amidst antiques and oriental works of art, chatting about sundry things. He had an easy way about him that was relaxing to her, and they shared similar views about almost everything. She even tried to explain her mother to him. I think that's a big part of the reason why I never wanted to get married. I kept thinking of her sitting there, waiting for him to call. She hated the memory, even now. Then all the more reason to marry someone and have security. But I knew he was cheating on his wife by then. I never wanted to be either one of those women, my mother or the wife he cheated on. That must have been difficult for you, Tona. He was sympathetic about so many things. And she told him about Harry that afternoon when they walked on Union Street. She told him about the friendship they had shared, the years at school, the time at the hospital, and how lonely it was without him now. Tears came to her eyes as she talked about him, but there was something gentle on her face, too, as she looked up at him. He must have been a fine man. His voice touched her like a caress, and she smiled at him. He was more than that. He was the best friend I'll ever have. He was remarkable. Even as he died, he gave something to everyone, a piece of himself, some part of himself. She looked up at Russ again. I wish you'd known him. So do I. He looked at her gently then. Were you in love with him? She shook her head, and then she smiled, remembering. He had a crush on me when we were kids, but Avril was perfect for him. And you, Tana? Russell Carver looked searchingly at her. Who was perfect for you? Who has there been? Who was the love of your life? It was an odd question, but he had the feeling that there had been someone. It was impossible that a girl like this should be unattached. There was a mystery there, and he couldn't find the answer to it. No one. She smiled at him. Some hits, some misses. The wrong people, mostly. I haven't had much time. He nodded. He understood that, too. You pay a price for getting where you are. It can be a very lonely place sometimes. He wondered if it was for her, but she looked content to him. He wondered who there was in her life now, and he asked her as much, in so many words. I've been seeing someone for the last few years. More than that, actually, I guess. We lived together for a while, and we still see each other. She smiled wistfully and looked into Russ's dark eyes. But things aren't what they used to be. The price you pay, as you put it. Things haven't been the same since I got appointed to the bench last year. And then Harry died. It's made a lot of dents in us. Is it a serious affair? He looked both concerned and intrigued. It was for a long time, but it's limping badly now. I think we're still together out of loyalty. You're still together, then? He watched her face carefully, and she nodded. She and Jack had never really called it quits, at least not yet, although neither of them knew what the future would bring. We are for now. It suited us both for a long time. We had the same philosophy, no marriage and no kids. And as long as we both agreed on that, it worked pretty well. And now? The big, dark eyes were probing hers, and she looked at him, suddenly hungry for his touch, his hands, his lips. He was the most attractive man she'd ever seen, but she had to reproach herself. She still belonged to Jack, didn't she? She was no longer quite so sure. I don't know. Things have changed for me since Harry died. Some of what he said makes me wonder about my own life. She looked hard at Russ. I mean, is this it? Is this all there is? I go on from here with my work, with or without Jack. Russ gathered who she meant. And that's all? Maybe I want more of a future than that. I've never felt that way before, and suddenly I do. Or at least I wonder about it sometimes. I think you're on the right track. He sounded worldly and wise, and in some ways he reminded her of Harrison. She smiled at him. That's what Harry would say. And then she sighed. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't matter anyway. Suddenly it's all over, and then so what? Who cares? You're gone. It matters all the more then, Tana. But I felt that way, too, after my wife died 10 years ago. It's difficult to adjust to something like that. It forces the realization on us that we have to face our own mortality one day. It all counts. Every year, every day. Every relationship. If you're wasting it, or unhappy where you are, one day you wake up and it's time to pay the check. So in the meantime, you might as well be happy where you are. He waited a moment, and then looked at her. Are you? Happy? She hesitated for a long time, and then looked at him. In my work I am. And the rest? Not very, right now. It's a difficult time for us. Am I intruding, then? He wanted to know everything, and sometimes it was difficult to answer him. She shook her head and looked into the brown eyes she was coming to know so well. No, you're not. You're still seeing your friend, the one you lived with for a while? He smiled at her, and he looked terribly sophisticated and grown up. She felt almost like a child with him. Yes, I still see him off and on. I wanted to know how things stand with you. She wanted to ask him why, but she didn't dare. Instead, he took her to his house and showed her around. It took her breath away from the moment they walked into the front hall. Nothing about him bespoke that kind of wealth. He was simple, easy, quietly well-dressed, but when you saw where he lived, you understood who he was. It was a house on Broadway, in the last block before the Presidio, with small, carefully kept grounds, a marble entrance hall in inky green and sparkling white, tall marble columns, a Louis XV chest with a white marble top and a silver tray for calling cards, gilt mirrors, parquet floors, satin curtains sweeping the floor. The main floor was a series of exquisite reception rooms. The second floor was more comfortable, with a large master suite, a pretty wood-paneled library, a cozy little den with a marble fireplace, and upstairs were the children's rooms he no longer used. It doesn't make much sense for me anymore, but I've been here for so long I hate to move. There was nothing she could do but laugh as she sat down and looked at him. I think I'll burn my house down after this. But she was happy there, too. This was just another life, another world. He had need of this, and she did not. She remembered hearing now that he had considerable personal wealth, knew he had owned a profitable law firm a number of years ago. The man had done well in his life, and he had nothing to fear from her. She wanted nothing from him materially. He showed her proudly from room to room, the billiard room and the gym downstairs, the racks of guns he kept for duck hunting. He was a whole man of many interests and pursuits. And as they went back upstairs, he turned to her and took her hand with a small, careful smile. "I'm very taken with you, Tana. I'd like to see more of you, but I don't want to complicate your life just now. Will you tell me when you're free?" She nodded, totally amazed by all she had seen and heard. A little while later he took her home, and she sat staring into the fire in her living room. He was like the kind of men one read about in books or saw in magazines. And suddenly there he was, on the threshold of her life, telling her that he was taken with her, bringing her roses, walking her through butterfields. She didn't know what to make of him, but one thing she knew, and that was that she was very taken with him, too. It made things difficult with Jack for the next few weeks. She attempted to spend several nights in Tiburon, almost out of guilt, and all she could think about was Russ, especially when they made love. It was beginning to make her as testy as Jack was with her, and by Thanksgiving she was a nervous wreck. Russ had gone east to see his daughter Lee, and he had invited her to go with him, but that would have been dishonest of her. She had to resolve the situation with Jack, but by the time the holidays came, she felt hysterical every time she thought of him. All she wanted to do was be with Russ, for their quiet talks, their long walks in the Presidio, their ventures into antique shops, art galleries, their long hours over lunch in tiny coffee shops and restaurants. He brought something into her life that had never been there before, and which she longed for now, and whenever a problem arose, it was Russ she called, not Jack. Jack would only bark at her. He still had a need to punish her, and it was tiresome now. She wasn't feeling guilty enough to put up with it anymore. "Why are you hanging on to him?" Russ asked her one day. "I don't know." Tana stared miserably at Russ over lunch before court was recessed for the holidays. "Maybe because in your mind he's attached to your friend." It was a new idea to her, but she thought it might be a possibility. "Do you love him, Ton?" "It isn't that. It's that we've been together for so long." "That's no excuse. From what you say, you're not happy with him." "I know. That's the crazy part. Maybe it's just that it's been so safe." "Why?" He pushed her hard sometimes, but it was good for her. "Jack and I have always wanted the same things. No commitment, no marriage, no kids." "Is that what you're afraid of now?" She took a breath and stared at him. "Yes, I think I am." "Tana?" He reached out and took her hand. "Are you afraid of me?" Slowly she shook her head, and then he said what she had both feared and wanted most. She had wanted it since they'd met, since she'd first looked into his eyes. "I want to marry you. Do you know that?" She shook her head, and then stopped and nodded it, and they both laughed, she with tears in her eyes. "I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything. I just wanted to make things clear for you. And now you have to clear up the other situation for your own peace of mind, whatever you decide about us." "Wouldn't your daughters object?" "It's my life, not theirs, isn't it? Besides, they're lovely girls. There's no reason for them to object to my happiness." Tana nodded her head. She felt as though she were living a dream. "Are you serious?" "Never more so in my life." His eyes met hers and held. "I love you very much." He hadn't even kissed her yet, and she felt herself melting toward him where they sat. And as they left the restaurant, he gently pulled her towards him and kissed her lips, and she felt as though her heart would melt as he held her in his arms. "I love you, Russ." The words were suddenly so easy for her. "I love you so much." She looked up at him, and there were tears in her eyes, and he smiled down at her. "I love you, too. Now go straighten out your life, like a good girl." "It may take a little time." They walked slowly back toward City Hall. She had to go back to work. "That's all right. How about 2 days?" They both laughed. "We could go to Mexico over the holidays." She cringed. She had already promised Jack she would go skiing with him. But she had to do something now. "Give me till the 1st of the year, and I promise I'll straighten everything out." "Then maybe I'll go to Mexico alone." He frowned pensively, and she glanced worriedly at him. "What are you worried about, little one?" "That you'll fall in love with someone else." "Then hurry up." He laughed at her and kissed her again before she went back to court. And all afternoon she sat on the bench with a strange expression in her eyes, a small smile on her lips. She couldn't concentrate on anything, and when she saw Jack that night, she felt breathless every time she looked at him. He wanted to know if she had all her skiing gear. The condo was rented, and they were going with friends. And then suddenly, halfway through the evening, she stood up and looked at him. "What's wrong, Ton?" "Nothing. Everything." She closed her eyes. "I have to go." "Now?" He looked furious. "Back to town?" "No." She sat down and started to cry. Where could she begin? What could she say? He had finally driven her away with his resentment of her work and her success, his bitterness, his unwillingness to commit. She wanted something now that he didn't have to give, and she knew she was doing the right thing, but it was so difficult. She stared unhappily up at him, sure of what she was doing now. She could almost feel Russ sitting next to her, and Harry on the other side, cheering her on. "I can't." She looked at Jack, and he stared at her. "Can't what?" He was mystified. She wasn't making any sense, and that was unusual for her. "Can't go on like this." "Why not?" "Because it's no good for either of us. You've been pissed at me for the past year, and I've been miserable." She stood up and walked across the room, glancing at familiar things. This house had been part hers for 2 years, and now it looked like a stranger's house to her. "I want more than this, Jack." "Oh, Christ!" He sat down, looking furious. "Like what?" "Like something permanent, like what Harry and Avril had." "I told you, you'll never find something like that. That was them. And you're not like Avril, Tom." "That's no excuse to give up. I still want someone for the rest of my life who's mine, who's willing to stand up in front of God and man and take me on for the rest of my life." He looked at her, horrified. "You want me to marry you? I thought we agreed." He looked terrified, but she shook her head and sat down again. "Relax. We did, and that isn't what I want from you." "I want out, Jack. I think it's time." He was silent for a long, long time. He knew it, too, but it hurt anyway. And it spoiled all his plans for the holidays. He looked up at her. "This is why I believe what I do. Because sooner or later it comes to an end. And it's easier like this. I pack my bag, you pack yours, we say goodbye, and we hurt for a while. But at least we never lied to each other, and we're not dragging along a flock of kids." "I'm not even sure that would be so terrible. At least we'd know how much we'd cared." She looked sad, as though she had lost someone dear to her, and she had. She had cared about him for a long time. "We cared a lot, Todd, and it was good." There were tears in his eyes, and he came to her and sat down. "If I thought it was right, I'd marry you." "It wouldn't be right for you." She looked at him. "You'd never be happy married anyway, Tom." "Why not?" She didn't want him to say that. Not now, not with Russ standing in the wings wanting to marry her. It was like putting a curse on her. Why would you say a thing like that? Because you're not the type. You're too strong. She was stronger than he was, she knew. But she had only come to understand that recently, mostly since she had known Russ. He was so different from Jack. So much stronger than anyone she had known before. And stronger than she was. Finally. You don't need marriage anyway, he smiled bitterly. You're married to the law. That's a full-time love affair for you. Can't one have both? Some can. You can't. Did I hurt you that much, Jack? She looked woefully at him, and he smiled and stood up, opened a bottle of wine, and handed her a glass. And somehow she felt as though she had never known this man. Everything was so bitter, so shallow. Nothing in him ran deep, and she wondered how she could have stayed with him for so long. But it had suited her. She hadn't wanted depth during those years. She had wanted to be as free as he did. Only now she had grown up, and as much as the challenge Russ offered terrified her, she wanted it more than anything she'd ever done before. She looked into Jack's eyes and smiled at him as he toasted her. To you, Ton. Good luck. She drank, and a moment later she set down her glass and looked at him. I'm going now. Yeah. Call me sometime. He turned his back to her, and she felt a knife of pain slice through her. She wanted to reach out to him, but it was too late. For both of them. She touched his back and whispered one word. Goodbye. And then she drove home as fast as she could, took a bath and washed her hair as though she were washing away the disappointments and the tears. She was 38 years old, and she was starting all over again. But in a way she never had before, with a man like no man she had ever known. She thought of calling him that night, but her mind was still filled with Jack, and she was suddenly afraid to tell Russ that she was free. She didn't say anything to him until their lunch the day he left for Mexico, and then suddenly she looked at him and smiled mysteriously. What are you grinning at, funny face? Just life, I guess. And that amuses you. Sometimes He was laughing at her, and she was blushing furiously. Oh, shit. Don't make things so hard for me. He took her hand in his and smiled at her. What are you trying to say? He had never seen her so tongue-tied before. She took a deep breath. I straightened things out this week. With Jack? He looked amazed as she nodded her head with a shy smile. So soon? I couldn't go on like that. Was he very upset? Russ looked concerned. She nodded, looking sad for a moment. Yes, but he wouldn't admit it. He likes to keep everything easy and free. She sighed jaggedly, then, he says I'd never be happy married to anyone. That's nice. Russ smiled and showed absolutely no concern. When you move out, be sure to burn the house down. It's an old custom with some men. Believe me, it doesn't mean a thing. I'll take my own chances, thanks. Russ smiled ecstatically at her. Do you still want to marry me? She couldn't believe what was happening to her. And for just a minute, there was the temptation to run back to her old life. But that wasn't what she wanted anymore. She wanted this, and him. She wanted both marriage and a career, no matter how frightening it was to her. It was a chance she had to take. She was ready now. It had taken her a long, long time. But she had gotten there, and she was proud of herself. What do you think? Of course I do. He reassured her at once, and his eyes smiled at her. Are you sure? Are you? That's more to the point. Maybe we should talk about this for a little while. She was suddenly very nervous at the thought, and he laughed at her. How long? 6 months? A year? 10 years? Maybe more like 5. She was laughing, too, and then suddenly she looked at him. You don't want children, do you? She hadn't gone that far. She was too old for that. But he only shook his head and grinned at her. You worry about everything, don't you? No, I don't want children. I'll be 50 years old next month, and I already have 2. And no, I will not have a vasectomy, thanks. But I'll do anything else you want to guarantee that I won't knock you up. Okay? Want me to sign it in blood? Yes. They were both laughing, and he paid the check, and they walked outside, and he held her as no man had ever held her before, pulling her heart right through her soul, and she had never been happier. And then suddenly he looked at his watch and hurried her to his car. What are you doing? We have a plane to catch. We do? But I can't. I'm not. Is your court recessed over the holidays? Yes, but... Is your passport in order? Yes, I think it is. We'll check when I get you home. You're coming with me. We can plan the wedding there. I'll call the girls. What do you think about February? Say in about 6 weeks. Valentine's Day. Corny enough for you, Ton? He was crazy, and she was crazy about him. They caught the plane to Mexico that night and spent a blissful week soaking up the sun and making love at last. He had waited until she had broken things off with Jack for good. And when they returned, he bought her an engagement ring, and they told all their friends. Jack called her when he read it in the papers, and what he said cut her to the quick. So that was what that was all about. Why didn't you tell me you were shacked up with someone else? A justice, too. That must be a step up for you. That's a rotten thing to say. And I wasn't shacked up with him. Tell that to someone else. Come to think of it, he laughed bitterly. Tell it to the judge. You know, you've been so damn busy trying not to get involved with anyone all your life that you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground anymore. At least I know when I'm cheating on someone, Ton. I wasn't cheating on you. What were you doing then, fucking him at lunchtime? It doesn't count before 6 o'clock? She had hung up on him, sorry that it had to end that way. And she had written to Barbara, too, explaining that her marriage to Russ was precipitous, but he was a lovely man, and when she came out to see her father the following year, the door to Tana's home would be open to her as it had been before. She didn't want the girl to feel that she was pushing her away. And there were so many other things to do, too. She wrote to Avril in London, and her mother almost had a heart attack when she called her. Are you sitting down? Oh, Tana, something's happened to you. Her mother sounded on the verge of tears. She was only 60 years old, but mentally she was twice that, and Arthur was getting senile now at 74, which was hard on her. It's something nice, Mother. Something you've waited for a long, long time. Jean stared blankly at the far wall, holding the phone. I can't imagine what it is. I'm getting married in 3 weeks. You're what? To whom? That man you've been living with for all these years. She never thought much of him, but it was about time they took a decent position in the world, especially with Tana being a judge. But she was in for a shock. No, to someone else. A justice on the Court of Appeals. His name is Russell Carver, Mom. She went on to tell her the rest, and Jean cried and smiled and laughed and cried some more. Oh, sweetheart, I've waited so long for this. So have I. Tana was laughing and crying, too. And it was worth waiting for, Mom. Wait till you see him. Will you come out for the wedding? We're getting married on February 14th. Valentine's Day. Oh, how sweet. It still embarrassed Ton, but it seemed funny to both her and Russ. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I don't think Arthur will be well enough to come, so I can't stay long. She had 1,000 arrangements to make before she left, and she could hardly wait to get off the phone. Anne had just gotten married for the 5th time, and who gave a damn anymore? Tana was getting married, and to a justice on the Court of Appeals. And she said he was handsome, too. Jean dithered around the house for the rest of the afternoon, in a total state, and she had to go into the city to Saks the following day. She needed a dress. No, maybe a suit. She couldn't believe it had happened finally, and that night she whispered silent prayers. Chapter 18. The wedding was absolutely beautiful. They had it at Russ's house, with a piano and 2 violins playing something delicate from Brahms, as Tana came slowly down the stairs in a simple dress of off-white crepe de chine. She wore her blonde hair long, covered by a wide-brimmed picture hat, with a faint hint of veil, and ivory satin shoes. There were roughly 100 people there, and Jean stood in a corner and cried ecstatically for most of the day. She had bought a beautiful beige Givenchy suit, and she looked so proud it made Tana cry every time she looked at her. "Happy, my love?" Russ looked at Tana in a way that made her heart fly. It seemed impossible that she could be lucky enough to find a man like him, and she had never dreamed of anything like what she shared with him. It was as though she had been born to be his, and she found herself thinking of Harry as she walked down the aisle. "Okay, asshole. Did I do good?" She smiled through her tears. "You did great." She knew that Harry would have been crazy about Russ, and it would have been mutual, and she felt Harry very much there with her. Harrison and Avril sent a telegram. Russ's daughters were there, too. They were both slender, attractive, pleasant girls, with husbands that Tana liked. They were an easy group to love, and they did everything to welcome her. Lee was particularly warm in her reception of her new stepmother, and they were only 12 years apart in age. "Thank God he had the sense to wait until we grew up before marrying again," Lee laughed. "For one thing, the house is a hell of a lot quieter now, and for another thing, you don't have to put up with us. He's been single for so long, Beth and I are grateful as hell that you married him. I hate to think of him alone in this house." She was a little bit zany, and wonderfully dressed in her own designs. She was clearly crazy about Russ, nuts about her own husband, and Beth doted on her entire family. It was the ideal group, and as Jean looked at them, she was suddenly grateful that Tana hadn't been foolish enough to fall for Billy in the years when she was pushing that. How sensible Tana had been to wait for this extraordinary man to come along. And what a life! The house was the most beautiful place she'd ever seen, and Tana felt totally at ease with the butler and the maid he'd had for years. She floated from room to room, entertaining his friends, as people said, "Your Honor," to her, and somebody else cited a funny poem about a justice and a judge. It was a wonderful afternoon, and they went back to Mexico for their honeymoon, returning via La Jolla and Los Angeles. Tana had taken a month's leave from work, and when she returned, she smiled to herself whenever she said her new name. Judge Carver. Tana Carver. Tana Roberts Carver. She had added his name to everything, none of this women's lib crap for her. She had waited 38 years for him, almost 39, and resisted marriage for almost 4 decades. And if she had taken the plunge now, she was going to enjoy all the benefits. She came home every night, relaxed and happy to see him, so much so that he teased her about it one night. "When are you going to start behaving like a real wife and nag me a little bit?" "I forgot, I guess." He smiled at her, and they talked about her house again. She'd been thinking about renting it. It was so pretty that she didn't want to sell it, yet she knew she would never live there again. "Maybe I should just sell it after all." "What if I rent it from you for Beth and John when they come home?" "That would be wonderful." She smiled at him. "Let's see. You can have it for 2 kisses and a trip to Mexico." He laughed at her, and eventually they decided to keep the house and rent it out, and Tana had never been happier in her life. It was one of those rare times when everything feels in total control, going just the way you want. When she ran full tilt into someone one day. She was hurrying from her courtroom to meet Russ for lunch, and suddenly found herself staring into Drew Land's face. He looked as though someone had just struck oil on his front lawn when he saw who she was, and they stood chatting amiably for a minute or two. It was incredible to realize how much pain he had caused her once. As she looked at him, she could barely even imagine it. It was even more amazing to realize that Julie and Elizabeth were 18 and 22. Good Lord, is it as long ago as that? "It must be, Tan." His voice was smooth, and suddenly she was annoyed by him. She could see from his eyes that he was making assumptions that were no longer appropriate, and hadn't been for a long, long time. "Eileen and I have been divorced for 6 years now." How dare he tell her that? How dare he have gotten divorced after hurting Ton so much for her? That's too bad. Her voice was cool, and she was losing interest in what he said. She didn't want to be late for Russ. She knew he was working on an important case. Gee, I wonder if maybe we could see each other sometime. I'm living in San Francisco now. She smiled at him. We'd love to see you sometime, but my husband is just buried in a big case right now. She smiled almost evilly at him, waved her hand with a few garbled words, and was gone. And Russ could still see the victory in her eyes when he met her for lunch at the Hayes Street Grill. It was one of their favorite haunts, and she often met him there, to kiss at a corner table and neck happily over lunch while people smiled at them. What are you looking so pleased about? He knew her very well. Nothing. And then she kept no secrets from him she couldn't have anyway. I just ran into Drew Lands for the first time in almost 7 years. What a bastard he is. I guess he always was. The weak little shit. My. What did he do to deserve so many epithets? He was the married man I told you about. Ah. Russ looked amused at the fire in her eyes. He knew he was in no danger of losing her to anyone. Not because he was so sure of himself, but because he knew the kind of love they shared. It was one of those rare things in life, and he was deeply grateful for it. He had never had a love like this before with anyone. And you know what? He finally divorced his wife. Predictably, Russ smiled. And now he wanted to take you out again, right? She laughed at him. I told him we'd love to see him sometime, and then I skibbled off. You're a little witch, but I love you anyway. How was court today? Not bad. I have an interesting case coming up, an industrial injury. It's going to be messy, but it brings up some very intriguing points and technicalities. How's your monster case coming along? He smiled at her. I'm finally getting it back into its cage. And he looked at her strangely for a minute. I had a call from Lee. How is she? Fine. He looked at his wife, and she looked at him. There was something odd in the air. Russ, what's wrong? She was worried about him. He looked strange. It's happened. They've finally done it to me. I'm going to be a grandfather. He looked at once delighted and distressed, and Tana laughed at him. Oh, no. How can she do a thing like that to you? That's exactly what I said to her. And then he smiled at Tana again. Can you imagine that? With difficulty. We'll have to buy you a white wig so you look the part. When is she having it? January. For my birthday, apparently. Or New Year's Eve, something like that. As it turned out, the baby was born on New Year's Day, and Russ and Tana decided it would be a lark to fly to New York and visit her. He wanted to see this first grandchild of his, another girl, like his own too. And he reserved a suite for them at the Sherry Netherland, and off they went. Lee was happily ensconced at New York hospitals, lying in the best room they had, and the baby was sweet and pink, and Russell made all the appropriate noises, and when they went back to the hotel, he made passionate love to his wife. At least I'm not totally over the hill yet. How does it feel to make love to a grandfather, my love? Even better than it was before. But there was something odd in her eyes when she looked at him, and he saw it instantly. He grew very quiet and pulled her into his arms next to him, their naked flesh touching, and he loved to feel how velvety she was. But he was worried about her. Sometimes, when something mattered to her a lot, she burrowed deep inside herself, and he could see her do it now. What's wrong, sweetheart? He spoke in a whisper near her ear, and she turned toward him with a look of surprise. What makes you think something's wrong? I know you better than that. You can't fool an old man like me. At least not one who loves you as much as I love you. She tried to deny it for a long time, and then, much to his astonishment, she broke down and cried in his arms. There was something about seeing Lee and her baby that had filled her with the most awful pain, an emptiness, a void more terrible than any she had ever known before. He sat looking at her, amazed at the emotions pouring out of her, and she was even more startled than he. She had never realized she felt that way before. "Do you want a baby, Ton?"
"I don't know. I've never felt this way before. And I'm almost 40 years old. I'm too old for that."
But suddenly she wanted that more than anything, and she was suddenly haunted by Harry's words again. "Why don't you think about it, and we'll talk again?" And for the next month, the sight of Lee and her baby haunted her. And suddenly, after they went home, she began seeing pregnant women everywhere, and babies in strollers on every street corner. It was as though everyone had a baby except her. And there was an envy and a loneliness she couldn't even begin to describe. Russell saw it on her face, but he didn't mention it again until their anniversary, and then she was sharp with him, which was rare for her. It was almost as though it hurt too much to talk about.
"You said you were too old for that, and so am I."
"Not if it matters to you. It might seem a little foolish to me at first, but I could live with it. Other men have second families at my age, older in fact, a lot older." He smiled, and he himself had been surprised by how touched he was by Lee's baby in her arms, and then his own. He wouldn't have minded that at all, and Tana's child would have meant the world to him, but she got more and more sensitive about it, until finally he no longer mentioned it to her. In March they went to Mexico again, and had a fabulous holiday. They swam and fished and lay on the beach. Tana barely got Teresa that time, although she didn't feel well when she got back. "I think you've been working too hard." She had had the flu on and off for almost 3 weeks, and he was insisting on her going to see the doctor finally. "I don't have time for that." But she was so tired and draggy, and so frequently sick to her stomach that she finally went, and she got the shock of her life. It was what she had wanted so desperately, but now, suddenly, it was there, and it terrified her. She didn't have time for that. She had an important job. She would look ridiculous. She had never wanted that. Russ would be upset with her. She stewed so terribly that she didn't even go home until 7 o'clock that night, and Russ knew there was something terribly wrong the minute he laid eyes on her. But he let her unwind for a while, fixed her a drink, opened a bottle of Chateau Latour with her dinner, but she didn't drink a drop of it, and she was still tense when they went upstairs that night, and there was an odd look in her eyes. He was actually getting very worried about her, and as soon as she sat down, he pulled a chair up next to her. "All right, now tell me what happened to you today. You either lost your job or your best friend died." She smiled sheepishly and visibly relaxed as he took her hand. "You know me too well. Then do me the favor of taking me into your confidence." "I can't." She had already made up her mind. She wasn't keeping it. But Russ was not going to fool around. His voice rose ominously, the famous frown appeared, and her knees would have shaken if she didn't know him as well as she did. Instead, she laughed at him. "You know, you're very scary when you look like that." He laughed exasperatedly at her. "That's the whole point. Now talk to me, damn it. What the hell is going on with you?" She stared at him for a long, long time, lowered her eyes, and then raised them to his again. "You're not going to believe this, sweetheart." "You want a divorce?" "No, of course not." She smiled at him. Somehow he always made things less terrible. She had been hysterical all day, and now he had her laughing again. "You're having an affair?" "Wrong again. You were kicked off the bench." "Worse than that." She was beginning to look serious again, because in her mind what had happened meant the same thing. How could she keep her job with that? And then suddenly there were tears in her eyes, and she was looking at him. "I'm pregnant, Russ." For a moment everything around them stopped, and then suddenly he swept her into his arms, and he was laughing and smiling and acting as though it were cause for celebration and not suicide. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so glad." He absolutely beamed at her, and she stared at him. "You are? I thought you didn't want any children." She was stunned. "We agreed—" "Never mind.
Our baby is going to be so beautiful. A little girl that looks just like you." He had never looked happier, and he held her close as she frowned unhappily. She had wanted this, but now that it had happened, she couldn't imagine it, except in the worst light. "But it'll ruin everything." She was on the verge of tears again, and he was anxious to comfort her. "Like what?" "Like my job. How can I be a judge with a baby at my breast?" He laughed at the image she had in mind. "Be practical. You work right up till the last day before it's born, and then you take 6 months off. We get a good nurse, and you go back to work." "As easy as that?" She looked shocked. "It can be as easy as you want, my love. But there's no reason why you can't have a career and a family. It may take a little juggling sometimes, but it can be done with a little resourcefulness." He smiled at her, and a long, slow smile began to dawn in her eyes. There was the possibility that he was right about that, and if he was, it was what she had wanted more than anything, and she wanted both. For years she had thought she could only have one, but she wanted more than just her work. She wanted Russ. She wanted his child. She wanted everything. And suddenly the void she had been feeling for months, that ache, the terrible emptiness, was gone again. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart." She looked at him, and the tears slowly overflowed as she smiled at him. "Everything is going to be just fine, you know, and you're going to look just wonderful." "Ha!" She laughed at him. "I've already gained 6 pounds. "Where?" Tickling and teasing her, he began to look for them, and Tana lay in his arms and laughed. Chapter 19. The judge walked ponderously to the bench and sat down carefully, rapped the gavel smartly twice, and went on with the morning's calendar. Her bailiff brought her a cup of tea at 10 o'clock, and when she stood up at the noon recess, she could barely walk back to her chambers again. The baby was, by then, exactly 9 days late. She had planned to stop working 2 weeks before, but she had everything so well organized at home that she had decided to work until the bitter end. Her husband picked her up right outside City Hall that night, opening the door, smiling at her. "How'd it go today?" The pride he felt showed easily in his eyes, and she smiled back at him. It had been a beautiful time for them, even these extra days. She enjoyed the opportunity to spend these last days alone with him, although she had to admit that she was getting terribly uncomfortable. Her ankles looked like lamp posts by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and she had trouble sitting for that long, but she didn't have anything else to do. She sighed. "Well, the verdict is in. I think I might give it up at the end of this week, whether the baby shows up or not. What do you think?" He smiled at her as he drove her home in the new Jaguar he had just bought. "I think that's a pretty good idea, Ton. You could sit around for a couple of days, you know." Fancy that. But she never got time for that. Her water broke at 8 o'clock that night, and she suddenly turned to Russ, terrified. She knew it was going to happen eventually, but suddenly it was now, and she had the overwhelming urge to run away, and there was no place to run. Her body would follow her everywhere. But Russ saw easily what she felt and tried to comfort her. "Everything's going to be just fine." "How do you know that?" she snapped at him. "What if I need a cesarean? Christ, I'm 100 years old, for Christ's sake." Actually, she was 40 years old plus 4 months. She suddenly looked at Russell and began to cry. She was terrified, and the contractions started almost as soon as her water broke. "Do you want to lie down here for a while, Ton, or do you want to go to the hospital?" "I want to stay here." He called the doctor for her, brought her a glass of ginger ale, flipped on the television across from their bed, and smiled to himself. It was going to be a big night for them, and he also hoped that everything would go well. He was confident that it would, and he was particularly excited. She had insisted on their doing Lamaze training together, and although he hadn't been present at the birth of his girls so many years before, he was going to be with Tana for the birth of their child. He had promised her, and he could hardly wait.
She had had the amniocentesis 5 months before, but they had opted not to know the sex of the child, and Russ could feel a mounting feeling of excitement now for both of them. By midnight, Tana had had a short nap, and she was in control again. She smiled up at him, and he timed her pains, and at 2 o'clock he called the doctor again, and this time they were told to come to the hospital. He picked her bag up from the hall closet where it had sat for the last 3 weeks, helped her into the car and out again at the hospital, and helped her to walk inside. She could hardly walk now, and the contractions took all her concentration and his help just to get her through them. But they were nothing like the pains she felt once she went into transition 3 hours after that. She was writhing in pain on the bed in the labor room, and she was clutching at his arm as he felt his own panic begin to rise. He hadn't expected it to be quite like this. She was in such agony, and by 8 o'clock the baby still hadn't come. The sun was up, and she lay there panting horribly, her hair damp, eyes wild, looking at him as though he could do something for her. And all he could do was breathe with her and hold her hand and tell her how proud he was of her. And then suddenly, at 9 o'clock, everyone began to run around. They wheeled her into the delivery room, strapped her legs up, and she cried as the pains came now. It was the worst pain she had ever known in her entire life, and she felt as though she were drowning as she clutched at him. And the doctor urged her on, and Russell cried, and Tana knew she couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to die, to... I can see the head. Oh, God, sweetheart, it's here. And suddenly a tiny red face popped out as Russell cried, and Tana looked at him and gave another ferocious push, which forced the baby from her womb, and the doctor held him in his hands as the baby began to wail. They cut the cord, tied it, and cleaned him rapidly, suctioned his nose, wrapped him in a warm blanket, and handed him to Russ. Your son, Russ. The doctor smiled at them both. They had worked so hard and so long, and Tana looked at him victoriously now. You were wonderful, sweetheart. Her voice was hoarse, and her face was gray, as he kissed her tenderly. I was wonderful. He was deeply impressed by what he had just seen her do. It was the greatest miracle he had ever seen, and at 40 years of age, she had it all now. She looked at him, everything she had ever wanted, everything. Her eyes filled with tears as she reached out to him, and Russ gently put the baby in her arms, as he had once put it in her womb. Oh, he's so beautiful. No. Russell smiled at her through his tears. You are, Ton. You're the most beautiful woman in the world. And then he looked at his son. But he's pretty cute, too. Harrison Winslow Carver. They had long since agreed on that. He came into the world blessed in name and life and love. They wheeled her back to her room a little before noon, and she knew she would never want to do it again. But she was glad she had this once. Russell stayed with her until she drifted off to sleep. The baby slept in the little bed they had left there for him. And Tana, all clean again and sleepy now, and so much in love with him. She opened her eyes once, drifting from the shot they'd given her for the pain afterwards. I love you so much, Russ. He nodded, smiling again, his heart forever hers after tonight. Shh. Sleep now. I love you too. Chapter 20. When baby Harry was 6 months old, Tana looked at her calendar with despair. She had to go back to work the following week. She had promised she would, and she knew it was almost time, but he was so sweet, and she loved spending the afternoons with him. They went on long walks, and she laughed when he smiled. They even dropped in on Russ at his office once in a while. It was a leisurely way of life she had never known, and she hated to give it up, but she was not yet ready to give up her career. And once she was back on the bench, she was glad she hadn't given it up for good. It felt good to be back again. The cases, the verdicts, the juries, the decisions, the routine. It was incredible how fast the days flew by and how anxious she was to come home at night, to Harry and Russ. Sometimes she would find Russ already at home with him, crawling around on the rug and playing games with him. He delighted them both, and he was like the first child born on earth to them. Lee teased them about it when she came out to visit with Francesca, her little girl, and she was already expecting another one. "And what about you, Ton?" "Listen, at my age, Harry is enough of a miracle. Let's not push my luck, thanks." And even though the pregnancy had been a breeze, the delivery had been more painful than she thought. Though, with time, even that didn't seem quite as awful as it once had. And they were both so happy with the baby. "If I were your age, I might, Lee. And even then, you can't have everything, a career and 10 kids. Not that it frightened Lee, though. She still had her job, and even now, with a second one on the way, she was planning to work right till the end and come back afterwards. She had just won the Cody Award, and she wasn't giving that up. She didn't see why she should. She could do both, so why not? "How was your day, sweetheart?" She threw her briefcase on a chair and bent to kiss Russ as he scooped the baby into his arms as she glanced at her watch. She was still nursing him 3 times a day, morning, evening, and late at night, and she wondered when his last feeding had been. She loved the closeness it gave her to the child, the silent moments in the nursery at 3 a.m. when only she and Harry were up. She had a sense of providing for his well-being which satisfied her, too, and then there were other benefits as well. She'd been told that she was unlikely to get pregnant again as long as she was still nursing him. "Do you think it would matter if I did it till he's 12? She'd asked Russ one day, and he had laughed at her. They had such a good life, the two of them. It had been worth waiting for, no matter how long it took. At least, she said that now. She had just turned 41, and he was 52. "You know, you look tired, Tom." Russell was looking carefully at her. "Maybe the nursing is too much for you, now that you're back at work." She fought the idea, but her body voted with him, as slowly in the next few weeks her milk dried up. It was as though her body didn't want to be nursing Harry anymore. And when she went to the doctor for a checkup, he weighed her, felt her, checked her breasts, and then said he wanted to do a blood test on her. "Something wrong?" She glanced at her watch. She had to be back in court by 2. "I just want to check something out. I'll call you this afternoon." On the whole, he had found her all right, and she didn't have time to worry about it. She rushed back to City Hall, and when her clerk signaled her at 5 o'clock, she had forgotten that she was expecting the doctor's call. "He said he had to speak to you." "Thanks." She took the phone, scratching some notes as she listened to him, and suddenly she stopped. That couldn't be. He had to be wrong. She had been nursing until the week before, hadn't she? She sat down hard in a chair, thanked him, and hung up. Shit. She was pregnant again. And Harry was wonderful, but she didn't want another one. She was too old for that. She had her career. This time she had to get rid of it. It was impossible. She didn't know what to do. She had a choice, of course, but what would she say to Russ? Tell him she had aborted his child? She couldn't do that. She spent a sleepless night that night, resisting him when he asked her what was bothering her. She couldn't tell him this time. It was all wrong. She was too old. Her career meant too much to her. But Lee was going to continue her career after her second child. Or was it meaningless? Should she resign from the bench? Would the children mean more to her in the end? She felt torn 10,000 ways, and she looked like a nightmare when she woke up. Russ looked at her over breakfast and didn't say anything to her at first. And then just before he left, he turned to her. "You busy for lunch today, Ton?" "No, not that I know of." But she didn't want to have lunch with him. She had to think. "There's some stuff I really should get off my desk." She avoided his eyes. "You have to eat. I'll bring sandwiches." "Fine." She felt like a traitor not telling him, and her heart felt like lead as she went to work. She had dozens of small matters in and out of her court, and at 11 o'clock she looked up to see a wild-eyed man with a mane of frizzy gray hair springing out of his head like watch springs gone wild. He had planted a bomb in front of a foreign consulate, and the matter had to be set for trial. She began to go through all of the motions, and then suddenly stared at his name and looked up with a grin. And for no reason anyone understood in court, She had to disqualify herself. The man's name was Yal McBee, the wild-eyed, radical lover she'd had in her last year of law school at Bolt, the boy who had gone to jail for bombing the mayor's house. She saw from his record that he had been in prison twice since then. How odd life was, so long ago. It brought Harry instantly to mind, and the funny little house they'd shared, and Avril, so young then, and the wild hippie commune she had visited with Yal. She looked across the court at him. He'd grown old. He was 46 years old now, a man, and still fighting for his causes in his unruly ways. How far they'd come, all of them. This man, with his wild ideas. His documents said that he was a terrorist, and she was a judge. An endless road, and Harry gone, and all their bright ideas a little dim, some of them forgotten. So many gone. Sharon, Harry, and new lives in their places. Her son, little Harry, named after her friend, and now this new baby in her womb. It was amazing how life went on, how far they came, all of them. She looked up and saw her husband standing there, looking at her, and she smiled at him, and dismissed the matter of Yal McBee from her court, called a recess for lunch, and walked into her chambers with him. "Who is that?" Russ looked amused. Her days were certainly livelier than his, and she began to laugh as she sat down. "His name is Yal McBee, if that means anything to you. I knew him when I went to Bolt." "A friend of yours?" Russ looked at her sardonically, and she grinned. "Believe it or not, he was." "You've come a long way since then, my love." "I was just thinking that." And then she remembered something else. She looked at him, hesitantly, wondering how he would react. "I've got something to tell you." He smiled gently at her. "You're pregnant again." She stared at him as he laughed. "How do you know? Did the doctor call you, too?" "No, I'm smarter than that. I figured it out last night, and I assumed you'd tell me eventually. Of course, by now you think your career is over, we'll have to give up the house, I'll lose my job, or we both will." She laughed, and tears came to her eyes as he smiled at her. "Am I right?" "Perfectly. And has it dawned on you that if you can be a judge with one child, you can be a judge with two, and a good judge at that?" "That just occurred to me as you walked in." My. He leaned over to kiss her, and they exchanged a look that belonged only to them. "What do you know?" He kissed her, and her clerk walked in and hastily backed out again, smiling to herself as Tana silently thanked her lucky stars for the road she'd come, the man she'd found, the decisions she had made, from a career and no man, no child, to having it all, the man, the career, and her son. She had added each one, like wildflowers to a bouquet, until now she stood with full hands, full heart, having come full circle in the end. End of Full Circle by Danielle